Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book First, Waterloo. Chapter 1. What is met with on the way from Nivelles. Last year, 1861, on a beautiful May morning, a traveller, the person who is telling this story, was coming from Nivelles, and directing his course towards La Hulpe. He was on foot. He was pursuing a broad paved road, which undulated between two rows of trees, over the hills which succeed each other, raise the road and let it fall again, and produce something in the nature of enormous waves. He had passed Lillois and Bois Seigneur Isaac. In the west he perceived the slate-roofed tower of Braine-l'Alleud, which has the form of a reversed vase. He had just left behind a wood upon an eminence, and at the angle of the cross-road, by the side of a sort of mouldy gibbet bearing the inscription Ancient Barrier No. 4, a public-house, bearing on its front this sign, At the Four Winds, Aux Quatre Vents, Échabeau, Private Café. A quarter of a league further on he arrived at the bottom of a little valley, where there is water which passes beneath an arch made through the embankment of the road. The clump of sparsely planted but very green trees, which fills the valley on one side of the road, is dispersed over the meadows on the other, and disappears gracefully and as in order in the direction of Braine-l'Alleud. On the right, close to the road, was an inn, with a four-wheeled cart at the door, a large bundle of hop poles, a plough, a heap of dried brushwood near a flourishing hedge, lime smoking in a square hole, and a ladder suspended along an old penthouse with straw partitions. A young girl was weeding in a field, where a huge yellow poster, probably of some outside spectacle, such as a parish festival, was fluttering in the wind. At one corner of the inn, beside a pool in which a flotilla of ducks was navigating, a badly paved path plunged into the bushes. The wayfarer struck into this. After traversing 100 paces, skirting a wall of the 15th century, surmounted by a pointed gable with brick set in contrast, he found himself before a large door of arched stone, with a rectilinear impost, in the sombre style of Louis XIV, flanked by two flat medallions. A severe façade rose above this door. A wall perpendicular to the façade almost touched the door, and flanked it with an abrupt right angle. In the meadow before the door lay 3 harrows, through which in disorder grew all the flowers of May. The door was closed. The 2 decrepit leaves which barred it were ornamented with an old rusty knocker. The sun was charming. The branches had that soft shivering of May, which seems to proceed rather from the nest than from the wind. A brave little bird, probably a lover, was carolling in a distracted manner in a large tree. The wayfarer bent over and examined a rather large circular excavation, resembling the hollow of a sphere, in the stone on the left, at the front of the pier of the door. At this moment the leaves of the door parted, and a peasant woman emerged. She saw the wayfarer, and perceived what he was looking at. "It was a French cannon ball which made that," she said to him, and she added, "That which you see there, higher up in the door, near a nail, is the hole of a big iron bullet as large as an egg. The bullet did not pierce the wood." "What is the name of this place?" inquired the wayfarer. "Hougomont," said the peasant woman. The traveller straightened himself up. He walked on a few paces, and went off to look over the tops of the hedges. On the horizon through the trees he perceived a sort of little elevation, and on this elevation something which at that distance resembled a lion. He was on the battlefield of Waterloo. End of Book First, Chapter 1.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1, Waterloo. Chapter 2, Hougomont. Hougomont. This was a funereal spot, the beginning of the obstacle, the first resistance, which that great woodcutter of Europe, called Napoleon, encountered at Waterloo, the first knot under the blows of his axe. It was a château. It is no longer anything but a farm. For the antiquary, Hougomont is Hugomons. This manor was built by Hugo, sire of Somerel, the same who endowed the 6th chaplaincy of the Abbey of Villiers. The traveller pushed open the door, elbowed an ancient calash under the porch, and entered the courtyard. The first thing which struck him in this paddock was a door of the 16th century, which here simulates an arcade, everything else having fallen prostrate around it. A monumental aspect often has its birth in ruin. In a wall near the arcade opens another arched door, of the time of Henry IV., permitting a glimpse of the trees of an orchard. Beside this door, a manure hole, some pickaxes, some shovels, some carts, an old well, with its flagstone and its iron reel, a chicken jumping and a turkey spreading its tail, a chapel surmounted by a small bell tower, a blossoming pear tree trained in espalier against the wall of a chapel. Behold the court, the conquest of which was one of Napoleon's dreams. This corner of earth, could he but have seized it, would perhaps have given him the world likewise. Chickens are scattering its dust abroad with their beaks. A growl is audible. It is a huge dog, who shows his teeth and replaces the English. The English behaved admirably there. Cook's 4 companies of guards there held out for 7 hours against the fury of an army. Hougomont, viewed on the map as a geometrical plane, comprising buildings and enclosures, presents a sort of irregular rectangle, one angle of which is nicked out. It is this angle which contains the southern door, guarded by this wall, which commands it only a gun's length away. Hougomont has 2 doors, the southern door that of the château, and the northern door belonging to the farm. Napoleon sent his brother Jérôme against Hougomont. The divisions of Foy, Guilleminot, and Bachelu hurled themselves against it. Nearly the entire corps of Reille was employed against it, and miscarried. Kellermann's balls were exhausted on this heroic section of wall. Balouin's brigade was not strong enough to force Hougomont in the north, and the brigade of Soyer could not do more than effect the beginning of a breach on the south, but without taking it. The farm buildings border the courtyard on the south. A bit of the north door, broken by the French, hangs suspended to the wall. It consists of 4 planks nailed to 2 crossbeams, on which the scars of the attack are visible. The northern door, which was beaten in by the French, and which has had a piece applied to it to replace the panel suspended on the wall, stands half open at the bottom of the paddock. It is cut squarely in the wall, built of stone below, of brick above, which closes in the courtyard on the north. It is a simple door for carts, such as exist in all farms, with the 2 large leaves made of rustic planks. Beyond lie the meadows. The dispute over this entrance was furious. For a long time all sorts of imprints of bloody hands were visible on the door-posts. It was there that Balouin was killed. The storm of the combat still lingers in this courtyard. Its horror is visible there. The confusion of the fray was petrified there. It lives and it dies there. It was only yesterday. The walls are in the death agony. The stones fall. The breaches cry aloud. The holes are wounds. The drooping, quivering trees seem to be making an effort to flee. This courtyard was more built up in 1815 than it is today. Buildings which have since been pulled down then formed redans and angles. The English barricaded themselves there. The French made their way in, but could not stand their ground. Beside the chapel, one wing of the château, the only ruin now remaining of the manor of Hougomont, rises in a crumbling state. Disembowelled, one might say. The château served for a dungeon, the chapel for a blockhouse. There men exterminated each other. The French fired on from every point, from behind the walls, from the summits of the garrets, from the depths of the cellars, through all the casements, through all the air-holes, through every crack in the stones. Fetched faggots and set fire to walls and men. The reply to the grape-shot was a conflagration. In the ruined wing, through windows garnished with bars of iron, the dismantled chambers of the main building of brick are visible. The English guards were in ambush in these rooms. The spiral of the staircase, cracked from the ground floor to the very roof, appears like the inside of a broken shell. The staircase has 2 stories. The English, besieged on the staircase, and massed on its upper steps, had cut off the lower steps. These consisted of large slabs on blue stone, which form a heap among the nettles. Half a score of steps still cling to the wall. On the first is cut the figure of a trident. These inaccessible steps are solid in their niches. All the rest resembles a jaw which has been denuded of its teeth. There are 2 old trees there, one is dead, the other is wounded at its base, and is clothed with verdure in April. Since 1815 it has taken to growing through the staircase. A massacre took place in the chapel. The interior, which has recovered its calm, is singular. The mass has not been said there since the carnage. Nevertheless, the altar has been left there, an altar of unpolished wood, placed against a background of rough-hewn stone. 4 whitewashed walls, a door opposite the altar, 2 small arched windows. A massacre took place in the chapel. The interior, which has recovered its calm, is singular. The mass has not been said there since the carnage. Nevertheless, the altar has been left there, an altar of unpolished wood, placed against a background of rough-hewn stone. 4 whitewashed walls, a door opposite the altar, 2 small arched windows. Over the door a large wooden crucifix. Below the crucifix a square air-hole stopped up with a bundle of hay. On the ground in one corner an old window-frame with the glass all broken to pieces. Such is the chapel. Near the altar there is nailed up a wooden statue of St. Anne, of the 15th century. The head of the infant Jesus has been carried off by a large ball. The French, who were masters of the chapel for a moment, and were then dislodged, set fire to it. The flames filled this building. It was a perfect furnace. The door was burned, the floor was burned, the wooden Christ was not burned. The fire preyed upon his feet, of which only the blackened stumps are now to be seen. Then it stopped, a miracle, according to the assertion of the people of the neighborhood. The infant Jesus, decapitated, was less fortunate than the Christ. The walls are covered with inscriptions. Near the feet of this Christ this name is to be read, Henquinez. Then these others, Conde de Rio Mayor Marquez, y Marquesa de Almagro Habana. There are French names with exclamation points, a sign of wrath. The wall was freshly whitewashed in 1849. The nations insulted each other there. It was at the door of this chapel that the corpse was picked up which held an axe in its hand. This corpse was Sub-Lieutenant Legros. On emerging from the chapel, a well is visible on the left. There are 2 in this courtyard. One inquires, why is there no bucket and pulley to this? It is because water is no longer drawn there. Why is water not drawn there? Because it is full of skeletons. The last person who drew water from the well was named Guillaume van Kylsom. He was a peasant who lived at Hougomont, and was a gardener there. On the 18th of June, 1815, his family fled and concealed themselves in the woods. The forest surrounding the Abbey of Villiers sheltered these unfortunate people who had been scattered abroad for many days and nights. There are at this day certain traces recognizable, such as old boles of burned trees, which mark the site of these poor bivouacs trembling in the depths of the thickets. Guillaume van Kylsom remained at Hougomont to guard the chateau, and concealed himself in the cellar. The English discovered him there. They tore him from his hiding-place, and the combatants forced this frightened man to serve them by administering blows with the flats of their swords. They were thirsty. This Guillaume brought them water. It was from this well that he drew. Many drank there their last draught. This well, where drank so many of the dead, was destined to die itself. After the engagement, they were in haste to bury the dead bodies. Death has a fashion of harassing victory, and she causes the pest to follow glory. The typhus is a concomitant of triumph. This well was deep, and it was turned into a sepulchre. 300 dead bodies were cast into it. With too much haste, perhaps. Were they all dead? Legend says they were not. It seems that on the night succeeding the interment, feeble voices were heard calling from the well. This well is isolated in the middle of the courtyard. 3 walls, part stone, part brick, and simulating a small square tower, and folded like the leaves of a screen, surround it on all sides. The fourth side is open. It is there that the water was drawn. The wall at the bottom has a sort of shapeless loophole, possibly the hole made by a shell. This little tower had a platform, of which only the beams remain. The iron supports of the well on the right form a cross. On leaning over, the eye is lost in a deep cylinder of brick, which is filled with a heaped-up mass of shadows. The base of the walls all about the well is concealed in a growth of nettles. This wall has not in the front of it that large blue slab which forms the table for all walls in Belgium. The slab here has been replaced by a cross-beam, against which lean 5 or 6 shapeless fragments of knotty and petrified wood which resemble huge bones. There is no longer either pail, chain, or pulley, but there is still the stone basin which served the overflow. The rain-water collects there, and from time to time a bird of the neighboring forests comes thither to drink, and then flies away. One house in this ruin, the farmhouse, is still inhabited. The door of this house opens on the courtyard. Upon this door, beside a pretty Gothic lock-plate, there is an iron handle with trefoils placed slanting. At the moment when the Hanoverian lieutenant Wilda grasped this handle in order to take refuge in the farm, a French sapper hewed off his hand with an axe. The family who occupy the house had for their grandfather Guillaume von Kilsum, the old gardener, dead long since. A woman with grey hair said to us, "I was there. I was 3 years old. My sister, who was older, was terrified and wept. They carried us off to the woods. I went there in my mother's arms. We glued our ears to the earth to hear. I imitated the cannon and went boom, boom." A door opening from the courtyard on the left led into the orchard, so we were told. The orchard is terrible. It is in 3 parts, one might almost say in 3 acts. The first part is a garden, the second is an orchard, the third is a wood. These 3 parts have a common enclosure. On the side of the entrance, the buildings of the chateau and the farm. On the left, a hedge. On the right, a wall. And at the end, a wall. The wall on the right is of brick. The wall at the bottom is of stone. One enters the garden first. It slopes downwards, is planted with gooseberry bushes choked with a wild growth of vegetation, and terminated by a monumental terrace of cut stone, with balustrade with a double curve. It was a seigneurial garden, in the first French style which preceded Le Nôtre. To-day it is ruins and briars. The pilasters are surmounted by globes which resemble cannon balls of stone. 43 balusters can still be counted on their sockets. The rest lie prostrate in the grass. Almost all bear scratches of bullets. One broken baluster is placed on the pediment like a fractured leg. It was in this garden, further down than the orchard, that 6 light infantry men of the first, having made their way thither, and being unable to escape, hunted down and caught like bears in their dens, accepted the combat with 2 Hanoverian companies, one of which was armed with carbines. The Hanoverians lined this balustrade and fired from above. The infantrymen, replying from below, 6 against 200, intrepid, and with no shelter save the currant bushes, took a quarter of an hour to die. One mounts a few steps and passes from the garden into the orchard, properly speaking. There, within the limits of those few square fathoms, 1,500 men fell in less than an hour. The wall seems ready to renew the combat. 38 loopholes, pierced by the English at irregular heights, are there still. In front of the 6th are placed 2 English tombs of granite. There are loopholes only in the south wall, as the principal attack came from that quarter. The wall is hidden on the outside by a tall hedge. The French came up, thinking that they had to deal only with a hedge, crossed it, and found the wall both an obstacle and an ambuscade, with the English guards behind it, 38 loopholes firing at once a shower of grape-shot and balls, and Soye's brigade was broken against it. Thus Waterloo began. Nevertheless, the orchard was taken. As they had no ladders, the French scaled it with their nails. They fought hand to hand amid the trees. All this grass has been soaked in blood. A battalion of Nassau, 700 strong, was overwhelmed there. The outside of the wall, against which Kellermann's 2 batteries were trained, is gnawed by grape shot. This orchard is sentient, like others, in the month of May. It has its buttercups and its daisies, the grass is tall there, the cart horses browse there, cords of hair, on which linen is drying, traverse the spaces between the trees and force the passer-by to bend his head. One walks over this uncultivated land, and one's foot dives into mole-holes. In the middle of the grass one observes an uprooted tree-bole, which lies there all verdant. Major Blackman leaned against it to die. Beneath a great tree in the neighborhood fell the German General Duplat, descended from a French family which fled on the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. An aged and falling apple-tree leans far over to one side, its wound dressed with a bandage of straw and clay loam. Nearly all the apple-trees are falling with age. There is not one which has not had its bullet or its biscaïen. The skeletons of dead trees abound in this orchard. Crows fly through the branches, and at the end of it is a wood full of violets. Balouin killed, Foy wounded, conflagration, massacre, carnage. A rivulet formed of English blood, French blood, German blood mingled in a fury, a well crammed with corpses. The regiment of Nassau and the regiment of Brunswick destroyed, Duplat killed, Blackman killed, the English guards mutilated, 20 French battalions, besides the 40 from Reille's corps, decimated. 3,000 men in that hovel of Hougoumont alone cut down, slashed to pieces, shot, burned, with their throats cut. And all this, so that a peasant can say today to the traveller, "Monsieur, give me 3 francs, and if you like, I will explain to you the affair of Waterloo." End of Book 1, Chapter 2.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book First, Waterloo. Chapter 3, the 18th of June, 1815. Let us turn back, that is one of the story-teller's rights, and put ourselves once more in the year 1815, and even a little earlier than the epoch when the action narrated in the first part of this book took place. If it had not rained in the night between the 17th and the 18th of June, 1815, the fate of Europe would have been different. A few drops of water, more or less, decided the downfall of Napoleon. All that Providence required in order to make Waterloo the end of Austerlitz was a little more rain, and a cloud traversing the sky out of season sufficed to make a world crumble. The Battle of Waterloo could not be begun until 11:30 o'clock, and that gave Blücher time to come up. Why? Because the ground was wet. The artillery had to wait until it became a little firmer before they could manoeuvre. Napoleon was an artillery officer and felt the effects of this. The foundation of this wonderful captain was the man who, in the report to the Directory on Aboukir, said, "Such a one of our balls killed 6 men." All his plans of battle were arranged for projectiles. The key to his victory was to make the artillery converge on one point. He treated the strategy of the hostile general like a citadel, and made a breach in it. He overwhelmed the weak point with grape shot. He joined and dissolved battles with cannon. There was something of the sharpshooter in his genius. To beat in squares, to pulverise regiments, to break lines, to crush and disperse masses, for him everything lay in this: to strike, strike, strike incessantly, and he entrusted this task to the cannon ball. A redoubtable method, and one which, united with genius, rendered this gloomy athlete of the pugilism of war invincible for the space of 15 years. On the 18th of June, 1815, he relied all the more on his artillery, because he had numbers on his side. Wellington had only 159 mouths of fire, Napoleon had 240. Suppose the soil dry and the artillery capable of moving, the action would have begun at 6 o'clock in the morning, the battle would have been won and ended at 2 o'clock, 3 hours before the change of fortune in favour of the Prussians. What amount of blame attaches to Napoleon for the loss of this battle? Is the shipwreck due to the pilot? Was it the evident physical decline of Napoleon that complicated this epoch by an inward diminution of force? Had the 20 years of war worn out the blade as it had worn the scabbard, the soul as well as the body? Did the veteran make himself disastrously felt in the leader? In a word, was this genius, as many historians of note have thought, suffering from an eclipse? Did he go into a frenzy in order to disguise his weakened powers from himself? Did he begin to waver under the delusion of a breath of adventure? Had he become, a grave matter in a general, unconscious of peril? Is there an age in this class of material great men who may be called the giants of action, when genius grows short-sighted? Old age has no hold on the geniuses of the ideal, for the Dantes and the Michelangelos to grow old is to grow in greatness. Is it to grow less for the Hannibals and the Bonapartes? Had Napoleon lost the direct sense of victory? Had he reached the point where he could no longer recognise the reef, could no longer divine the snare, no longer discern the crumbling brink of abysses? Had he lost his power of scenting out catastrophes? He who had in former days known all the roads to triumph, and who, from the summit of his chariot of lightning, pointed them out with a sovereign finger, had he now reached that state of sinister amazement when he could lead his tumultuous legions harnessed to it to the precipice? Was he seized at the age of 46 with a supreme madness? Was that titanic charioteer of destiny no longer anything more than an immense dare-devil? We do not think so. His plan of battle was, by the confession of all, a masterpiece. To go straight to the centre of the Allies' line, to make a breach in the enemy, to cut them in two, to drive the British half back on Hal and the Prussian half on Tongres, to make two shattered fragments of Wellington and Blücher, to carry Mont Saint Jean, to seize Brussels, to hurl the German into the Rhine and the Englishman into the sea. All this was contained in that battle, according to Napoleon. Afterwards, people would see. Of course, we do not here pretend to furnish a history of the Battle of Waterloo. One of the scenes of the foundation of the story which we are relating is connected with this battle, but this history is not our subject. This history, moreover, has been finished, and finished in a masterly manner, from one point of view by Napoleon, and from another point of view by a whole pleiad of historians. As for us, we leave the historians at loggerheads. We are but a distant witness, a passer-by on the plain, a seeker bending over that soil all made of human flesh, taking appearances for realities, perchance. We have no right to oppose, in the name of science, a collection of facts which contain illusions, no doubt. We possess neither military practice nor strategic ability which authorize a system. In our opinion, a chain of accidents dominated the two leaders at Waterloo, and when it becomes a question of destiny, that mysterious culprit, we judge like that ingenious judge, the populace. End of Book First, Chapter 3. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book First, Waterloo, Chapter 4 A Those persons who wish to gain a clear idea of the Battle of Waterloo have only to place mentally on the ground a capital A. The left limb of the A is the road to Nivelles, the right limb is the road to Genappe, the tie of the A is the hollow road to Ohain from Braine-l'Alleud. The top of the A is Mont Saint Jean, where Wellington is. The lower left tip is Hougoumont, where Reille is stationed with Jérôme Bonaparte. The right tip is the Belle Alliance, where Napoleon was. At the centre of this chord is the precise point where the final word of the battle was pronounced. It was there that the lion has been placed, the involuntary symbol of the supreme heroism of the Imperial Guard. The triangle included in the top of the A, between the two limbs and the tie, is the plateau of Mont Saint Jean. The dispute over this plateau constituted the whole battle. The wings of the two armies extended to the right and left of the two roads to Genappe and Nivelles, d'Erlon facing Picton, Reille facing Hill. Behind the tip of the A, behind the plateau of Mont Saint Jean, is the forest of Soignes. As for the plain itself, let the reader picture to himself a vast undulating sweep of ground. Each rise commands the next rise, and all the undulations mount towards Mont Saint Jean, and there end in the forest. Two hostile troops on a field of battle are two wrestlers. It is a question of seizing the opponent round the waist. The one seeks to trip up the other. They clutch at everything. A bush is a point of support, an angle of the wall offers them a rest to the shoulder. For the lack of a hovel under whose cover they can draw up, a regiment yields its ground. An unevenness in the ground, a chance turn in the landscape, a cross path encountered at the right moment, a grove, a ravine, can stay the heel of that colossus which is called an army, and prevent its retreat. He who quits the field is beaten. Hence the necessity devolving on the responsible leader of examining the most insignificant clump of trees, and of studying deeply the slightest relief in the ground. The two generals had attentively studied the plain of Mont Saint Jean, now called the plain of Waterloo. In the preceding year, Wellington, with the sagacity of foresight, had examined it as the possible seat of a great battle. Upon this spot, and for this duel, on the 18th of June, Wellington had the good post, Napoleon the bad post. The English army was stationed above, the French army below. It is almost superfluous here to sketch the appearance of Napoleon on horseback, glass in hand, upon the heights of Rossomme at daybreak on June 18th, 1815. All the world has seen him before we can show him. That calm profile under the little three-cornered hat of the school of Brienne, that green uniform, the white revers concealing the star of the Legion of Honour, his greatcoat hiding his epaulettes, the corner of red ribbon peeping from beneath his vest, his leather trousers, the white horse with the saddle-cloth of purple velvet bearing on the corners crowned ends and eagles, Hessian boots over silk stockings, silver spurs, the sword of Marengo, that whole figure of the last of the Caesars is present to all imaginations, saluted with acclamations by some, severely regarded by others. That figure stood for a long time wholly in the light. This arose from a certain legendary dimness evolved by the majority of heroes, and which always veils the truth for a longer or shorter time. But to-day history and daylight have arrived. That light called history is pitiless. It possesses this peculiar and divine quality that, pure light as it is, and precisely because it is wholly light, it often casts a shadow in places where people had hitherto beheld rays. From the same man it constructs two different phantoms, and the one attacks the other, and executes justice on it, and the shadows of the despot contend with the brilliancy of the leader. Hence arises a truer measure in the definitive judgments of nations. Babylon violated lessens Alexander. Rome enchained lessens Caesar. Jerusalem murdered lessens Titus. Tyranny follows the tyrant. It is a misfortune for a man to leave behind him the night which bears his form. End of Book First, Chapter 4.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1, Waterloo, Chapter 5, The Quid Obscurum of Battle. Everyone is acquainted with the first phase of this battle, a beginning which was troubled, uncertain, hesitating, menacing to both armies, but still more so for the English than for the French. It had rained all night. The earth had been cut up by the downpour. The water had accumulated here and there in the hollows of the plain as if in casks. At some points the gear of the artillery carriages was buried up to the axles. The circingles of the horses were dripping with liquid mud. If the wheat and rye trampled down by this cohort of transports on the land had not filled in the ruts and strewn a litter beneath the wheels, all movement, particularly in the valleys, in the direction of the Papillote, would have been impossible. The affair began late. Napoleon, as we have already explained, was in the habit of keeping all his artillery well in hand, like a pistol, aiming it now at one point, now at another of the battle, and it had been his wish to wait until all the horse batteries could move and gallop freely. In order to do that, it was necessary that the sun should come out and dry the soil. But the sun did not make its appearance. It was no longer the rendezvous of Austerlitz. When the first cannon was fired, the English general, Colville, looked at his watch and noted that it was 35 minutes past 11. The action was begun furiously, with more fury perhaps than the Emperor would have wished, by the left wing of the French resting on Hougomont. At the same time Napoleon attacked the centre by hurling Quiot's brigade on La Haie Sainte, and Ney pushed forward the right wing of the French against the left wing of the English, which rested on Papillote. The attack on Hougomont was something of a feint. The plan was to draw Wellington thither, and to make him swerve to the left. This plan would have succeeded, if the 4 companies of the English Guards and the brave Belgians of Perponchet's division had not held the position solidly, and Wellington, instead of massing his troops there, could confine himself to dispatching thither, as reinforcements, only 4 more companies of Guards and 1 battalion from Brunswick. The attack of the right wing of the French on Papillote was calculated, in fact, to overthrow the English left, to cut off the road to Brussels, to bar the passage against possible Prussians, to force Mont Saint-Jean to turn Wellington back on Hougomont, thence on Braine-l'Alleud, thence on Hal. Nothing easier. With the exception of a few incidents, this attack succeeded. Papillote was taken. La Haie Sainte was carried. A detail to be noted. There was in the English infantry, particularly in Kempt's brigade, a great many raw recruits. These young soldiers were valiant in the presence of our redoubtable infantry. Their inexperience extricated them intrepidly from the dilemma. They performed particularly excellent service as skirmishers. The soldier skirmisher, left somewhat to himself, becomes, so to speak, his own general. These recruits displayed some of the French ingenuity and fury. This novice of an infantry had dash. This displeased Wellington. After the taking of La Haie Sainte, the battle wavered. There is in this day an obscure interval, from midday to 4 o'clock. The middle portion of this battle is almost indistinct, and participates in the somberness of the hand-to-hand conflict. Twilight reigns over it. We perceive vast fluctuations in that fog. A dizzy mirage, a paraphernalia of war almost unknown today. Pendant colbacks, floating sabretaches, cross-belts, cartridge boxes for grenades, hussar dolmans, red boots with 1,000 wrinkles, heavy shakos garlanded with torsades. The almost black infantry of Brunswick mingled with the scarlet infantry of England, the English soldiers with great white circular pads on the slopes of their shoulders for epaulets, the Hanoverian light horse with their oblong casque of leather, with brass hands and red horsetails, the Scotch with their bare knees and plaids, the great white gaiters of our grenadiers, pictures, not strategic lines. What Salvator Rosa requires, not what is suited to the needs of Gribeauval. A certain amount of tempest is always mingled with a battle. Quid obscurum, quid divinum. Each historian traces, to some extent, the particular features which please him amid this pell-mell. Whatever may be the combinations of the generals, the shock of armed masses as an incalculable ebb, during the action the plans of the two leaders enter into each other, and become mutually thrown out of shape. Such a point of the field of battle devours more combatants than such another, just as more or less spongy soils soak up more or less quickly the water which is poured on them. It becomes necessary to pour out more soldiers than one would like. A series of expenditures which are foreseen. The line of battle waves and undulates like a thread. The trails of blood gush illogically. The fronts of the armies waver. The regiments form capes and gulfs as they enter and withdraw. All these reefs are continually moving in front of each other. Where the infantry stood, the artillery arrives. The cavalry rushes in where the artillery was. The battalions are like smoke. There was something there. Seek it. It has disappeared. The open spots change. The somber folds advance and retreat. A sort of wind from the sepulchre pushes forward, hurls back, distends, and disperses these tragic multitudes. What is a fray? An oscillation. The immobility of a mathematical plan expresses a minute, not a day. In order to depict a battle, there is required one of those powerful painters who have chaos in their brushes. Rembrandt is better than Vandermeulen. Vandermeulen, exact at noon, lies at 3 o'clock. Geometry is deceptive. The hurricane alone is trustworthy. That is what confers on Folard the right to contradict Polybius. Let us add, there is a certain instant when the battle degenerates into a combat, becomes specialized, and disperses into innumerable detailed feats, which, to borrow the expression of Napoleon himself, belong rather to the biography of the regiments than to the history of the army. The historian has in this case the evident right to sum up the whole. He cannot do more than seize the principal outlines of the struggle, and it is not given to any one narrator, however conscientious he may be, to fix absolutely the form of that horrible cloud which is called a battle. This, which is true of all great armed encounters, is particularly applicable to Waterloo. Nevertheless, at a certain moment in the afternoon, the battle came to a point. End of Book 1, Chapter 5.
Les Misérables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1, Chapter 6, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Towards 4 o'clock, the condition of the English army was serious. The Prince of Orange was in command of the centre, Hill of the right wing, Picton of the left wing. The Prince of Orange, desperate and intrepid, shouted to the Hollando-Belgians, Nassau, Brunswick, never retreat. Hill, having been weakened, had come up to the support of Wellington. Picton was dead. At the very moment when the English had captured from the French the flag of the 105th of the line, the French had killed the English general Picton with a bullet through the head. The battle had for Wellington two bases of action, Hougoumont and La Haie Sainte. Hougoumont still held out, but was on fire. La Haie Sainte was taken. Of the German battalion which defended it, only 42 men survived. All of the officers except 5 were either dead or captured. 3,000 combatants had been massacred in that barn. A sergeant of the English Guards, the foremost boxer in England, reputed invulnerable by his companions, had been killed there by a little French drummer boy. Baring had been dislodged, Alten put to the sword. Many flags had been lost, one from Alten's division and one from the battalion of Lunenburg, carried by a prince of the house of De Pont. The Scotch Greys no longer existed. Ponsonby's great dragoons had been hacked to pieces. That valiant cavalry had bent beneath the lancers of Brough and beneath the cuirassiers of Travers. Out of 1,200 horses 600 remained. Out of 3 lieutenant colonels 2 lay on the earth. Hamilton wounded, Matter slain, Ponsonby had fallen, riddled by 7 lance thrusts. Gordon was dead. Marsh was dead. 2 divisions, the 5th and 6th, had been annihilated. Hougomont injured and the Aisne taken, there now existed but one rallying point, the centre. That point still held firm. Wellington reinforced it. He summoned thither Hill, who was at Merbrun. He summoned Chasse, who was at Braine-l'Alleud. The centre of the English army, rather concave, very dense, and very compact, was strongly posted. It occupied the plateau of Mont Saint-Jean, having behind it the village, and in front of it the slope, which was tolerably steep then. It rested on that stout stone dwelling which at that time belonged to the domain of Nivelles, and which marks the intersection of the roads, a pile of the 16th century, and so robust that the cannon-balls rebounded from it without injuring it. All about the plateau the English had cut the hedges here and there, made embrasures in the hawthorn trees, thrust the throat of a cannon between 2 branches, embattled the shrubs. There artillery was ambushed in the brushwood. This Punic labour, incontestably authorized by war which permits traps, was done so well that Haxo, who had been dispatched by the Emperor at 9 o'clock in the morning to reconnoitre the enemy's batteries, had discovered nothing of it, and had returned and reported to Napoleon that there were no obstacles except the 2 barricades which barred the road to Nivelles-en-Genappe. It was at the season when the grain is tall. On the edge of the plateau a battalion of Kempt's brigade, the 95th, armed with carabines, was concealed in the tall wheat. Thus assured and buttressed, the centre of the Anglo-Dutch army was well posted. The peril of this position lay in the forest of Sens, then adjoining the field of battle, and intersected by the ponds of Grondanel and Boisfort. An army could not retreat thither without dissolving. The regiments would have broken up immediately there. The artillery would have been lost amongst morasses. The retreat, according to many a man versed in the art, though it is disputed by others, would have been a disorganized flight. To this centre Wellington added one of Chasse's brigades taken from the right wing, and one of Winnick's brigades taken from the left wing, plus Clinton's division. To his English, to the regiments of Halkett, to the brigades of Mitchell, to the guards of Maitland, he gave as reinforcements and aids the infantry of Brunswick, Nassau's contingent, Kielmansegg's Hanoverians, Ompteda's Germans. This placed 26 battalions under his hand. The right wing, as Charras says, was thrown back on the centre. An enormous battery was massed by sacks of earth at the spot where there now stands what is called the Museum of Waterloo. Besides this, Wellington had, behind a rise in the ground, Somerset's dragoon guards, 1,400 horse strong. It was the remaining half of the justly celebrated English cavalry. Ponsonby destroyed, Somerset remained. The battery, which, if completed, would have been almost a redoubt, was ranged behind a very low garden wall, backed up with a coating of bags of sand and a large slope of earth. This work was not finished. There had been no time to make a palisade for it. Wellington, uneasy but impassive, was on horseback, and there remained the whole day in the same attitude, a little in advance of the old mill of Mont Saint-Jean, which is still in existence beneath an elm, which an Englishman, an enthusiastic vandal purchased later on for 200 francs, cut down and carried off. Wellington was coldly heroic. The bullets rained about him. His aide-de-camp Gordon fell at his side. Lord Hill, pointing to a shell which had burst, said to him, "My lord, what are your orders in case you are killed?" "To do like me," replied Wellington. To Clinton he said laconically, "To hold this spot to the last man." The day was evidently turning out ill. Wellington shouted to his old companions of Talavera, of Vittoria, of Salamanca, "Boys, can retreat be thought of? Think of old England." Towards 4 o'clock the English line drew back. Suddenly nothing was visible on the crest of the plateau except the artillery and the sharpshooters. The rest had disappeared. The regiments, dislodged by the shells and the French bullets, retreated into the bottom, now intersected by the back road of the farm of Mont Saint-Jean. A retrograde movement took place. The English front hid itself, and Wellington drew back. "The beginning of retreat!" cried Napoleon. End of Book 1, Chapter 6.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1, Waterloo, Chapter 7. Napoleon in a good humor. The Emperor, though ill and discommoded on horseback by a local trouble, had never been in a better humor than on that day. His impenetrability had been smiling ever since the morning. On the 18th of June, That profound soul masked by marble beamed blindly. The man who had been gloomy at Austerlitz was gay at Waterloo. The greatest favourites of destiny make mistakes. Our joys are composed of shadow. The supreme smile is God's alone. Ridet Caesar, Pompeius flebit, said the legionaries of the Fulminatrix Legion. Pompey was not destined to weep on that occasion, but it is certain that Caesar laughed. While exploring on horseback at 1 o'clock on the preceding night in storm and rain, in company with Bertrand, the communes in the neighbourhood of Rosson, satisfied at the sight of the long line of English campfires illuminating the whole horizon from Frischemont to Braine-l'Alleud, it had seemed to him that fate, to whom he had assigned a day on the field of Waterloo, was exact to the appointment. He stopped his horse, and remained for some time motionless, gazing at the lightning and listening to the thunder. And this fatalist was heard to cast into the darkness this mysterious saying, "We are in accord." Napoleon was mistaken. They were no longer in accord. He took not a moment for sleep. Every instant of that night was marked by a joy for him. He traversed the line of the principal outposts, halting here and there to talk to the sentinels. At 2:30, near the wood of Hougomont, he heard the tread of a column on the march. He thought at the moment that it was a retreat on the part of Wellington. He said, "It is the rear guard of the English getting under way for the purpose of decamping. I will take prisoners the 6,000 English who have just arrived at Ostend." He conversed expansively. He regained the animation which he had shown at his landing on the 1st of March, when he pointed out to the Grand Marshal the enthusiastic peasant of Gulf Juan, and cried, "Well, Bertrand, here is a reinforcement already." On the night of the 17th to the 18th of June, he rallied Wellington. "That little Englishman needs a lesson," said Napoleon. The rain redoubled in violence. The thunder rolled while the Emperor was speaking. At 3:30 in the morning, he lost one illusion. Officers who had been dispatched to reconnoitre announced to him that the enemy was not making any movement. Nothing was stirring. Not a bivouac fire had been extinguished. The English army was asleep. The silence on earth was profound. The only noise was in the heavens. At 4 o'clock, a peasant was brought in to him by the scouts. This peasant had served as guide to a brigade of English cavalry, probably Vivian's brigade, which was on its way to take up a position in the village of Ohain, at the extreme left. At 5 o'clock, 2 Belgian deserters reported to him that they had just quitted their regiment, and that the English army was ready for battle. "So much the better," exclaimed Napoleon. "I prefer to overthrow them rather than to drive them back." In the morning, he dismounted in the mud on the slope which forms an angle with the Plancenoit road, had a kitchen table and a peasant's chair brought to him from the farm of Rosson, seated himself, with a truss of straw for a carpet, and spread out on the table the chart of the battlefield, saying to Saul, as he did so, "A pretty checkerboard." In consequence of the rains during the night, the transports of provisions, embedded in the soft roads, had not been able to arrive by morning. The soldiers had had no sleep. They were wet and fasting. This did not prevent Napoleon from exclaiming cheerfully to Ney, "We have 90 chances out of 100." At 8 o'clock, the Emperor's breakfast was brought to him. He invited many generals to it. During breakfast, it was said that Wellington had been to a ball 2 nights before, in Brussels, at the Duchess of Richmond's, and Saul, a rough man of war with a face of an archbishop, said, "The ball takes place today." The Emperor jested with Ney, who said, "Wellington will not be so simple as to wait for your Majesty." That was his way, however. He was fond of jesting, says Fleury de Chaboulon. A merry humour was at the foundation of his character, says Gorgon. He abounded in pleasantries which were more peculiar than witty, says Benjamin Constant. These gaieties of a giant are worthy of insistence. It was he who called his grenadiers his grumblers. He pinched their ears, he pulled their moustaches. The emperor did nothing but play pranks on us, is the remark of one of them. During the mysterious trip from the island of Elba to France on the 27th of February, on the open sea, the French brig of war Le Zéphyr, having encountered the brig L'Inconstant, on which Napoleon was concealed, and having asked the news of Napoleon from L'Inconstant, the emperor, who still wore in his hat the white and amaranthine cockade sewn with bees, which he had adopted at the Isle of Elba, laughingly seized the speaking trumpet and answered for himself, "The emperor is well. A man who laughs like that is on familiar terms with events." Napoleon indulged in many fits of this laughter during the breakfast at Waterloo. After breakfast, he meditated for a quarter of an hour. Then two generals seated themselves on the truss of straw, pen in hand, and their paper on their knees, and the emperor dictated to them the order of battle. At 9 o'clock, at the instant when the French army, ranged in echelons and set in motion in 5 columns, had deployed, the divisions in 2 lines, the artillery between the brigades, the music at their head, as they beat the march, with rolls on the drums and the blasts of trumpets, mighty, vast, joyous, a sea of casques, of sabres, and of bayonets on the horizon, the emperor was touched, and twice exclaimed, "Magnificent! Magnificent!" Between 9 o'clock and half-past 10, the whole army, incredible as it may appear, had taken up its position and ranged itself in 6 lines, forming, to repeat the emperor's expression, the figure of 6 V's. A few moments after the formation of the battle array, in the midst of that profound silence, like that which heralds the beginning of a storm, which precedes engagement, the emperor tapped Hex on the shoulder, as he beheld the 3 batteries of 12-pounders, detached by his order from the corps of Erlon, Reille, and Labeau, and destined to begin the action by taking Mont Saint-Jean, which was situated at the intersection of the Nivelles and the Genappe roads, and said to him, "There are 24 handsome maids, General." Sure of the issue, he encouraged with a smile, as they passed before him, the company of sappers of the First Corps, which he had appointed to the barricade Mont Saint-Jean as soon as the village should be carried. All this serenity had been traversed by but a single word of haughty pity. Perceiving on his left, at a spot where there now stands a large tomb, those admirable Scotch greys, with their superb horses massing themselves, he said, "It is a pity." Then he mounted his horse, advanced beyond Rossomme, and selected for his post of observation a contracted elevation of turf to the right of the road from Genappe to Brussels, which was his second station during the battle. The third station, the one adopted at 7 o'clock in the evening between La Belle Alliance and La Haie Sainte, is formidable. It is a rather elevated knoll, which still exists, and behind which the guard was massed on a slope of the plain. Around this knoll, the balls rebounded from the pavements of the road up to Napoleon himself. As at Brienne, he had over his head the shriek of the bullets and of the heavy artillery. Mouldy cannon balls, old sword blades, and shapeless projectiles, eaten up with rust, were picked up at the spot where his horse feet stood. Scabra rubigine. A few years ago, a shell of 60 pounds, still charged and with its fuse broken off level with the bomb, was unearthed. It was at this last post that the emperor said to his guide Lacoste, a hostile and terrified peasant, who was attached to the saddle of a hussar, and who turned round at every discharge of canister and tried to hide behind Napoleon, "Fool, it is shameful. You'll get yourself killed with a bull in the back." He who writes these lines has himself found in the friable soil of this knoll, on turning over the sand, the remains of the neck of a bomb disintegrated by the oxidization of 46 years, and old fragments of iron which parted like elder twigs between the fingers. Everyone is aware that the variously inclined undulations of the plains where the engagement between Napoleon and Wellington took place are no longer what they were on June 18, 1815. By taking from this mournful field the wherewithal to make a monument to it, its real relief has been taken away, and history, disconcerted, no longer finds her bearings there. It has been disfigured for the sake of glorifying it. Wellington, when he beheld Waterloo once more, 2 years later, exclaimed, "They have altered my field of battle." Where the great pyramid of earth, surmounted by the lion, rises today, there was a hillock which descended in an easy slope towards the Nivelles road, but which was almost an escarpment on the side of the highway to Genappe. The elevation of this escarpment can still be measured by the height of the two knolls, of the two great sepulchres which enclose the road from Genappe to Brussels. One, the English tomb, is on the left. The other, the German tomb, is on the right. There is no French tomb. The whole of that plain is a sepulchre for France. Thanks to the thousands upon thousands of cartloads of earth employed in the hillock, 150 feet in height and half a mile in circumference, the plateau of Mont Saint-Jean is now accessible by an easy slope. On the day of battle, particularly on the side of La Haie-Sainte, it was abrupt and difficult of approach. The slope there is so steep that the English cannon could not see the farm situated in the bottom of the valley, which was the centre of the combat. On the 18th of June, 1815, the rains had still farther increased this acclivity. The mud complicated the problem of the ascent, and the men not only slipped back, but stuck fast in the mire. Along the crest of the plateau ran a sort of trench whose presence it was impossible for the distant observer to divine. What was this trench? Let us explain. Braine-l'Alleud is a Belgian village. Ohain is another. These villages, both of them concealed in curves of the landscape, are connected by a road about a league and a half in length, which traverses the plain along its undulating level, and often enters and buries itself in the hills like a furrow, which makes a ravine of this road in some places. In 1815, as at the present day, this road cut the crest of the plateau of Mont Saint-Jean between the two highways from Genappe and Nivelles, only it is now on a level with the plain. It was then a hollow way. Its two slopes have been appropriated for the monumental hillock. This road was, and still is, a trench throughout the greater portion of its course. A hollow trench, sometimes a dozen feet in depth, and whose banks, being too steep, crumbled away here and there, particularly in winter, under driving rains. Accidents happened here. The road was so narrow at the Braine-l'Alleud entrance that a passer-by was crushed by a cart, as is provided by a stone cross which stands near the cemetery, and which gives the name of the dead, Monsieur Bernard Debrier, merchant of Brussels, and the date of the accident, February 1637. It was so deep on tableland on Mont Saint-Jean that a peasant, Mathieu Nices, was crushed there in 1783 by a slide from the slope, as is stated on another stone cross, the top of which has disappeared in the process of clearing the ground, but whose overturned pedestal is still visible on the grassy slope to the left of the highway between the La Haie-Sainte and the farm of Mont Saint-Jean. On the day of battle, this hollow road, whose existence was in no way indicated, bordering the crest of Mont Saint-Jean, a trench at the summit of the escarpment, a rut concealed in the soil, was invisible, that is to say, terrible. End of Book 1, Chapter 7.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book First, Waterloo. Chapter 8. The Emperor puts a question to the guide Lacoste. So, on the morning of Waterloo, Napoleon was content. He was right. The plan of battle conceived by him was, as we have seen, really admirable. The battle once begun, its very various changes, the resistance of Hougomont, the tenacity of La Haie Sainte, the killing of Baudouin, the disabling of Foix, the unexpected wall against which Soye's brigade was shattered, Guilleminot's fatal heedlessness when he had neither petard nor powder sacks, the miring of the batteries, the 15 unescorted pieces overwhelmed in a hollow way by Uxbridge, the small effect of the bombs falling in the English lines, and there embedding themselves in the rain-soaked soil, and only succeeding in producing volcanoes of mud, so that the canister was turned into a splash. The uselessness of Pire's demonstration on Braine-l'Alleud, all that cavalry, 15 squadrons, almost exterminated. The right wing of the English badly alarmed, the left wing badly cut into. Ney's strange mistake in massing instead of echeloning the 4 divisions of the First Corps. Men delivered over to grape shot, arranged in ranks 27 deep and with a frontage of 200. The frightful holes made in these masses by the cannon balls. Attacking columns disorganised, the side battery suddenly unmasked on their flank. Bourgeois, Donzelot, and Durutte compromised, Quiot repulsed. Lieutenant Vieux, that Hercule graduated at the Polytechnic School, wounded at the moment when he was beating in with an axe the door of La Haie Sainte, under the downright fire of the English barricade, which barred the angle of the road from Genappe to Brussels. Marconnier's division, caught between the infantry and the cavalry, shot down at the very muzzle of the guns amid the grain by Best and Pack, put to the sword by Ponsonby. His battery of 7 pieces spiked. The Prince of Saxe-Weimar holding and guarding, in spite of the Comte d'Erlon, both Frischemont and Smohain. The flag of the 105th taken, the flag of the 45th captured. That black Prussian hussar stopped by runners of the flying column of 300 light cavalry on the scout between Wavre and Plancenoit. The alarming things that had been said by prisoners. Grouchy's delay, 1,500 men killed in the orchard of Hougomont in less than an hour. 1,800 men overthrown in a still shorter time about La Haie Sainte. All these stormy incidents, passing like the clouds of battle before Napoleon, had hardly troubled his gaze, and had not overshadowed that face of imperial certainty. Napoleon was accustomed to gaze steadily at war. He never added up the heart-rending details, cipher by cipher. Ciphers mattered little to him, provided that they furnished the total, victory. He was not alarmed if the beginnings did go astray, since he thought himself the master and the possessor at the end. He knew how to wait, supposing himself to be out of the question, and he treated destiny as his equal. He seemed to say to fate, "Thou wilt not dare." Composed half of light and half of shadow, Napoleon thought himself protected in good and tolerated in evil. He had, or thought that he had, a connivance, one might almost say a complicity, of events in his favour, which was equivalent to the invulnerability of antiquity. Nevertheless, when one has Bérésina, Leipzig, and Fontainebleau behind one, it seems as though one might distrust Waterloo. A mysterious frown becomes perceptible in the depths of the heavens. At the moment when Wellington retreated, Napoleon shuddered. He suddenly beheld the tableland of Mont Saint Jean cleared, and the van of the English army disappear. It was rallying, but hiding itself. The Emperor half rose in his stirrups. The lightning of victory flashed from his eyes. Wellington, driven into a corner at the forest of Soignes, and destroyed, that was the definitive conquest of England by France. It was Crécy, Poitiers, Malplaquet, and Ramillies avenged. The man of Marengo was wiping out Agincourt. So the Emperor, meditating on this terrible turn of fortune, swept his glass for the last time over all the points of the field of battle. His guard, standing behind him with grounded arms, watched him from below with a sort of religion. He pondered. He examined the slopes, noted the declivities, scrutinized the clumps of trees, the square of rye, the path. He seemed to be counting each bush. He gazed with some intentness at the English barricades of the two highways. Two large abattis of trees, that on the road to Genappe above La Haie Sainte, armed with 2 cannon, the only ones out of all the English artillery which commanded the extremity of the field of battle, and that on the road to Nivelles, where gleamed the Dutch bayonets of Chasses's brigade. Near this barricade he observed the old chapel of Saint Nicolas, painted white, which stands at the angle of the cross-road near Braine-l'Alleud. He bent down and spoke in a low voice to the guide Lacoste. The guide made a negative sign with his head, which was probably perfidious. The Emperor straightened himself up and fell to thinking. Wellington had drawn back. All that remained to do was to complete this retreat by crushing him. Napoleon, turning round abruptly, dispatched an express at full speed to Paris to announce that the battle was won. Napoleon was one of those geniuses from whom thunder darts. He had just found his clap of thunder. He gave orders to Milhaud's cuirassiers to carry the tableland of Mont Saint Jean. End of Book First, Chapter 8.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1, Waterloo, Chapter 9. The Unexpected. There were 3,500 of them. They formed a front a quarter of a league in extent. They were giant men, on colossal horses. There were 26 squadrons of them, and they had behind them to support them Lefebvre Desnouettes's division, the 106 picked gendarmes, the light cavalry of the guard, 1,197 men, and the lancers of the guard of 880 lances. They wore casques without horsetails, and cuirasses of beaten iron, with horse pistols in their holsters, and long sabre swords. That morning the whole army had admired them, when, at 9 o'clock, with braying of trumpets and all the music playing, "Let us watch o'er the safety of the empire," they had come in a solid column, with one of their batteries on their flank, another in their centre, and deployed in 2 ranks between the roads to Genappe and Frischemont, and taken up their position for battle in that powerful second line, so cleverly arranged by Napoleon, which, having on its extreme left Kellermann's cuirassiers, and on its extreme right Milhaud's cuirassiers, had, so to speak, 2 wings of iron. Aide-de-camp Bernard carried them the Emperor's orders. Ney drew his sword and placed himself at their head. The enormous squadrons were set in motion. Then a formidable spectacle was seen. All their cavalry, with upraised swords, standards, and trumpets flung to the breeze, formed in columns by divisions, descended by a simultaneous movement and like one man, with the precision of a brazen battering ram, which is effecting a breach, the hill of La Belle Alliance, plunged into the terrible depths in which so many men had already fallen, disappeared there in the smoke, then emerging from that shadow, reappeared on the other side of the valley, still compact and in close ranks, mounting at a full trot, through a storm of grape shot which burst upon them, the terrible muddy slope of the tableland of Mont Saint Jean. They ascended, grave, threatening, imperturbable. In the intervals between the musketry and the artillery, their colossal trampling was audible. Being two divisions, there were two columns of them. Wathier's division held the right, Delort's division was on the left. It seemed as though two immense adders of steel were to be seen crawling towards the crest of the tableland. It traversed the battle like a prodigy. Nothing like it had been seen since the taking of the great redoubt of Moskva by the heavy cavalry. Murat was lacking there, but Ney was again present. It seemed as though that mass had become a monster, and had but one soul. Each column undulated and swelled like the ring of a polyp. They could be seen through a vast cloud of smoke which was rent here and there. A confusion of helmets, of cries, of sabres, a stormy heaving of the cruppers of horses amid the cannons and the flourish of trumpets, a terrible and disciplined tumult. Over all, the cuirasses like the scales on the hydra. These narrations seemed to belong to another age. Something parallel to this vision appeared, no doubt, in the ancient Orphic epics, which told of the centaurs, the old hippanthropes, those titans with human heads and equestrian chests, who scaled Olympus at a gallop, horrible, invulnerable, sublime, gods and beasts. Odd numerical coincidence. 26 battalions rode to meet 26 battalions. Behind the crest of the plateau, in the shadow of the masked battery, the English infantry formed into 13 squares, 2 battalions to the square, in 2 lines, with 7 in the first line, 6 in the second, the stocks of their guns to their shoulders, taking aim at that which was on the point of appearing, waited, calm, mute, motionless. They did not see the cuirassiers, and the cuirassiers did not see them. They listened to the rise of this flood of men. They heard the swelling noise of 3,000 horse, the alternate and symmetrical tramp of their hoofs at full trot, the jingling of the cuirasses, the clang of the sabres, and a sort of grand and savage breathing. There ensued a most terrible silence. Then, all at once, a long file of uplifted arms, brandishing sabres, appeared above the crest, and casques, trumpets, and standards, and 3,000 heads with gray mustaches, shouting, "Vive l'Empereur!" All this cavalry debouched on the plateau, and it was like the appearance of an earthquake. All at once, a tragic incident. On the English left, on our right, the head of the column of cuirassiers reared up with a frightful clamor. On arriving at the culminating point of the crest, ungovernable, utterly given over to fury and their course of extermination of the squares and cannon, the cuirassiers had just caught sight of a trench between them and the English. It was the hollow road of Ohain. It was a terrible moment. The ravine was there, unexpected, yawning, directly under the horses' feet, 2 fathoms deep. Between its double slopes, the second file pushed the first into it, and the third pushed on the second. The horses reared and fell backward, landed on their haunches, slid down, all 4 feet in the air, crushing and overwhelming the riders, and there being no means of retreat, the whole column being no longer anything more than a projectile, the force which had been acquired to crush the English crushed the French. The inexorable ravine could only yield when filled. Horses and riders rolled there pell-mell, grinding each other, forming but one mass of flesh in this gulf. When this trench was full of living men, the rest marched over them and passed on. Almost a third of Dubois' brigade fell into that abyss. This began the loss of the battle. A local tradition, which evidently exaggerates matters, says that 2,000 horses and 1,500 men were buried in the hollow road of Ohain. This figure probably comprises all the other corpses which were flung into this ravine the day after the combat. Let us note in passing that it was Dubois' sorely tried brigade which, an hour previously, making a charge to one side, had captured the flag of the Lunenburg battalion. Napoleon, before giving the order for this charge of Milhaud's cuirassiers, had scrutinized the ground, but had not been able to see that hollow road, which did not even form a wrinkle on the surface of the plateau. Warned nevertheless, and put on the alert by the little white chapel, which marks its angle of junction with the Nivelles highway, he had probably put a question as to the possibility of an obstacle to the guide Lacoste. The guide had answered no. We might almost affirm that Napoleon's catastrophe originated in that sign of a peasant's head. Other fatalities were destined to arise. Was it possible that Napoleon should have won that battle? We answer no. Why? Because of Wellington? Because of Blücher? No. Because of God. Bonaparte victor at Waterloo? That does not come within the law of the 19th century. Another series of facts was in preparation, in which there was no longer any room for Napoleon. The ill will of events had declared itself long before. It was time that this vast man should fall. The excessive weight of this man in human destiny disturbed the balance. This individual alone counted for more than a universal group. These plethoras of all human vitality concentrated in a single head, the world mounting to the brain of one man, this would be mortal to civilization were it to last. The moment had arrived for the incorruptible and supreme equity to alter its plan. Probably the principles and the elements on which the regular gravitations of the moral as of the material world depend had complained. Smoking blood, overfilled cemeteries, mothers in tears, these are formidable pleaders. When the earth is suffering from too heavy a burden, there are mysterious groanings of the shades, to which the abyss lends an ear. Napoleon had been denounced in the infinite, and his fall had been decided on. He embarrassed God. Waterloo is not a battle. It is a change of front on the part of the universe. End of Book 1, Chapter 9.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood, Book First, Waterloo, Chapter 10, The Plateau of Mont Saint-Jean. 60 cannons and the 13 squares darted lightning point-blank on the cuirassiers. The intrepid General Delort made the military salute to the English battery. The whole of the flying artillery of the English had re-entered the squares at a gallop. The cuirassiers had not had even the time for a halt. The disaster of the hollow road had decimated but not discouraged them. They belonged to that class of men who, when diminished in number, increase in courage. Wathier's column alone had suffered in the disaster. Delort's column, which Ney had deflected to the left as though he had a presentiment of an ambush, had arrived whole. The cuirassiers hurled themselves on the English squares. At full speed, with bridles loose, swords in their teeth, pistols in fist, such was the attack. There are moments in battles in which the soul hardens the man until the soldier is changed into a statue, and when all this flesh turns into granite. The English battalions, desperately assaulted, did not stir. Then it was terrible. All the faces of the English squares were attacked at once. A frenzied whirl enveloped them. That cold infantry remained impassive. The first rank knelt and received the cuirassiers on their bayonets. The second ranks shot them down. Behind the second rank the cannoneers charged their guns. The front of the square parted, permitted the passage of an eruption of grape shot, and closed again. The cuirassiers replied by crushing them. Their great horses reared, strode across the ranks, leaped over the bayonets, and fell, gigantic, in the midst of these 4 living wells. The cannon balls plowed furrows in these cuirassiers. The cuirassiers made breaches in the squares. Files of men disappeared, ground to dust under the horses. The bayonets plunged into the bellies of these centaurs, hence a hideousness of wounds which has probably never been seen anywhere else. The squares, wasted by this mad cavalry, closed up their ranks without flinching. Inexhaustible in the matter of grape shot, they created explosions in their assailants' midst. The form of this combat was monstrous. These squares were no longer battalions, they were craters. Those cuirassiers were no longer cavalry, they were a tempest. Each square was a volcano attacked by a cloud. Lava contended with lightning. The square on the extreme right, the most exposed of all, being in the air, was almost annihilated at the very first shock. It was formed of the 75th Regiment of Highlanders. The bagpipe player in the center dropped his melancholy eyes, filled with the reflections of the forests and the lakes, in profound inattention, while men were being exterminated around him, and seated on a drum, with his pibroch under his arm, played the Highland airs. These Scotchmen died thinking of Ben Lothian, as did the Greeks recalling Argus. The sword of a cuirassier, which hewed down the bagpipes and the arm which bore it, put an end to the song by killing the singer. The cuirassiers, relatively few in number, and still further diminished by the catastrophe of the ravine, had almost the whole English army against them. But they multiplied themselves so that each man of them was equal to 10. Nevertheless, some Hanoverian battalions yielded. Wellington perceived it, and thought of his cavalry. Had Napoleon at that same moment thought of his infantry, he would have won the battle. This forgetfulness was his great and fatal mistake. All at once the cuirassiers, who had been the assailants, found themselves assailed. The English cavalry was at their back. Before them 2 squares. Behind them Somerset. Somerset meant 1,400 dragoons of the Guard. On the right, Somerset had Dornberg with the German light horse, and on his left, Trippe with the Belgian carabineers. The cuirassiers attacked on the flank and in front, before and in the rear, by infantry and cavalry, had to face all sides. What mattered it to them? They were a whirlwind. Their valor was something indescribable. In addition to this, they had behind them the battery, which was still thundering. It was necessary that it should be so, or they could never have been wounded in the back. One of their cuirasses, pierced on the shoulder by a ball from a Biscayan, is in the collection of the Waterloo Museum. For such Frenchmen, nothing less than such Englishmen was needed. It was no longer a hand-to-hand conflict. It was a shadow, a fury, a dizzy transport of souls and courage, a hurricane of lightning swords. In an instant the 1,400 dragoon guards numbered only 800. Fuller, their lieutenant-colonel, fell dead. Ney rushed up with the lancers and Lefebvre Desnouett's light horse. The plateau of Mont-Saint-Jean was captured, recaptured, captured again. The cuirassiers quitted the cavalry to return to the infantry, or, to put it more exactly, the whole of that formidable rout collared each other without releasing the other. The squares still held firm. There were a dozen assaults. Ney had 4 horses killed under him. Half the cuirassiers remained on the plateau. This conflict lasted 2 hours. The English army was profoundly shaken. There is no doubt that, had they not been enfeebled in their first shock by the disaster of the Hollow Road, the cuirassiers would have overwhelmed the center and decided the victory. This extraordinary cavalry petrified Clinton, who had seen Talavera and Badajoz. Wellington, 3/4 vanquished, admired heroically. He said in an undertone, "Sublime." The cuirassiers annihilated 7 squares out of 13, took or spiked 60 pieces of ordnance, and captured from the English regiments 6 flags, which 3 cuirassiers and 3 chasseurs of the guard bore to the Emperor, in front of the farm of La Belle Alliance. Wellington's situation had grown worse. This strange battle was like a duel between 2 raging, wounded men, each of whom, still fighting and still resisting, is expending all his blood. Which of the 2 will be the first to fall? The conflict on the plateau continued. What had become of the cuirassiers? No one could have told. One thing is certain, that on the day after the battle, a cuirassier and his horse were found dead among the woodwork of the scales for vehicles at Mont Saint-Jean, at the very point where the 4 roads from Nivelles, Genappe, La Houppe, and Brussels meet and intersect each other. This horseman had pierced the English lines. One of the men who picked up the body still lives at Mont Saint-Jean. His name is Dehaze. He was 18 years old at the time. Wellington felt that he was yielding. The crisis was at hand. The cuirassiers had not succeeded, since the center was not broken through. As everyone was in possession of the plateau, no one held it, and in fact it remained, to a great extent, with the English. Wellington held the village and the culminating plain. Ney had only the crest and the slope. They seemed rooted in that fatal soil on both sides. But the weakening of the English seemed irremediable. The bleeding of that army was horrible. Kempt, on the left wing, demanded reinforcements. "There are none," replied Wellington. "He must let himself be killed." Almost at that same moment, a singular coincidence which paints the exhaustion of the 2 armies, Ney demanded infantry from Napoleon, and Napoleon exclaimed, "Infantry? Where does he expect me to get it? Does he think I can make it?" Nevertheless, the English army was in the worst case of the 2. The furious onsets of those great squadrons, with cuirasses of iron and breasts of steel, had ground the infantry to nothing. A few men clustered round a flag marked the post of a regiment. Such and such a battalion was commanded only by a captain or lieutenant. Alten's division, already so roughly handled at La Haye Sainte, was almost destroyed. The intrepid Belgians of Van Kluze's brigade strewed the rye fields all along the Nivelles road. Hardly anything was left of those Dutch grenadiers who, intermingled with Spaniards in our ranks in 1811, fought against Wellington, and who in 1815, rallied to the English standard, fought against Napoleon. The loss in officers was considerable. Lord Uxbridge, who had his leg buried on the following day, had his knee shattered. If, on the French side, in that tussle of the cuirassiers, Delort, Lahartier, Colbert, Nop, Travers, and Blancard were disabled, on the side of the English there was Alten wounded, Barne wounded, Delancey killed, Van Meeren killed, Ompteda killed, the whole of Wellington's staff decimated, and England had the worst of it in that bloody scale. The 2nd Regiment of Foot Guards had lost 5 lieutenant colonels, 4 captains, and 3 ensigns. The 1st Battalion of the 30th Infantry had lost 24 officers and 1,200 soldiers. The 79th Highlanders had lost 24 officers wounded, 18 officers killed, 450 soldiers killed. The Hanoverian Hussars of Cumberland, a whole regiment with Colonel Hack at its head, who was destined to be tried later on and cashiered, had turned bridle in the presence of the fray, and had fled to the forest of Soignes, sowing defeat all the way to Brussels. The transports, ammunition wagons, the baggage wagons, the wagons filled with wounded, on perceiving that the French were gaining ground and approaching the forest, rushed headlong thither. The Dutch, mowed down by the French cavalry, cried "Alarm!" from Veracossu to Gruntendale, for a distance of nearly 2 leagues in the direction of Brussels, according to the testimony of eyewitnesses who are still alive. The roads were encumbered with fugitives. This panic was such that it attacked the Prince de Condé at Mechlin and Louis XVIII at Ghent. With the exception of the feeble reserve echelon behind the ambulance established at the farm of Mont Saint-Jean, and of Vivian's and Vandeleur's brigades, which flanked the left wing, Wellington had no cavalry left. A number of batteries lay unhorsed. These facts are attested by Siborne, and Pringle, exaggerating the disaster, goes so far as to say that the Anglo-Dutch army was reduced to 34,000 men. The Iron Duke remained calm, but his lips blanched. Vincent, the Austrian commissioner, Alava, the Spanish commissioner, who were present at the battle in the English staff, thought the Duke lost. At 5 o'clock Wellington drew out his watch, and he was heard to murmur these sinister words, "Blucher or night?" It was at about that moment that a distant line of bayonets gleamed on the heights in the direction of Frischemont. Here comes the change of face in this giant drama. End of Book 1, Chapter 10.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book First, Waterloo. Chapter 11. A Bad Guide to Napoleon, a Good Guide to Bülow. The painful surprise of Napoleon is well known. Grouchy hoped for, Blücher arriving. Death instead of life. Fate has these turns. The throne of the world was expected. It was St. Helena that was seen. If the little shepherd who served as guide to Bülow, Blücher's lieutenant, had advised him to debouch from the forest above Frischemont instead of below Plancenoit, the form of the 19th century might, perhaps, have been different. Napoleon would have won the Battle of Waterloo. By any other route than that below Plancenoit, the Prussian army would have come out upon a ravine impassable for artillery, and Bülow would not have arrived. Now the Prussian general, Muffling, declares that 1 hour's delay, and Blücher would not have found Wellington on his feet. The battle was lost. It was time that Bülow should arrive, as will be seen. He had, moreover, been very much delayed. He had bivouacked at Dion-le-Mont, and had set out at daybreak. But the roads were impassable, and his divisions stuck fast in the mire. The ruts were up to the hubs of the cannons. Moreover, he had been obliged to pass the Dyle on the narrow bridge of Wavre. The street leading to the bridge had been fired by the French, so the caissons and ammunition waggons could not pass between 2 rows of burning houses, and had been obliged to wait until the conflagration was extinguished. It was midday before Bülow's vanguard had been able to reach Chapelle Saint-Lambert. Had the action been begun 2 hours earlier, it would have been over at 4 o'clock, and Blücher would have fallen on the battle won by Napoleon. Such are these immense risks proportioned to an infinite which we cannot comprehend. The Emperor had been the first, as early as midday, to descry with his field glass, on the extreme horizon, something which had attracted his attention. He had said, "I see yonder a cloud which seems to me to be troops." Then he asked the Duc de Dalmatie, "Soult, what do you see in the direction of Chapelle Saint-Lambert?" The Marshal, levelling his glass, answered, 4 or 5,000 men, sire, evidently Grouchy." But it remained motionless in the mist. All the glasses of the staff had studied the cloud pointed out by the Emperor. Some said, "It is trees." The truth is that the cloud did not move. The Emperor detached Dormont's division of light cavalry to reconnoitre in that quarter. Bülow had not moved, in fact. His vanguard was very feeble, and could accomplish nothing. He was obliged to wait for the body of the army corps, and he had received orders to concentrate his forces before entering into line. But at 5 o'clock, perceiving Wellington's peril, Blücher ordered Bülow to attack, and uttered these remarkable words, "We must give air to the English army." A little later, the divisions of Losthin, Hiller, Hacker, and Ressel deployed before Lobau's corps. The cavalry of Prince William of Prussia debouched from the forest of Paris. Plancenoit was in flames, and the Prussian cannon balls began to rain even upon the ranks of the guard in reserve behind Napoleon. End of Book First, Chapter 11. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book First, Waterloo, Chapter 12, The Guard. Everyone knows the rest. The irruption of a third army, the battle broken to pieces, 86 mouths of fire thundering simultaneously, Pirch the first coming up with Bülow, Ziethen's cavalry led by Blücher in person, the French driven back, Marcognet swept from the plateau of Ohain, Durutte dislodged from Papelotte, Danzelot and Quiot retreating, Lobau caught on the flank, a fresh battle precipitating itself on our dismantled regiments at nightfall, the whole English line resuming the offensive and thrust forward, the gigantic breach made in the French army, the English grapeshot and the Prussian grapeshot aiding each other, the extermination, disaster in front, disaster on the flank, the Guard entering the line in the midst of this terrible crumbling of all things. Conscious that they were about to die, they shouted, "Vive l'Empereur!" History records nothing more touching than that agony bursting forth in acclamations. The sky had been overcast all day long. All of a sudden, at that very moment, it was 8 o'clock in the evening, the clouds on the horizon parted, and allowed the grand and sinister glow of the setting sun to pass through, athwart the elms on the Nivelles road. They had seen it rise at Austerlitz. Each battalion of the Guard was commanded by a general for this final catastrophe. Friant, Michel, Roguet, Harlay, Mallet, Porret de Morvan were there. When the tall caps of the grenadiers of the Guard, with their large plaques bearing the eagle, appeared, symmetrical, in line, tranquil, in the midst of that combat, the enemy felt a respect for France. They thought they beheld 20 victories entering the field of battle with wings outspread, and those who were the conquerors, believing themselves to be vanquished, retreated. But Wellington shouted, "Up, Guards, and aim straight!" The red regiment of English Guards, lying flat behind the hedges, sprang up. A cloud of grapeshot riddled the tricoloured flag and whistled round our eagles. All hurled themselves forwards, and the final carnage began. In the darkness, the Imperial Guard felt the army losing ground around it, and in the vast shock of the rout, it heard the desperate flight which had taken the place of the Vive l'Empereur, and with flight behind it, it continued to advance, more crushed, losing more men at every step that it took. There were none who hesitated, no timid men in its ranks. The soldier in that troop was as much of a hero as the general. Not a man was missing in that suicide. Ney, bewildered, great with all the grandeur of accepted death, offered himself to all blows in that tempest. He had his 5th horse killed under him there. Perspiring, his eyes aflame, foaming at the mouth, with uniform unbuttoned, one of his epaulettes half cut off by a sword stroke from a horse guard, his plaque with the great eagle dented by a bullet, bleeding, bemired, magnificent, a broken sword in his hand, he said, "Come and see how a Marshal of France dies on the field of battle." But in vain. He did not die. He was haggard and angry. At Drouet d'Erlon he hurled this question, "Are you not going to get yourself killed?" In the midst of all that artillery engaged in crushing a handful of men, he shouted, "So there is nothing for me. Oh, I should like to have all these English bullets enter my bowels." Unhappy man, thou wert reserved for French bullets. End of Book First, Chapter 12.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book First, Waterloo, Chapter 13. The Catastrophe. The rout behind the guard was melancholy. The army yielded suddenly on all sides at once. Huguemont, La Haye Sainte, Papelotte, Plancenoit. The cry, "Treachery!" was followed by a cry of, "Save yourselves who can!" An army which is disbanding is like a thaw. All yields, splits, cracks, floats, rolls, falls, jostles, hastens, is precipitated. The disintegration is unprecedented. Ney borrows a horse, leaps upon it, and, without a hat, cravat, or sword, places himself across the Brussels road, stopping both English and French. He strives to detain the army. He recalls it to its duty. He insults it. He clings to the rout. He is overwhelmed. The soldiers fly from him, shouting, "Long live Marshal Ney!" Two of Durut's regiments go and come in affright, as though tossed back and forth between the swords of the Uhlans and the fusillade of the brigades of Kempt, Best, Pack, and Rylandt. The worst of hand-to-hand conflicts is the defeat. Friends kill each other in order to escape. Squadrons and battalions break and disperse against each other, like the tremendous foam of battle. Lebeau at one extremity, and Reille at the other, are drawn into the tide. In vain does Napoleon erect walls from what is left to him of his guard. In vain does he expend in a last effort his last serviceable squadrons. Quiot retreats before Vivian, Kellerman before Vandeleur, Lubot before Bülow, Morand before Perche, de Man and Subervic before Prince William of Prussia. Guyot, who led the Emperor's squadrons to the charge, falls beneath the feet of the English dragoons. Napoleon gallops past the line of fugitives, harangues, urges, threatens, entreats them. All the mouths which in the morning had shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" remain gaping. They hardly recognize him. The Prussian cavalry, newly arrived, dashes forward, flies, hews, slashes, kills, exterminates. Horses lash out, the cannons flee. The soldiers of the artillery train unharness the caissons and use the horses to make their escape. Transports overturned, with all four wheels in the air, clog the road and occasion massacres. Men are crushed, trampled down. Others walk over the dead and the living. Arms are lost. A dizzy multitude fills the roads, the paths, the bridges, the plains, the hills, the valleys, the woods, encumbered by this invasion of 40,000 men. Shouts of despair, knapsacks and guns flung among the rye, passages forced at the point of the sword. No more comrades, no more officers, no more generals, an inexpressible terror. Zieten putting France to the sword at its leisure, lions converted into goats. Such was the flight. At Genappe, an effort was made to wheel about, to present a battle front, to draw up a line. Lebeau rallied 300 men. The entrance to the village was barricaded, but at the first volley of Prussian canister, all took to flight again, and Lebeau was taken. That volley of grape shot can be seen today, imprinted on the ancient gable of a brick building on the right of the road a few minutes' distance before you enter Genappe. The Prussians threw themselves into Genappe, furious, no doubt, that they were not more entirely the conquerors. The pursuit was stupendous. Blücher ordered extermination. Roguet had set the lugubrious example of threatening with death any French grenadier who should bring him a Prussian prisoner. Blücher outdid Roguet. Duhesme, the general of the Young Guard, hemmed in at the doorway of an inn at Genappe, surrendered his sword to a hussar of death, who took the sword and slew the prisoner. The victory was completed by the assassination of the vanquished. Let us inflict punishment, since we are history. Old Blücher disgraced himself. This ferocity put the finishing touch to the disaster. The desperate route traversed Genappe, traversed Coterbras, traversed Gosselies, traversed Frasnes, traversed Charleroi, traversed Thine, and only halted at the frontier. Alas, and who then was fleeing in that manner? The Grand Army. This vertigo, this terror, this downfall into ruin of the loftiest bravery which ever astounded history, is that causeless? No. The shadow of an enormous right is projected athwart Waterloo. It is the day of destiny. the force which is mightier than man produced that day. Hence the terrified wrinkle of those brows, hence all those great souls surrendering their swords. Those who had conquered Europe have fallen prone on the earth, with nothing left to say nor to do, feeling the present shadow of a terrible presence. Hoc erat in fatis. That day the perspective of the human race underwent a change. Waterloo is the hinge of the 19th century. The disappearance of the great man was necessary to the advent of the great century. Someone, a person to whom one replies not, took the responsibility on himself. The panic of heroes can be explained. In the Battle of Waterloo there is something more than a cloud. There is something of the meteor. God has passed by. At nightfall, in a meadow near Genappe, Bernard and Bertrand seized by the skirt of his coat and detained a man, haggard, pensive, sinister, gloomy, who, dragged to that point by the current of the rout, had just dismounted, had passed the bridle of his horse over his arm, and with wild eye was returning alone to Waterloo. It was Napoleon, the immense somnambulist of this dream which had crumbled, essaying once more to advance. End of Book 1, Chapter 13.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book First, Waterloo. Chapter 14. The Last Square. Several squares of the guard, motionless amid this stream of the defeat, as rocks in running water, held their own until night. Night came, death also. They awaited that double shadow, and, invincible, allowed themselves to be enveloped therein. Each regiment, isolated from the rest, and having no bond with the army, now shattered in every part, died alone. They had taken up position for this final action, some on the heights of Rossomme, others on the plain of Mont Saint Jean. There, abandoned, vanquished, terrible, those gloomy squares endured their death throes in formidable fashion. Ulm, Wagram, Jena, Friedland died with them. At twilight, towards 9 o'clock in the evening, one of them was left at the foot of the plateau of Mont Saint Jean. In that fatal valley, at the foot of that declivity which the cuirassiers had ascended, now inundated by the masses of the English, under the converging fires of the victorious hostile cavalry, under a frightful density of projectiles, this square fought on. It was commanded by an obscure officer named Cambronne. At each discharge the square diminished and replied. It replied to the grape shot with a fusillade, continually contracting its four walls. The fugitives, pausing breathless for a moment in the distance, listened in the darkness to that gloomy and ever decreasing thunder. When this legion had been reduced to a handful, when nothing was left of their flag but a rag, when their guns, the bullets all gone, were no longer anything but clubs, when the heap of corpses was larger than the group of survivors, there reigned among the conquerors, around those men dying so sublimely, a sort of sacred terror, and the English artillery, taking breath, became silent. This furnished a sort of respite. These combatants had around them something in the nature of a swarm of spectres. Silhouettes of men on horseback, the black profiles of cannon, the white sky viewed through wheels and gun carriages, the colossal death's head which the heroes saw constantly through the smoke in the depths of the battle, advanced upon them and gazed at them. Through the shades of twilight they could hear the pieces being loaded. The matches, all lighted, like the eyes of tigers at night, formed a circle round their heads. All the linstocks of the English batteries approached the cannons, and then, with emotion, holding the supreme moment suspended above these men, an English general, Colville according to some, Maitland according to others, shouted to them, "Surrender, brave Frenchmen!" Cambronne replied, blank. Editor's Commentary. Another edition of this book has the word merde in lieu of the blank above. End of Book First, Chapter 14. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book First, Waterloo. Chapter 15, Cambronne. If any French reader object to having his susceptibilities offended, one would have to refrain from repeating in his presence what is perhaps the finest reply that a Frenchman ever made. This would enjoin us from consigning something sublime to history. At our own risk and peril, let us violate this injunction. Now then, among those giants there was one Titan, Cambronne. To make that reply and then perish, what could be grander? For being willing to die is the same as to die, and it was not this man's fault if he survived after he was shot. The winner of the Battle of Waterloo was not Napoleon, who was put to flight, nor Wellington, giving way at 4 o'clock, in despair at 5, nor Blücher, who took no part in the engagement. The winner of Waterloo was Cambronne. To thunder forth such a reply at the lightning flash that kills you is to conquer. Thus to answer the catastrophe, thus to speak to fate, to give this pedestal to the future lion, to hurl such a challenge to the midnight rainstorm, to the treacherous wall of Hougoumont, to the sunken road of Ohain, to Grouchy's delay, to Blücher's arrival, to be irony itself in the tomb, to act so as to stand upright though fallen, to drown in 2 syllables the European coalition, to offer kings privies which the Caesars once knew, to make the lowest of words the most lofty by entwining with it the glory of France, insolently to end Waterloo with Mardi Gras, to finish Leonidas with Rabelais, to set the crown on this victory by a word impossible to speak, to lose the field and preserve history, to have the laugh on your side after such a carnage. This is immense. It was an insult such as a thundercloud might hurl. It reaches the grandeur of Aeschylus. Cambronne's reply produces the effect of a violent break. 'Tis like the breaking of a heart under a weight of scorn. 'Tis the overflow of agony bursting forth. Who conquered? Wellington? No. Had it not been for Blücher, he was lost. Was it Blücher? No. If Wellington had not begun, Blücher could not have finished. This Cambronne, this man spending his last hour, this unknown soldier, this infinitesimal of war, realizes that here is a falsehood in a catastrophe, and so doubly agonizing. And at the moment when his rage is bursting forth because of it, he is offered this mockery, life. How could he restrain himself? Yonder are all the kings of Europe, the generals flushed with victory, the Jupiters darting thunderbolts. They have 100,000 victorious soldiers, and back of the 100,000 a million. Their cannon stand with yawning mouths, the match is lighted. They grind down under their heels the Imperial Guards and the Grand Army. They have just crushed Napoleon, and only Cambronne remains. Only this earthworm is left to protest. He will protest. Then he seeks for the appropriate word as one seeks for a sword. His mouth froths, and the froth is the word. In face of this mean and mighty victory, in face of this victory which counts none victorious, this desperate soldier stands erect. He grants its overwhelming immensity, but he establishes its triviality. And he does more than spit upon it. Borne down by numbers, by superior force, by brute matter, he finds in his soul an expression. Excrement. We repeat it. To use that word, to do thus, to invent such an expression, is to be the conqueror. The spirit of mighty days at that portentous moment made its descent on that unknown man. Cambronne invents the word for Waterloo, as Rouget invents the Marseillaise under the visitation of a breath from on high. An emanation from the divine whirlwind leaps forth and comes sweeping over these men, and they shake, and one of them sings the song supreme, and the other utters the frightful cry. This challenge of titanic scorn Cambronne hurls not only at Europe in the name of the Empire, that would be a trifle. He hurls it at the past in the name of the Revolution. It is heard, and Cambronne is recognized as possessed by the ancient spirit of the Titans. Danton seems to be speaking, Kleber seems to be bellowing. At that word from Cambronne, the English voice responded, "Fire!" The batteries flamed, the hill trembled, from all those brazen mouths belched a last terrible gush of grape-shot. A vast volume of smoke, vaguely white in the light of the rising moon, rolled out, and when the smoke dispersed, there was no longer anything there. That formidable remnant had been annihilated. The guard was dead. The four walls of the living redoubt lay prone, and hardly was there discernible, here and there, even a quiver in the bodies. It was thus that the French legions, greater than the Roman legions, expired on Mont Saint-Jean, on the soil watered with rain and blood, amid the gloomy grain, on the spot where nowadays Joseph, who drives the post-wagon from Nivelles, passes whistling and cheerfully whipping up his horse at 4 o'clock in the morning. End of Book First, Chapter 15.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book First, Waterloo. Chapter 16. Quod libras induce. The Battle of Waterloo is an enigma. It is as obscure to those who won it as to those who lost it. For Napoleon it was a panic. Blücher sees nothing in it but fire. Wellington understands nothing in regard to it. Look at the reports. The bulletins are confused, the commentaries involved. Some stammer, others lisp. Jomini divides the Battle of Waterloo into 4 moments. Muffling cuts it up into 3 changes. Charras alone, though we hold another judgment than his on some points, seized with his haughty glance the characteristic outlines of that catastrophe of human genius in conflict with divine chance. All the other historians suffer from being somewhat dazzled, and in this dazzled state they fumble about. It was a day of lightning brilliancy, in fact, a crumbling of the military monarchy which, to the vast stupefaction of kings, drew all the kingdoms after it, the fall of force, the defeat of war. In this event, stamped with superhuman necessity, the part played by men amounts to nothing. If we take Waterloo from Wellington and Blücher, Do we thereby deprive England and Germany of anything? No, neither that illustrious England nor that august Germany enter into the problem of Waterloo. Thank heaven, nations are great, independently of the lugubrious feats of the sword. Neither England, nor Germany, nor France is contained in a scabbard. At this epoch, when Waterloo is only a clashing of swords, above Blucher, Germany has Schiller; above Wellington, England has Byron. A vast dawn of ideas is the peculiarity of our century, and in that aurora England and Germany have a magnificent radiance. They are majestic because they think. The elevation of level which they contribute to civilization is intrinsic with them. It proceeds from themselves and not from an accident. The aggrandizement which they have brought to the 19th century has not Waterloo as its source. It is only barbarous people who undergo rapid growth after a victory. That is the temporary vanity of torrents swelled by a storm. Civilized people, especially in our day, are neither elevated nor abased by the good or bad fortune of a captain. Their specific gravity in the human species results from something more than a combat. Their honor, thank God, their dignity, their intelligence, their genius, are not numbers which those gamblers, heroes, and conquerors can put in the lottery of battles. Often a battle is lost and progress is conquered. There is less glory and more liberty. The drum holds its peace, reason takes the word. It is a game in which he who loses wins. Let us, therefore, speak of Waterloo coldly from both sides. Let us render to chance that which is due to chance, and to God that which is due to God. What is Waterloo? A victory? No, the winning number in the lottery. The quine, won by Europe, paid by France. It was not worth while to place a lion there. Waterloo, moreover, is the strangest encounter in history. Napoleon and Wellington. They are not enemies, they are opposites. Never did God, who is fond of antithesis, make a more striking contrast, a more extraordinary comparison. On one side, precision, foresight, geometry, prudence, an assured retreat, reserve spared, with an obstinate coolness, an imperturbable method, strategy, which takes advantage of the ground, tactics, which preserve the equilibrium of battalions, carnage, executed according to rule, war regulated, watch in hand, nothing voluntarily left to chance, the ancient classic courage, absolute regularity. On the other, intuition, divination, military oddity, superhuman instinct, a flaming lance, an indescribable something which gazes like an eagle, and which strikes like the lightning, a prodigious art in disdainful impetuosity, all the mysteries of a profound soul, associated with destiny, the stream, the plain, the forest, the hill, summoned, and in a manner forced to obey, the despot going even so far as to tyrannize over the field of battle. Faith in a star mingled with strategic science, elevating but perturbing it. Wellington was the Barême of war. Napoleon was its Michelangelo. And on this occasion, genius was vanquished by calculation. On both sides some one was awaited. It was the exact calculator who succeeded. Napoleon was waiting for Grouchy. He did not come. Wellington expected Blucher. He came. Wellington is classic war taking its revenge. Bonaparte, at his dawning, had encountered him in Italy and beaten him superbly. The old owl had fled before the young vulture. The old tactics had been not only struck as by lightning, but disgraced. Who was that Corsican of 26? What signified that splendid ignoramus who, with everything against him, nothing in his favor, without provisions, without ammunition, without cannon, without shoes, almost without an army, with a mere handful of men against masses, hurled himself on Europe combined, and absurdly won victories in the impossible? Whence had issued that fulminating convict, who almost without taking breath, and with the same set of combatants in hand, pulverized, one after the other, the 5 armies of the Emperor of Germany, upsetting Beaulieu on Alvinzi, Wurmser on Beaulieu, Melas on Wurmser, Mack on Melas? Who was this novice in war with the effrontery of a luminary? The academical military school excommunicated him, and as it lost its footing. Hence, the implacable rancor of the old Caesarism against the new, of the regular sword against the flaming sword, and of the exchequer against genius. On the 18th of June, 1815, that rancor had the last word, and beneath Lodi, Montebello, Montenotte, Mantua, Arcola, it wrote Waterloo, a triumph of the mediocres which is sweet to the majority. Destiny consented to this irony. In his decline, Napoleon found Wurmser, the younger, again in front of him. In fact, to get Wurmser, it sufficed to blanch the hair of Wellington. Waterloo is a battle of the first order, won by a captain of the second. That which must be admired in the battle of Waterloo is England. The English firmness, the English resolution, the English blood. The superb thing about England there, no offence to her, was herself. It was not her captain, it was her army. Wellington, oddly ungrateful, declares in a letter to Lord Bathurst that his army, the army which fought on the 18th of June, 1815, was a detestable army. What does that sombre intermingling of bones buried beneath the furrows of Waterloo think of that? England has been too modest in the matter of Wellington. To make Wellington so great is to belittle England. Wellington is nothing but a hero like many another. Those Scotch Greys, those Horse Guards, those regiments of Maitland and of Mitchell, that infantry of Pack and Kempt, that cavalry of Ponsonby and Somerset, those Highlanders playing the pibroch under the shower of grape-shot, those battalions of Ryland, those utterly raw recruits, who hardly knew how to handle a musket, holding their own against Essling's and Rivoli's own troops? That is what was grand. Wellington was tenacious. In that lay his merit, and we are not seeking to lessen it. But the least of his foot soldiers and of his cavalry would have been as solid as he. The iron soldier is worth as much as the Iron Duke. As for us, all our glorification goes to the English soldier, to the English army, to the English people. If trophy there be, it is to England that the trophy is due. The column of Waterloo would be more just if, instead of the figure of a man, it bore on high the statue of a people. But this great England will be angry at what we are saying here. She still cherishes, after her own 1688 and our 1789, the feudal illusion. She believes in heredity and hierarchy. This people, surpassed by none in power and glory, regards itself as a nation, and not as a people. And as a people it willingly subordinates itself, and takes a lord for its head. As a workman, it allows itself to be disdained. As a soldier, it allows itself to be flogged. It will be remembered that at the battle of Inkerman a sergeant who had, it appears, saved the army, could not be mentioned by Lord Paglan, as the English military hierarchy does not permit any hero below the grade of an officer to be mentioned in the reports. That which we admire above all, in an encounter of the nature of Waterloo, is the marvellous cleverness of chance. A nocturnal rain, the wall of Hougoumont, the hollow road of Ohain, Grouchy deaf to the cannon, Napoleon's guide deceiving him, Bellow's guide enlightening him, the whole of this cataclysm is wonderfully conducted. On the whole, let us say it plainly, it was more of a massacre than of a battle at Waterloo. Of all pitched battles, Waterloo is the one which has the smallest front for such a number of combatants. Napoleon 3/4 of a league, Wellington half a league, 72,000 combatants on each side. From this denseness the carnage arose. The following calculation has been made, and the following proportion established. Loss of men, at Austerlitz, French 14%, Russians 30%, Austrians 44%. At Wagram, French 13%, Austrians 14%. At the Moskowa, French 37%, Russians 44%. At Bautzen, French 13%, Russians and Prussians 14%. At Waterloo, French 56%, the Allies 31%. Total for Waterloo 41%, 144,000 combatants, 60,000 dead. Today the field of Waterloo has the calm which belongs to the earth, the impassive support of a man, and it resembles all plains. At night, moreover, a sort of visionary mist arises from it, and if a traveller strolls there, if he listens, if he watches, if he dreams like Virgil in the fatal plains of Philippi, the hallucination of the catastrophe takes possession of him. The frightful 18th of June lives again. The false monumental hillock disappears, the lion vanishes in air, the battlefield resumes its reality, lines of infantry undulate over the plain, furious gallops traverse the horizon, the frightened dreamer beholds the flash of sabres, the gleam of bayonets, the flare of bombs, the tremendous interchange of thunders. He hears, as it were, the death rattle in the depth of a tomb, the vague clamor of the battle phantom. Those shadows are grenadiers, those lights are cuirassiers. That skeleton Napoleon, that other skeleton is Wellington. All this no longer exists, and yet it clashes together and combats still, and the ravines are empurpled, and the trees quiver, and there is fury even in the clouds and in the shadows. All those terrible heights, Hougomont, Mont Saint Jean, Frischemont, Papelotte, Plancenoit, appear confusedly crowned with whirlwinds of spectres, engaged in exterminating each other. End of Book First, Chapter 16.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book First, Waterloo, Chapter 17. Is Waterloo to be considered good? There exists a very respectable liberal school which does not hate Waterloo. We do not belong to it. To us, Waterloo is but the stupefied date of liberty. That such an eagle should emerge from such an egg is certainly unexpected. If one places one's self at the culminating point of view of the question, Waterloo is intentionally a counter-revolutionary victory. It is Europe against France. It is Petersburg, Berlin, and Vienna against Paris. It is the status quo against the initiative. It is the 14th of July, 1789, attacked through the 20th of March, 1815. It is the monarchies clearing the decks in opposition to the indomitable French rioting. The final extinction of that vast people which had been in eruption for 26 years, such was the dream. The solidarity of the Brunswicks, the Nassaus, the Romanovs, the Hohenzollerns, the Habsburgs, with the Bourbons. Waterloo bears divine right on its crupper. It is true that the empire having been despotic, the kingdom by the natural reaction of things was forced to be liberal, and that a constitutional order was the unwilling result of Waterloo, to the great regret of the conquerors. It is because revolution cannot really be conquered, and that being providential and absolutely fatal, it is always cropping up afresh. before Waterloo in Bonaparte overthrowing the old thrones, after Waterloo in Louis XVIII granting and conforming to the Charter. Bonaparte places a postillion on the throne of Naples and a sergeant on the throne of Sweden, employing inequality to demonstrate equality. Louis XVIII at Saint Ouen countersigns the Declaration of the Rights of Man. If you wish to gain an idea of what revolution is, call it progress. And if you wish to acquire an idea of the nature of progress, call it tomorrow. Tomorrow fulfills its work irresistibly, and it is already fulfilling it today. It always reaches its goals strangely. It employs Wellington to make of Foy, who was only a soldier, an orator. Foy falls at Hougomont and rises again in the tribune. Thus does progress proceed. There is no such thing as a bad tool for that workman. It does not become disconcerted, but adjusts to its divine work the man who has bestridden the Alps and the good old tottering invalid of Father Élysée. It makes use of the gouty man as well as of the conqueror without, of the gouty man within. Waterloo, by cutting short the demolition of European thrones by the sword, had no other effect than to cause the revolutionary work to be continued in another direction. The slashers have finished. It was the turn of the thinkers. The century that Waterloo was intended to arrest has pursued its march. That sinister victory was vanquished by liberty. In short, and incontestably, that which triumphed at Waterloo, that which smiled in Wellington's rear, that which brought him all the marshals' staffs of Europe, including, it is said, the staff of a Marshal of France, that which joyously trundled the barrows full of bones to erect the knoll of the lion, that which triumphantly inscribed on that pedestal the date June the 18th, 1815, that which encouraged Blücher as he put the flying army to the sword, that which from the heights of the plateau of Mont Saint Jean hovered over France as over its prey, was the counter-revolution. It was the counter-revolution which murmured that infamous word, dismemberment. On arriving in Paris, it beheld the crater close at hand. It felt those ashes which scorched its feet, and it changed its mind. It returned to the stammer of a charter. Let us behold in Waterloo only that which is in Waterloo. Of intentional liberty there is none. The counter-revolution was involuntarily liberal, in the same manner as, by a corresponding phenomenon, Napoleon was involuntarily revolutionary. On the 18th of June, 1815, the mounted Robespierre was hurled from his saddle. End of Book First, Chapter 17.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1, Waterloo, Chapter 18, A Recrudescence of Divine Right. End of the dictatorship. A whole European system crumbled away. The empire sank into a gloom which resembled that of the Roman world as it expired. Again we behold the abyss, as in the days of the barbarians. Only the barbarism of 1815, which must be called by its pet name of the counter-revolution, was not long breathed, soon fell to panting and halted short. The empire was bewept, let us acknowledge that fact, and bewept by heroic eyes. If glory lies in the sword converted into a sceptre, the empire had been glory in person. It had diffused over the earth all the light which tyranny can give a sombre light. We will say more, an obscure light. Compared to the true daylight, it is night. This disappearance of night produces the effect of an eclipse. Louis XVIII re-entered Paris. The circling dances of the 8th of July effaced the enthusiasms of the 20th of March. The Corsican became the antithesis of the Bearnese. The flag on the dome of the Tuileries was white. The exile reigned. Hartwell's pine table took its place in front of the fleur-de-lis strewn throne of Louis XIV. Bouvines and Fontenoy were mentioned as though they had taken place on the preceding day, Austerlitz having become antiquated. The altar and the throne fraternized majestically. One of the most undisputed forms of health of society in the 19th century was established over France and over the continent. Europe adopted the white cockade. Trestaillon was celebrated. The device non pluribus impar reappeared on the stone rays representing a sun upon the front of the barracks on the Quai d'Orsay. Where there had been an imperial guard, there was now a red house. The Arc du Gawasel, all laden with badly borne victories, thrown out of its element among these novelties, a little ashamed it may be of Marengo and Arcola, extricated itself from its predicament with the statue of Duc d'Angoulême. The cemetery of the Madeleine, a terrible pauper's grave in 1793, was covered with jasper and marble since the bones of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette lay in the dust. In the moat of Vincennes, a sepulchral shaft sprang from the earth, recalling the fact that the Duc d'Enghien had perished in the very month when Napoleon was crowned. Pope Pius VII, who had performed the coronation very near this death, tranquilly bestowed his blessing on the fall as he had bestowed it on the elevation. At Schönbrunn there was a little shadow, aged 4, whom it was seditious to call the King of Rome. And these things took place, and the kings resumed their thrones, and the master of Europe was put in a cage, and the old regime became the new regime, and all the shadows and all the light of the earth changed place, because, on the afternoon of a certain summer's day, a shepherd said to a Prussian in the forest, "Go this way, and not that." This 1815 was a sort of lugubrious April. Ancient, unhealthy, and poisonous realities were covered with new appearances. A lie wedded 1789, the right divine was masked under a charter. Fictions became constitutional, prejudices, superstitions, and mental reservations, with Article 14 in the heart, were varnished over with liberalism. It was the serpent's change of skin. Man had been rendered both greater and smaller by Napoleon. Under this reign of splendid matter, the ideal had received the strange name of ideology. It is a grave imprudence in a great man to turn the future into derision. The populace, however, that food for cannon which is so fond of the cannoneer, sought him with its glance. Where is he? What is he doing? Napoleon is dead, said a passer-by to a veteran of Marengo and Waterloo. He is dead, cried the soldier. You don't know him. Imagination distrusted this man, even when overthrown. The depths of Europe were full of darkness after Waterloo. Something enormous remained long empty through Napoleon's disappearance. The kings placed themselves in this void. Ancient Europe profited by it to undertake reforms. There was a holy alliance, belle alliance, beautiful alliance, the fatal field of Waterloo had said in advance. In presence and in face of that antique Europe reconstructed, the features of a new France were sketched out. The future, which the Emperor had rallied, made its entry. On its brow it bore the star, Liberty. The glowing eyes of all young generations were turned on it. Singular fact, people were, at one and the same time, in love with the future, liberty, and the past, Napoleon. Defeat had rendered the vanquished greater. Bonaparte fallen seemed more lofty than Napoleon erect. Those who had triumphed were alarmed. England had him guarded by Hudson Lowe, and France had him watched by Montchenu. His folded arms became a source of uneasiness to thrones. Alexander called him "my sleeplessness." The terror was the result of the quantity of revolution which was contained in him. This is what explains and excuses Bonapartist liberalism. This phantom caused the old world to tremble. The kings reigned, but ill at their ease, with the rock of St. Helena on the horizon. While Napoleon was passing through the death struggle at Longwood, the 60,000 men who had fallen on the field of Waterloo were quietly rotting, and something of their peace was shed abroad over the world. The Congress of Vienna made the treaties in 1815, and Europe called this the Restoration. This is what Waterloo was. But what matters it to the infinite? All that tempest, all that cloud, that war, then that peace? All that darkness did not trouble for a moment the light of the immense eye before which a grub skipping from one blade of grass to another equals the eagle soaring from belfry to belfry on the towers of Notre Dame. End of Book 1, Chapter 18.
Les Misérables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1st, Waterloo, Chapter 19, The Battlefield at Night. Let us return, it is a necessity in this book, to that fatal battlefield. On the 18th of June the moon was full. Its light favored Blücher's ferocious pursuit, betrayed the traces of the fugitives, delivered up that disastrous mass to the eager Prussian cavalry, and aided the massacre. Such tragic favors of the night do occur sometimes during catastrophes. After the last cannon shot had been fired, the plain of Mont Saint Jean remained deserted. The English occupied the encampment of the French. It is the usual sign of victory to sleep in the bed of the vanquished. They established their bivouac beyond Rossomme. The Prussians, let loose on the retreating rout, pushed forward. Wellington went to the village of Waterloo to draw up his report to Lord Bathurst. If ever the sic vos non vobis was applicable, it certainly is to that village of Waterloo. Waterloo took no part, and lay half a league from the scene of action. Mont Saint Jean was cannonaded, Hougoumont was burned, La Haie Sainte was taken by assault, Papelotte was burned, Plancenoit was burned. La Belle Alliance beheld the embrace of the two conquerors. These names are hardly known, and Waterloo, which worked not in the battle, bears off all the honor. We are not of the number of those who flatter war. When the occasion presents itself, we tell the truth about it. War has frightful beauties which we have not concealed. It has also, we acknowledge, some hideous features. One of the most surprising is the prompt stripping of the bodies of the dead after the victory. The dawn which follows a battle always rises on naked corpses. Who does this? Who thus soils the triumph? What hideous furtive hand is that which is slipped into the pocket of victory? What pickpockets are they who ply their trade in the rear of glory? Some philosophers, Voltaire among the number, affirm that it is precisely those persons have made the glory. It is the same men, they say. There is no relief corps. Those who are erect pillage those who are prone on the earth. The hero of the day is the vampire of the night. One has assuredly the right, after all, to strip a corpse a bit, when one is the author of that corpse. For our own part, we do not think so. It seems to us impossible that the same hand should pluck laurels and purloin the shoes from a dead man. One thing is certain, which is, that generally after conquerors follow thieves. But let us leave the soldier, especially the contemporary soldier, out of the question. Every army has a rear guard, and it is that which must be blamed. Bat-like creatures, half-brigands and lackeys, all the sorts of vespertios that twilight called war engenders, wearers of uniforms who take no part in the fighting, pretended invalids, formidable limpers, interloping sutlers, trotting along in little carts, sometimes accompanied by their wives, and stealing things which they sell again, beggars offering themselves as guides to officers, soldiers' servants, marauders, armies on the march in days gone by, we are not speaking of the present, dragged all this behind them, so that in the special language they are called stragglers. No army, no nation was responsible for those beings. They spoke Italian and followed the Germans, then spoke French and followed the English. It was by one of these wretches, a Spanish straggler who spoke French, that the Marquis of Fervacques, deceived by his Picard jargon, and taking him for one of our own men, was traitorously slain and robbed on the battlefield itself, in the course of the night which followed the victory of Ceresole. The rascal sprang from this marauding. The detestable maxim, "Live on the enemy," produced this leprosy, which a strict discipline alone could heal. There are reputations which are deceptive. One does not always know why certain generals, great in other directions, have been so popular. Turenne was adored by his soldiers because he tolerated pillage. Evil permitted constitutes part of goodness. Turenne was so good that he allowed the Palatinate to be delivered over to fire and blood. The marauders in the train of an army were more or less in number, according as the chief was more or less severe. Hoche and Marceau had no stragglers. Wellington had few, and we do him the justice to mention it. Nevertheless, on the night of the 18th to the 19th of June, the dead were robbed. Wellington was rigid. He gave orders that anyone caught in the act should be shot. But rapine is tenacious. The marauders stole in one corner of the battlefield, while others were being shot in another. The moon was sinister over this plain. Towards midnight, a man was prowling about, or rather climbing in the direction of the hollow road of Ohain. To all appearance he was one of those whom we have just described, neither English nor French, neither peasant nor soldier, less a man than a ghoul attracted by the scent of the dead bodies, having theft for his victory, and come to riffle Waterloo. He was clad in a blouse that was something like a greatcoat. He was uneasy and audacious. He walked forwards and gazed behind him. Who was this man? The night probably knew more of him than the day. He had no sack, but evidently he had large pockets under his coat. From time to time he halted, scrutinized the plain around him, as though to see whether he were observed, bent over abruptly, disturbed something silent and motionless on the ground, then rose and fled. His sliding motion, his attitudes, his mysterious and rapid gestures, caused him to resemble those twilight larvae which haunt ruins, and which ancient Norman legends call the allures. Certain nocturnal wading birds produce these silhouettes among the marshes. A glance capable of piercing all that mist deeply would have perceived at some distance a sort of little sutler's wagon with a fluted wicker hood, harnessed to a famished nag which was cropping the grass across its bit as it halted, hidden as it were, behind the hovel which adjoins the highway to Nivelles, at the angle of the road from Mont Saint-Jean to Braine-l'Alleud, and in the wagon a sort of woman seated on coffers and packages. Perhaps there was some connection between that wagon and that prowler. The darkness was serene, not a cloud in the zenith. What matters if the earth be red? The moon remains white. These are the indifferences of the sky. In the fields, branches of trees broken by grape shot, but not fallen, upheld by their bark, swayed gently in the breeze of night. A breath, almost a respiration, moved the shrubbery. Quivers which resembled the departure of souls ran through the grass. In the distance the coming and going of patrols and the general rounds of the English camp were audible. Hougomont and La Haie Sainte continued to burn, forming, one in the west, the other in the east, two great flames which were joined by the cordon of bivouac fires of the English, like a necklace of rubies with two carbuncles at the extremities, as they extended in an immense semicircle over the hills along the horizon. We have described the catastrophe of the road of Ohain. The heart is terrified at the thought of what that death must have been to so many brave men. If there is anything terrible, if there exists a reality which surpasses dreams, it is this: to live, to see the sun, to be in full possession of virile force, to possess health and joy, to laugh valiantly, to rush towards a glory which one sees dazzling in front of one, to feel in one's breast lungs which breathe, a heart which beats, a will which reasons, to speak, think, hope, love, to have a mother, to have a wife, to have children, to have the light, and all at once, in the space of a shout, in less than a minute, to sink into an abyss, to fall, to roll, to crush, to be crushed, to see ears of wheat, flowers, leaves, branches, not to be able to catch hold of anything, to feel one's sword useless, men beneath one, horses on top of one, to struggle in vain, since one's bones have been broken by some kick in the darkness, to feel a heel which makes one's eyes start from their sockets, to bite horses' shoes in one's rage, to stifle, to yell, to writhe, to be beneath, and to say to oneself, "But just a little while ago I was a living man." There, where that lamentable disaster had uttered its death rattle, all was silence now. The edges of the hollow road were encumbered with horses and riders, inextricably heaped up, terrible entanglement. There was no longer any slope, for the corpses had levelled the road with the plain, and reached the brim like a well-filled bushel of barley. A heap of dead bodies in the upper part, a river of blood in the lower part. Such was that road on the evening of the 18th of June, 1815. The blood ran even to the Nivelles highway, and there overflowed in a large pool in front of the abatis of trees which barred the way, at a spot which is still pointed out. It will be remembered that it was at the opposite point, in the direction of the Genappe road, that the destruction of the cuirassiers had taken place. The thickness of the layer of bodies was proportioned to the depth of the hollow road. Toward the middle, at the point where it became level, where Delort's division had passed, the layer of corpses was thinner. The nocturnal prowler whom we had just shown to the reader was going in that direction. He was searching that vast tomb. He gazed about. He passed the dead in some sort of hideous review. He walked with his feet in the blood. All at once he paused. A few paces in front of him, in the hollow road, at the point where the pile of dead came to an end, an open hand, illumined by the moon, projected from beneath that heap of men. That hand had on its finger something sparkling, which was a ring of gold. The man bent over, remained in a crouching attitude for a moment, and when he rose there was no longer a ring on the hand. He did not precisely rise. He remained in a stooping and frightened attitude, with his back turned to the heap of dead, scanning the horizon on his knees, with the whole upper portion of his body supported on his two forefingers, which rested on the earth, and his head peering above the edge of the hollow road. The jackal's four paws suit some actions. Then, coming to a decision, he rose to his feet. At that moment he gave a terrible start. He felt someone clutch him from behind. He wheeled round. It was the open hand, which had closed, and had seized the skirt of his coat. An honest man would have been terrified. This man burst into a laugh. "Come," said he, "it's only a dead body. I prefer a spook to a gendarme." But the hand weakened and released him. Effort is quickly exhausted in the grave. "Well now," said the prowler, "is that dead fellow alive? Let's see." He bent down again, fumbled among the heap, pushed aside everything that was in his way, seized the hand, grasped the arm, freed the head, pulled out the body, and a few moments later he was dragging the lifeless, or at least the unconscious man, through the shadows of the hollow road. He was a cuirassier, an officer, and even an officer of considerable rank. A large gold epaulet peeped from beneath the cuirass. This officer no longer possessed a helmet. A furious sword cut had scarred his face, where nothing was discernible but blood. However, he did not appear to have any broken limbs, and by some happy chance, if that word is permissible here, the dead had been vaulted above him in such a manner as to preserve him from being crushed. His eyes were still closed. On his cuirass he wore the silver cross of the Legion of Honor. The prowler tore off this cross, which disappeared into one of the gulfs which he had beneath his great coat. Then he felt of the officer's fob, discovered a watch there, and took possession of it. Next he searched his waistcoat, found a purse, and pocketed it. When he arrived at this stage of succor which he was administering to this dying man, the officer opened his eyes. "Thanks," he said feebly. The abruptness of the movements of the man who was manipulating him, the freshness of the night, the air which he could inhale freely, had roused him from his lethargy. The prowler made no reply. He raised his head. A sound of footsteps was audible in the plain. Some patrol was probably approaching. The officer murmured, for the death agony was still in his voice, "Who won the battle?" "The English," answered the prowler. The officer went on, "Look in my pockets. You will find a watch and a purse. Take them." It was already done. The prowler executed the required feint, and said, "There is nothing there." "I have been robbed," said the officer. "I am sorry for that. You should have had them." The steps of the patrol became more and more distinct. "Someone is coming," said the prowler, with the movement of a man who is taking his departure. The officer raised his arm feebly, and detained him. "You have saved my life. Who are you?" The prowler answered rapidly, and in a low voice, "Like yourself, I belong to the French army. I must leave you. If they were to catch me, they would shoot me. I have saved your life. Now get out of the scrape yourself." "What is your rank?" "Sergeant." "What is your name?" "Thénardier." "I shall not forget that name," said the officer. "And do you remember mine? My name is Pontmercy." End of Book 1, Chapter 19.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 2, The Ship Orion. Chapter 1. number 24601 becomes number 9430. Jean Valjean had been recaptured. The reader will be grateful to us if we pass rapidly over the sad details. We will confine ourselves to transcribing 2 paragraphs published by the journals of that day, a few months after the surprising events which had taken place at Montreuil-sur-Mer. These articles are rather summary. It must be remembered that at that epoch the Gazette des Tribunaux was not yet in existence. We borrow the first from the Drapeau Blanc. It bears the date of July 25th, 1823. An arrondissement of the Pas de Calais has just been the theatre of an event quite out of the ordinary course. A man who was a stranger in the department, and who bore the name of Monsieur Madeleine, had, thanks to the new methods, resuscitated some years ago an ancient local industry, the manufacture of jet and of black glass trinkets. He had made his fortune in the business, and that of the arrondissement as well, we will admit. He had been appointed mayor in recognition of his services. The police discovered that Monsieur Madeleine was no other than an ex-convict who had broken his ban, condemned in 1796 for theft, and named Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean has been recommitted to prison. It appears that previous to his arrest he had succeeded in withdrawing from the hands of Monsieur Laffitte a sum of over 500,000 which he had lodged there, and which he had, moreover, and by perfectly legitimate means, acquired in his business. No one has been able to discover where Jean Valjean has concealed this money since his return to prison at Toulon. The second article, which enters a little more into detail, is an extract from the Journal de Paris of the same date. A former convict who had been liberated, named Jean Valjean, has just appeared before the Court of Assizes of the Var, under circumstances calculated to attract attention. This wretch had succeeded in escaping the vigilance of the police. He had changed his name, and had succeeded in getting himself appointed mayor of one of our small northern towns. In this town he had established a considerable commerce. He has at last been unmasked and arrested, thanks to the indefatigable zeal of the public prosecutor. He had for his concubine a woman of the town, who died of a shock at the moment of his arrest. This scoundrel, who is endowed with Herculean strength, found means to escape. But 3 or 4 days after his flight, the police laid their hands on him once more, in Paris itself, at the very moment when he was entering one of those little vehicles which run between the capital and the village of Montfermeil, Seine-et-Oise. He is said to have profited by this interval of 3 or 4 days of liberty to withdraw a considerable sum deposited by him with one of our leading bankers. This sum has been estimated at 600,000 or 700,000 francs. If the indictment is to be trusted, he has hidden it in some place known to himself alone, and it has not been possible to lay hands on it. However that may be, the said Jean Valjean has just been brought before the assizes of the department of the Var as accused of highway robbery, accompanied with violence about 8 years ago, on the person of one of those honest children, who, as the patriarch of Ferney has said in immortal verse, arrive from Savoy every year, and who with gentle hands do clear those long canals choked up with soot. This bandit refused to defend himself. It was proved by the skilful and eloquent representative of the public prosecutor that the theft was committed in complicity with others, and that Jean Valjean was a member of a band of robbers in the south. Jean Valjean was pronounced guilty, and was condemned to the death penalty in consequence. This criminal refused to lodge an appeal. The king, in his inexhaustible clemency, has deigned to commute his penalty to that of penal servitude for life. Jean Valjean was immediately taken to the prison at Toulon. the reader has not forgotten that Jean Valjean had religious habits at Montreuil-sur-Mer. Some papers, among others the Constitutional, presented this commutation as a triumph of the priestly party. Jean Valjean changed his number in the galleys. He was called 9430. However, and we will mention it at once, in order that we may not be obliged to recur to the subject, the prosperity of Montreuil-sur-Mer vanished with Monsieur Madeleine. All that he had foreseen during his night of fever and hesitation was realized. Lacking him, there actually was a soul lacking. After this fall, there took place at Montreuil-sur-Mer that egotistical division of great existences which have fallen, that fatal dismemberment of flourishing things, which is accomplished every day, obscurely, in the human community, and which history has noted only once, because it occurred after the death of Alexander. Lieutenants are crowned kings. Superintendents improvise manufacturers out of themselves. Envious rivalries arose. Monsieur Madeleine's vast workshops were shut. His buildings fell to ruin. His workmen were scattered. Some of them quitted the country, others abandoned the trade. Thenceforth, everything was done on a small scale instead of on a grand scale, for lucre instead of the general good. There was no longer a centre. Everywhere there was competition and animosity. Monsieur Madeleine had reigned over all and directed all. No sooner had he fallen than each pulled things to himself. The spirit of combat succeeded to the spirit of organization, bitterness to cordiality, hatred of one another to the benevolence of the founder towards all. The threads which Monsieur Madeleine had set were tangled and broken. The methods were adulterated, the products were debased. Confidence was killed. The market diminished for lack of orders. Salaries were reduced, the workshop stood still. Bankruptcy arrived. And then there was nothing more for the poor. All had vanished. The state itself perceived that someone had been crushed somewhere. Less than 4 years after the judgment of the Court of Assizes, establishing the identity of Jean Valjean and Monsieur Madeleine for the benefit of the galleys, the cost of collecting taxes had doubled in the arrondissement of Montreuil-sur-Mer, and Monsieur Viel called attention to the fact in the rostrum in the month of February, 1827. End of Book 2, Chapter 1.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 2nd, The Ship Orion. Chapter 2, in which the reader will peruse 2 verses which are of the devil's composition, possibly. Before proceeding further, it will be to the purpose to narrate in some detail a singular occurrence which took place at about the same epoch in Montfermeil, and which is not lacking in coincidence with certain conjectures of the indictment. There exists in the region of Montfermeil a very ancient superstition, which is all the more curious and all the more precious, because a popular superstition in the vicinity of Paris is like an aloe in Siberia. We are among those who respect everything which is in the nature of a rare plant. Here, then, is the superstition of Montfermeil. It is thought that the devil, from time immemorial, has selected the forest as a hiding-place for his treasures. Good wives affirm that it is no rarity to encounter at nightfall, in secluded nooks of the forest, a black man with the air of a carter or a wood-chopper, wearing wooden shoes, clad in trousers and a blouse of linen, and recognizable by the fact that, instead of a cap or hat, he has 2 immense horns on his head. This ought, in fact, to render him recognizable. This man is habitually engaged in digging a hole. There are 3 ways of profiting by such an encounter. The first is to approach the man and speak to him. Then it is seen that the man is simply a peasant. that he appears black because it is nightfall, that he is not digging any hole whatever, but is cutting grass for his cows, and that what had been taken for horns is nothing but a dung fork which he is carrying on his back, and whose teeth, thanks to the perspective of evening, seem to spring from his head. The man returns home and dies within the week. The second way is to watch him, to wait until he has dug his hole, until he has filled it and has gone away, and then to run with great speed to the trench, to open it once more and seize the treasure which the black man has necessarily placed there. In this case, one dies within the month. Finally, the last method is not to speak to the black man, not to look at him, and to flee at the best speed of one's legs. One then dies within the year. As all three methods are attended with their special inconveniences, the second, which at all events presents some advantages, among others that of possessing a treasure, if only for a month, is the one most generally adopted. So bold men, who are tempted by every chance, have quite frequently, as we are assured, opened the holes excavated by the black man, and tried to rob the devil. The success of the operation appears to be but moderate, at least if the tradition is to be believed, and in particular the two enigmatical lines in barbarous Latin, which an evil Norman monk, a bit of a sorcerer, named Tryphon, has left on this subject. This Tryphon is buried at the Abbey of Saint Georges de Bourcherville near Rouen, and toads spawn on his grave. Accordingly, enormous efforts are made. Such trenches are ordinarily extremely deep. A man sweats, digs, toils all night, for it must be done at night. He wets his shirt, burns out his candle, breaks his mattock, and when he arrives at the bottom of the hole, when he lays his hand on the treasure, what does he find? What is the devil's treasure? A sou, sometimes a crown piece, a stone, a skeleton, a bleeding body, sometimes a spectre folded in four like a sheet of paper in a portfolio, sometimes nothing. This is what Tryphon's verses seem to announce to the indiscreet and curious. Fodit de in fossa theosores conduit opeca, as numas lapides cadaver sumacra nilic. It seems that in our day there is sometimes found a powder horn with bullets, sometimes an old pack of cards, greasy and worn, which has evidently served the devil. Tryphon does not record these two finds. Since Tryphon lived in the 12th century, and since the devil does not appear to have had the wit to invent powder before Roger Bacon's time, and cards before the time of Charles VI. Moreover, if one plays at cards, one is sure to lose all that one possesses. And as for the powder in the horn, it possesses the property of making your gun burst in your face. Now, a very short time after the epoch when it seemed to the prosecuting attorney that the liberated convict Jean Valjean, during his flight of several days, had been prowling around Montfermeil, it was remarked in that village that a certain old road laborer, named Boulatruelle, had peculiar ways in the forest. People thereabouts thought they knew that this Boulatruelle had been in the galleys. He was subjected to certain police supervision, and, as he could find work nowhere, the administration employed him at reduced rates as a road mender on the crossroad from Gagny to Lagny. This Boulatruelle was a man who was viewed with disfavor by the inhabitants of the district as too respectful, too humble, too prompt in removing his cap to everyone, and trembling and smiling in the presence of the gendarmes, probably affiliated to robber bands, they said, suspected of lying in ambush at verge of copses at nightfall. The only thing in his favor was that he was not a drunkard. This is what people thought they had noticed. Of late, Boulatruelle had taken to quitting his task of stone-breaking, and carried the road at a very early hour, and to be taking himself to the forest with his pickaxe. He was encountered toward evening in the most deserted clearings, in the wildest thickets, and he had the appearance of being in search of something, and sometimes he was digging holes. The good wives who passed took him at first for Beelzebub. Then they recognized Boulatruelle, and were not in the least reassured thereby. These encounters seemed to cause Boulatruelle a lively displeasure. It was evident that he sought to hide, and that there was some mystery in what he was doing. It was said in the village, "It is clear that the devil has appeared. Boulatruelle has seen him, and is on the search. In sooth, he is cunning enough to pocket Lucifer's hoard." The Voltairians added, "Will Boulatruelle catch the devil, or will the devil catch Boulatruelle?" The old women made a great many signs of the cross. In the meantime, Boulatruelle's maneuvers in the forest ceased, and he resumed his regular occupation of road mending, and people gossiped of something else. Some persons, however, were still curious, surmising that in all this there was probably no fabulous treasure of the legends, but some fine windfall of a more serious and palpable sort than the devil's bank bills. Road mender had half discovered the secret. The most puzzled were the schoolmaster and Thénardier, the proprietor of the tavern, who was everybody's friend, and had not disdained to ally himself with Boulatruelle. "He has been in the galleys," said Thénardier. "Eh, no one knows who has been there, who will be there." One evening the schoolmaster affirmed that in former times the law could have instituted an inquiry as to what Boulatruelle did in the forest, and that the latter would have been forced to speak, and that he would have been put to the torture in case of need, and that Boulatruelle would not have resisted the water test, for example. "Let us put him to the wine test," said Thénardier. They made an effort and got the old road mender to drinking. Boulatruelle drank an enormous amount, but said very little. He combined with admirable art and in masterly proportions the thirst of a grenadier with the discretion of a judge. Nevertheless, by dint of returning to the charge and of comparing and putting together the few obscure words which he did allow to escape him, this is what Thénardier and the schoolmaster imagined that they had made out. One morning, when Boulatruelle was on his way to his work at daybreak, he had been surprised to see, at a nook of the forest in the underbrush, a shovel and a pickaxe, concealed, as one might say. However, he might have supposed that they were probably the shovel and pickaxe of Father Six-Fours, the water carrier, and would have thought no more about it. But on the evening of that day he saw, without being seen himself, as he was hidden by a large tree, a person who did not belong in those parts, and whom he, Boulatruelle, knew well, directing his steps toward the densest part of the wood. Translation by Thénardier, a comrade of the galleys. Boulatruelle obstinately refused to reveal his name. This person carried a package, something square, like a large box or a small trunk. Surprise on the part of Boulatruelle. However, it was only after the expiration of 7 or 8 minutes that the idea of following that person had occurred to him. But it was too late. The person was already in the thicket. Night had descended, and Boulatruelle had not been able to catch up with him. Then he had adopted the course of watching for him at the edge of the woods. It was moonlight. 2 or 3 hours later, Boulatruelle had seen this person emerge from the brushwood carrying no longer the coffer, but a shovel and pick. Boulatruelle had allowed the person to pass, and had not dreamed of accosting him, because he said to himself that the other man was 3 times as strong as he was, and armed with a pickaxe, and that he would probably knock him over the head on recognizing him, and on perceiving that he was recognized. Touching effusion of 2 old comrades on meeting again. But the shovel and pick had served as a ray of light to Boulatruelle. He had hastened to the thicket in the morning, and had found neither shovel nor pick. From this he had drawn the inference that this person, once in the forest, had dug a hole with his pick, buried the coffer, and reclosed the hole with his shovel. Now the coffer was too small to contain a body, therefore it contained money. Hence his researches. Boulatruelle had explored, sounded, searched the entire forest and the thicket, and had dug wherever the earth appeared to him to have been recently turned up. In vain. He had ferreted out nothing. No one in Montfermeil thought any more about it. There were only a few brave gossips who said, "You may be certain that the mender on the Gagny road did not take all that trouble for nothing. He was sure that the devil had come." End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 2nd, The Ship Orion. Chapter 3. The ankle chain must have undergone a certain preparatory manipulation to be thus broken with a blow from a hammer. Towards the end of October, in that same year, 1823, the inhabitants of Toulon beheld the entry into their port, after heavy weather, and for the purpose of repairing some damages, of the ship Orion, which was employed later at Brest as a school ship, and which then formed a part of the Mediterranean squadron. This vessel, battered as it was, for the sea had handled it roughly, produced a fine effect as it entered the roads. It flew some colors which procured for it the regulation salute of 11 guns, which it returned shot for shot, total 22. It has been calculated that what with salvos, royal and military politenesses, courteous exchanges of uproar, signals of etiquette, formalities of roadsteads and citadels, sunrises and sunsets, saluted every day by all fortresses and all ships of war, openings and closings of ports, etc., the civilized world discharged all over the earth in the course of 24 hours 150,000 useless shots. At 6 francs the shot, that comes to 900,000 francs a day, 300 millions a year, which vanish in smoke. This is a mere detail. All this time the poor were dying of hunger. The year 1823 was what the Restoration called the epoch of the Spanish War. It contained many events in one, and a quantity of peculiarities. A grand family affair for the houses of Bourbon, the branch of France succoring and protecting the branch of Madrid, that is to say, performing an act devolving on the elder, an apparent return to our national traditions, complicated by servitude and by subjection to the cabinets of the North. Monsieur le Duc d'Angoulême, surnamed by the liberal sheets the hero of Andujar, compressing in a triumphal attitude that was somewhat contradicted by his peaceable air, the ancient and very powerful terrorism of the Holy Office, at variance with the chimerical terrorism of the liberals. The sans-culottes resuscitated, to the great terror of the dowagers, under the name of descamisados. Monarchy opposing an obstacle to progress, described as anarchy. The theories of '89 roughly interrupted in the sap. A European halt called to the French idea, which was making the tour of the world. Besides, the son of France as generalissimo, the Prince of Carignan, afterwards Charles Albert, enrolling himself in that crusade of kings against people as a volunteer, with grenadier epaulettes of red worsted, the soldiers of the empire setting out on a fresh campaign, but aged, saddened after 8 years of repose, and under the white cockade, the tricolored standard waved abroad by a heroic handful of Frenchmen, as the white standard had been 30 years earlier at Coblentz. Monks mingled with our troops. The spirit of liberty and of novelty brought to its senses by bayonets, principles slaughtered by cannonades, France undoing by her arms that which she had done by her mind. In addition to this, hostile leaders sold, soldiers hesitating, cities besieged by millions, no military perils, and yet possible explosions, as in every mine which is surprised and invaded, but little bloodshed, little honor won, shame for some, glory for no one. Such was this war made by the princes descended from Louis XIV, and conducted by generals who had been under Napoleon. Its sad fate was to recall neither the Grand War nor grand politics. Some feats of arms were serious. The taking of the Trocadero, among others, was a fine military action. But after all, we repeat, the trumpets of this war give back a cracked sound. The whole effect was suspicious. History approves of France for making a difficulty about accepting this false triumph. It seems evident that certain Spanish officers connected with resistance yielded too easily. The idea of corruption was connected with the victory. It appears as though generals and not battles had been won, and the conquering soldier returned humiliated. A debasing war, in short, in which the Bank of France could be read in the folds of the flag. Soldiers of the war of 1808, on whom Saragossa had fallen in formidable ruin, frowned in 1823 at the easy surrender of citadels, and began to regret Palafox. It is the nature of France to prefer to have Rostopchine rather than Balestros in front of her. From a still more serious point of view, and one which it is also proper to insist upon here, this war, which wounded the military spirit of France, enraged the democratic spirit. It was an enterprise of enthrallment. In that campaign, the object of the French soldier, the son of democracy, was the conquest of a yoke for others. A hideous contradiction. France is made to arouse the soul of nations, not to stifle it. All the revolutions of Europe since 1792 are the French Revolution. Liberty darts rays from France. That is a solar fact. Blind is he who will not see. It was Bonaparte who said it. The war of 1823, an outrage on the generous Spanish nation, was then, at the same time, an outrage on the French Revolution. It was France who committed this monstrous violence, by foul means, for, with the exceptions of wars of liberation, everything that armies do is by foul means. The words passive obedience indicate this. An army is a strange masterpiece of combination, whereas force results from an enormous sum of impotence. Thus is war, made by humanity against humanity, despite humanity, explained. As for the Bourbons, the War of 1823 was fatal to them. They took it for a success. They did not perceive the danger that lies in having an idea slain to order. They went astray in their innocence to such a degree that they introduced the immense enfeeblement of a crime into their establishment as an element of strength. The spirit of the ambush entered into their politics. 1830 had its germ in 1823. The Spanish campaign became in their councils an argument for force and for adventure by divine right. France, having re-established El Rey Neto in Spain, might well have re-established the absolute king at home. They fell into the alarming error of taking the obedience of the soldier for the consent of the nation. Such confidence is the ruin of thrones. It is not permitted to fall asleep either in the shadow of a machineel tree nor in the shadow of an enemy. Let us return to the ship Orion. During the operations of the army commanded by the Prince Generalissimo, a squadron had been cruising in the Mediterranean. We have just stated that the Orion belonged to this fleet, and that accidents of the sea had brought it into the port at Toulon. The presence of a vessel of war in a port has something about it which attracts and engages a crowd. It is because it is great, and the crowd loves what is great. A ship of the line is one of the most magnificent combinations of the genius of man with the powers of nature. A ship of the line is composed, at the same time, of the heaviest and the lightest of possible matter, for it deals at one and the same time with three forms of substance, solid, liquid, and fluid, and it must do battle with all three. It has 11 claws of iron with which to seize the granite on the bottom of the sea, and more wings and more antennae than winged insects, to catch the wind in the clouds. Its breath pours out through its 120 cannons as through enormous trumpets, and replies proudly to the thunder. The ocean seeks to lead it astray in the alarming sameness of its billows, but the vessel has its soul, its compass, which counsels it and always shows it the north. In the blackest nights its lanterns supply the place of the stars. Thus, against the wind it has its cordage and its canvas, against the water wood, against the rocks its iron, brass, and lead, against the shadows its light, and against immensity a needle. If one wishes to form an idea of all those gigantic proportions which, taken as a whole, constitute the ship of the line, one has only to enter one of the 6-story covered construction stocks in the ports of Brest or Toulon. The vessels in process of construction are under a bell glass there, as it were. This colossal beam is a yard. That great column of wood which stretches on the earth as far as the eye can reach is the mainmast. Taking it from its root in the stocks to its tip in the clouds, it is 60 fathoms long, and its diameter as its base is 3 feet. The English mainmast rises to a height of 217 feet above the waterline. The navy of our fathers employed cables. Ours employs chains. The simple pile of chains on a ship of 100 guns is 4 feet high, 20 feet in breadth, and 8 feet in depth. And how much wood is required to make this ship? 3,000 cubic meters. It is a floating fortress. And moreover, let this be borne in mind, it is only a question here of the military vessel of 40 years ago, of the simple sailing vessel. Steam, then in its infancy, has since added new miracles to that prodigy which is called a war vessel. At the present time, for example, the mixed vessel with a screw is a surprising machine, propelled by 3,000 square meters of canvas and by an engine of 2,500 horsepower. Not to mention these new marvels, the ancient vessel of Christopher Columbus and of de Ruyter is one of the masterpieces of man, inexhaustible in force as is the infinite in gales. It stores up the wind in its sails. It is precise in the immense vagueness of the billows. It floats, and it rains. There comes an hour, nevertheless, when the gale breaks that 60-foot yard like a straw, when the wind bends that mast 400 feet tall, when that anchor, which weighs tens of thousands, is twisted in the jaws of the waves like a fisherman's hook in the jaws of a pike, when those monstrous cannons utter plaintive and futile roars, which the hurricane bears forth into the void and into the night, when all that power and all that majesty are engulfed in a power and majesty which are supreme. Every time that immense force is displayed, to culminate in an immense feebleness, it affords men food for thought. Hence, in the ports curious people abound around these marvelous machines of war and of navigation, without being able to explain perfectly to themselves why. Every day, accordingly, from morning until night, the quays, sluices, and the jetties of the port of Toulon were covered with a multitude of idlers and loungers, as they say in Paris, whose business consisted in staring at the Orion. The Orion was a ship that had been ailing for a long time. In the course of its previous cruises, thick layers of barnacles had collected on its keel to such a degree as to deprive it of half its speed. It had gone into the dry dock the year before this in order to have the barnacles scraped off. Then it had put to sea again, but this cleaning had affected the bolts of the keel, In the neighborhood of the Balearic Isles the sides had been strained and had opened, and, as the plating in those days was not of sheet iron, the vessel had sprung a leak. A violent equinoctial gale had come up, which had at first staved in a grating and a porthole on the larboard side, and damaged the foretop gallant shrouds. In consequence of these injuries the Orion had run back to Toulon. It anchored near the arsenal, it was fully equipped, and repairs were begun. The hull had received no damage on the starboard, but some of the planks had been unnailed here and there, according to custom, to prevent of air entering the hold. One morning the crowd, which was gazing at it, witnessed an accident. The crew was busy mending the sails. The topman, who had to take the upper corner of the main topsail on the starboard, lost his balance. He was seen to waver. The multitude thronging the arsenal quay uttered a cry. The man's head overbalanced his body. The man fell around the yard, with his hands outstretched toward the abyss. On his way, he seized the foot rope, first with one hand, then with the other, and remained hanging from it. The sea lay below him at a dizzying depth. The shock of his fall had imparted to the foot rope a violent swinging motion. The man swayed back and forth at the end of that rope like a stone in a sling. It was incurring a frightful risk to go to his assistance. Not one of the sailors, all fishermen of the coast recently levied for the service, dared to attempt it. In the meantime the unfortunate topman was losing his strength. His anguish could not be discerned on his face, but his exhaustion was visible in every limb. His arms were contracted in horrible twitchings. Every effort which he made to reascend served but to augment the oscillations of the foot rope. He did not shout, for fear of exhausting his strength. All were awaiting the minute when he should release his hold on the rope, and from instant to instant heads were turned that his fall might not be seen. There are moments when a bit of rope, a pole, the branch of a tree, is life itself, and it's a terrible thing to see a living being detach himself from it and fall like a ripe fruit. All at once a man was seen climbing into the rigging with the agility of a tiger cat. This man was dressed in red. He was a convict. He wore a green cap. He was a life convict. On arriving on a level with the top, a gust of wind carried away his cap, and allowed a perfectly white head to be seen. He was not a young man. A convict employed on board with a detachment from the galleys had, in fact, at the very first instant, hastened to the officer of the watch, and in the midst of the consternation and the hesitation of the crew, while all the sailors were trembling and drawing back, he had asked the officer's permission to risk his life to save the topman. At an affirmative sign from the officer, he had broken the chain riveted to his ankle with one blow of a hammer. Then he had caught up a rope and had dashed into the rigging. No one noticed at the instant with what ease the chain had been broken. It was only later on that the incident was recalled. In a twinkling he was on the yard. He paused for a few seconds and appeared to be measuring it with his eye. These seconds, during which the breeze swayed the topman at the extremity of a thread, seemed centuries to those who were looking on. At last the convict raised his eyes to heaven and advanced a step. The crowd drew a long breath. He was seen to run out along the yard. On arriving at the point, he fastened the rope to which he had brought to it, and allowed the other end to hang down. Then he began to descend the rope, hand over hand, and then, and the anguish was indescribable, instead of one man suspended over the gulf, there were two. One would have said it was a spider coming to seize a fly, only here the spider brought life, not death. 10,000 glances were fastened on this group. Not a cry, not a word. The same tremor contracted every brow. All mouths held their breaths, as though they feared to add the slightest puff of wind which was swaying the two unfortunate men. In the meantime the convict had succeeded in lowering himself to a position near the sailor. It was high time. 1 minute more, and the exhausted and despairing man would have allowed himself to fall into the abyss. The convict had moored him securely with the cord to which he clung with one hand, while he was working with the other. At last he was seen to climb back on the yard and drag the sailor up after him. He held him there a moment to allow him to recover his strength, and then he grasped him in his arms and carried him, walking on the yard himself to the cap, and from there to the maintop, where he left him in the hands of his comrades. At that moment the crowd broke into applause. Old convict sergeants among them wept, and women embraced each other on the quay, and all voices were heard to cry with a sort of tender rage, "Pardon for that man." He, in the meantime, had immediately begun to make his descent to rejoin his detachment. In order to reach them the more speedily, he dropped into the rigging, and ran along one of the lower yards. All eyes were following him. At a certain moment fear assailed them. Whether it was that he was fatigued or that his head turned, they thought they saw him hesitate and stagger. All at once the crowd uttered a loud shout. The convict had fallen into the sea. The fall was perilous. The frigate Algeciras was anchored alongside the Orion, and the poor convict had fallen between the two vessels. It was to be feared that he would slip under one or the other of them. 4 men flung themselves hastily into a boat. The crowd cheered them on. Anxiety again took possession of all souls. The man had not risen to the surface. He had disappeared in the sea without leaving a ripple, as though he had fallen into a cask of oil. They sounded, they dived. In vain. The search was continued until the evening. They did not even find the body. On the following day the Toulon newspaper printed these lines: November 17th, 1823. Yesterday a convict belonging to the detachment on board of the Orion, on his return from rendering assistance to a sailor, fell into the sea and was drowned. The body has not yet been found. It is supposed that it is entangled under the piles of the Arsenal Point. This man was committed under the number 9430, and his name was Jean Valjean. End of Book 2, Chapter 3.
Chapter 1 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. The Water Question at Montfermeil. Montfermeil is situated between Livry and Chelles, on the southern edge of that lofty tableland which separates the Ourcq from the Marne. At the present day it is a tolerably large town, ornamented all the year through with plaster villas, and on Sundays with beaming bourgeois. In 1823 there were at Montfermeil neither so many white houses nor so many well-satisfied citizens. It was only a village in the forest. Some pleasure houses of the last century were to be met with there, to be sure, which were recognizable by their grand air, their balconies in twisted iron, and their long windows, whose tiny panes cast all sorts of varying shades of green on the white of the closed shutters. But Montfermeil was none the less a village. Retired clothes merchants and rusticating attorneys had not discovered it as yet. It was a peaceful and charming place, which was not on the road to anywhere. There people lived, and cheaply, that peasant rustic life which is so bounteous and so easy, only water was rare there, on account of the elevation of the plateau. It was necessary to fetch it from a considerable distance. The end of the village towards Gagny drew its water from the magnificent ponds which exist in the woods there. The other end, which surrounds the church and which lies in the direction of Chelles, found drinking water only at a little spring halfway down the slope, near the road to Chelles, about a quarter of an hour from Montfermeil. Thus each household found it hard work to be supplied with water. The large houses, the aristocracy, of which the Thénardier tavern formed a part, paid half a farthing a bucketful to a man who made a business of it, and who earned about 8 sous a day in his enterprise of supplying Montfermeil with water. But this good man only worked until 7 o'clock in the evening in summer, and 5 in winter. And night once come, and the shutters on the ground floor once closed, he who had no water to drink went to fetch it for himself, or did without it. This constituted the terror of the poor creature, whom the reader has probably not forgotten, little Cosette. It will be remembered that Cosette was useful to the Thénardiers in 2 ways. They made the mother pay them, and made the child serve them. So when the mother ceased to pay altogether, the reason for which we have read in the preceding chapters, the Thénardiers kept Cosette. She took the place of a servant in their house. In this capacity, she it was who ran to fetch water when it was required. So the child, who was greatly terrified at the idea of going to spring at night, took great care that water should never be lacking in the house. Christmas of the year 1823 was particularly brilliant at Montfermeil. The beginning of the winter had been mild. There had been neither snow nor frost up to that time. Some mountebanks from Paris had obtained permission of the mayor to erect their booths in the principal street of the village, and a band of itinerant merchants, under protection of the same tolerance, had constructed their stalls on Church Square, and even extended them into Boulanger Alley, where, as the reader will perhaps remember, the Thénardiers' hostelry was situated. These people filled inns and drinking shops, and communicated to that tranquil little district a noisy and joyous life. In order to play the part of a faithful historian, we ought even to add that, among the curiosities displayed in the square, there was a menagerie, in which frightful clowns, clad in rags and coming nowhere near whence, exhibited to the peasants of Montfermeil in 1823 one of those horrible Brazilian vultures, such as our Royal Museum did not possess until 1845, and which have a tricolored cockade for an eye. I believe that naturalists call this bird Caracara polyborus, It belongs to the order of the Epicides and to the family of the vultures. Some good old Bonapartist soldiers who had retired to the village went to see this creature with great devotion. The mountebanks gave out that the tricolor cockade was a unique phenomenon made by God expressly for their menagerie. On Christmas Eve itself, a number of men, carters, and peddlers were seated at table, drinking and smoking around 4 or 5 candles in the public room of Thénardier's hostelry. This room resembles all drinking-shop rooms, tables, pewter jugs, bottles, drinkers, smokers, but little light and a great deal of noise. The date of the year 1823 was indicated, nevertheless, by 2 objects which were then fashionable in the bourgeois class, to wit, a kaleidoscope and a lamp of red tin. The female Thénardier was attending to the supper, which was roasting in front of a clear fire. Her husband was drinking with his customers and talking politics. Besides political conversations, which had for their principal subjects the Spanish War and Monsieur le Duc d'Angoulême, strictly local parentheses, like the following, were audible amid the uproar. About Nantes and Fresnay the vines have flourished greatly. When 10 pieces were reckoned on, there have been 12. They have yielded a great deal of juice under the press, but the grapes cannot be ripe. In those parts the grapes should not be ripe. The wine turns oily as soon as spring comes. Then it is very thin wine. There are wines poorer even than this. The grapes must be gathered while green, etc. Old Miller would call out, "Are we responsible for what is in the sacks? We find in them a quantity of small seed which we cannot sift out, and which we are obliged to send through the millstones. There are tails, fennel, vetches, hempseeds, foxtail, and a host of other weeds, not to mention pebbles, which abound in certain wheat, especially in Breton wheat. I am not fond of grinding Breton wheat, any more than long sawers like to saw beams with nails in them. You can judge of the bad dust that makes in grinding. And then people complain about flour. There in the round, the flour is not 12 hours. In a space between 2 windows, a mower, who was seated at table with a landed proprietor, who was fixing on a price for some needlework to be performed in the spring, was saying, "It does no harm to have the grass wet. It cuts better. Dew is a good thing, sir. It makes no difference with the grass. Your grass is very young and very hard to cut still. It's terribly tender. It yields before the iron," etc. Cosette was in her usual place, seated on the crossbar of the kitchen table beyond the chimney. She was in rags. Her bare feet were thrust into wooden shoes, and by the firelight she was engaged in knitting woolen stockings destined for the young Thénardiers. A very young kitten was playing about among the chairs. Laughter and chatter were audible in the adjoining room from 2 fresh children's voices. It was Éponine and Azelma. In the chimney corner a cat o' 9 tails was hanging on a nail. At intervals the cry of a very young child, which was somewhere in the house, ran through the noise of the dram shop. It was a little boy who had been born to the Thénardiers during one of the preceding winters. She did not know why, she said, the result of the cold, and who was a little more than 3 years old. The mother had nursed him, but she did not love him. When the persistent clamour of the brat became too annoying, "Your son is squalling," Thénardier would say. "Do go and see what he wants." "Bah," the mother would reply, "he bothers me." And the neglected child continued to shriek in the dark. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. The Water Question at Montfermeil.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3rd, Accomplishment of the Promise Made to the Dead Woman. Chapter 2, 2 Complete Portraits. So far in this book, the Thénardiers have been viewed only in profile. The moment has arrived for making the circuit of this couple, and considering it under all its aspects. Thénardier had just passed his 50th birthday. Madame Thénardier was approaching her 40s, which is equivalent to 50 in a woman, so that there existed a balance of age between husband and wife. Our readers have possibly preserved some recollection of this Thénardier woman, ever since her first appearance. Tall, blonde, red, fat, angular, square, enormous, and agile. She belonged, as we have said, to the race of those colossal wild women who contort themselves at fairs with paving stones hanging from their hair. She did everything about the house, made the beds, did the washing, the cooking, and everything else. Cosette was her only servant, a mouse in the service of an elephant. Everything trembled at the sound of her voice, window panes, furniture, and people. Her big face, dotted with red blotches, presented the appearance of a skimmer. She had a beard. She was an ideal market porter dressed in women's clothes. She swore splendidly. She boasted of being able to crack a nut with one blow of her fist. Except for the romances which she had read, and which made the affected lady peep through the ogress at times, in a very queer way, the idea would never have occurred to anyone to say of her, "That is a woman." This Thénardier female was like the product of a wench engrafted on a fishwife. When one heard her speak, one said, "That is a gendarme." When one saw her drink, one said, "That is a carter." When one saw her handle Cosette, one said, "That is the hangman." One of her teeth projected when her face was in repose. Thénardier was a small, thin, pale, angular, bony, feeble man who had a sickly air and who was wonderfully healthy. His cunning began here. He smiled habitually by way of precaution, and was almost polite to everybody, even to the beggar to whom he refused half a farthing. He had the glance of a polecat and the bearing of a man of letters. He greatly resembled the portraits of the Abbé Delille. His coquetry consisted in drinking with the carters. No one had ever succeeded in rendering him drunk. He smoked a big pipe. He wore a blouse, and under his blouse an old black coat. He made pretensions to literature and to materialism. There were certain names which he often pronounced to support whatever things he might be saying. Voltaire, Raynal, Parny, and, singularly enough, St. Augustine. He declared that he had a system. In addition, he was a great swindler, a philosophe, a scientific thief. The species does exist. It will be remembered that he pretended to have served in the army. He was in the habit of relating with exuberance how, being a sergeant in the 6th or the 9th Light something or other, at Waterloo, he had alone, and in the presence of a squadron of death-dealing hussars, covered with his body, and saved from death, in the midst of the grape-shot, a general who had been dangerously wounded. Thence arose for his wall the flaring sign, and for his inn the name which it bore in the neighborhood, of the Cabaret of the Sergeant of Waterloo. He was a liberal, a classic, and a Bonapartist. He had subscribed for the Champ d'Asile. It was said in the village that he had studied for the priesthood. We believe that he had simply studied in Holland for an innkeeper. This rascal of composite order was, in all probability, some Fleming from Lille in Flanders, a Frenchman in Paris, a Belgian at Brussels, being comfortably astride of both frontiers. As for his prowess at Waterloo, the reader is already acquainted with that. It will be perceived that he exaggerated it a trifle. Ebb and flow, wandering, adventure was the leaven of his existence. A tattered conscience entails a fragmentary life, and, apparently, at the stormy epoch of June 18, 1815, Thénardier belonged to that variety of marauding sutlers of which we have spoken, beating about the country, selling to some, stealing from others, and travelling like a family man, with wife and children, in a rickety cart, in the rear of troops on the march, with an instinct for always attaching himself to the victorious army. This campaign ended, and having, as he said, some quibus, he had come to Montfermeil and set up an inn there. This quibus, composed of purses and watches, of gold rings and silver crosses, gathered in harvest time in furrows sown with corpses, did not amount to a large total, and did not carry this sutler turned eating housekeeper very far. Thénardier had that peculiar rectilinear something about his gestures which, accompanied by an oath, recalls the barracks, and by a sign of the cross, the seminary. He was a fine talker. He allowed it to be thought that he was an educated man. Nevertheless, the schoolmaster had noticed that he pronounced improperly. He composed the traveller's tariff card in a superior manner, but practised eyes sometimes spied out orthographical errors in it. Thénardier was cunning, greedy, slothful, and clever. He did not disdain his servants, which caused his wife to dispense with them. This giantess was jealous. It seemed to her that that thin and yellow little man must be an object coveted by all. Thénardier, who was above all an astute and well-balanced man, was a scamp of a temperate sort. This is the worst species. Hypocrisy enters into it. It is not that Thénardier was not on occasion capable of wrath to quite the same degree as his wife, but this was very rare, and at such times since he was enraged with the human race in general, as he bore within him a deep furnace of hatred. And since he was one of those people who are continually avenging their wrongs, who accuse everything that passes before them of everything which has befallen them, and who are always ready to cast upon the first person who comes to hand, as a legitimate grievance, the sum total of the deceptions, the bankruptcies, and the calamities of their lives, when all this leaven was stirred up in him and boiled forth from his mouth and eyes, he was terrible. Woe to the person who came under his wrath at such a time. In addition to his other qualities, Thénardier was attentive and penetrating, silent or talkative, according to circumstances, and always highly intelligent. He had something of the look of sailors who were accustomed to screw up their eyes to gaze through marine glasses. Thénardier was a statesman. Every newcomer who entered the tavern said on catching sight of Madame Thénardier, "There is the master of the house." A mistake. She was not even the mistress. The husband was both master and mistress. She worked, he created. He directed everything by a sort of invisible and constant magnetic action. A word was sufficient for him, sometimes a sign. The mastodon obeyed. Thénardier was a sort of special and sovereign being in Madame Thénardier's eyes, though she did not thoroughly realize it. She was possessed of virtues after her own kind. If she had ever had a disagreement as to any detail with Monsieur Thénardier, which was an inadmissible hypothesis, by the way, she would not have blamed her husband in public on any subject whatever. She would never have committed before strangers that mistake so often committed by women, and which is called in parliamentary language exposing the crown. Although their concord had only evil as its result, there was contemplation in Madame Thénardier's submission to her husband. That mountain of noise and flesh moved under the little finger of that frail despot. Viewed on its dwarfed and grotesque side, this was that grand and universal thing, the adoration of mind by matter, for certain ugly features have a cause in the very depths of eternal beauty. There was an unknown quantity about Thénardier, hence the absolute empire of the man over that woman. At certain moments she beheld him like a lighted candle, at others she felt him like a claw. This woman was a formidable creature who loved no one except her children, and who did not fear anyone except her husband. She was a mother because she was mammiferous, but her maternity stopped short with her daughters, and, as we shall see, did not extend to boys. The man had but one thought: how to enrich himself. He did not succeed at this. A theatre worthy of this great talent was lacking. Thénardier was ruining himself at Montfermeil, if ruin is possible to zero. In Switzerland or in the Pyrenees, this penniless scamp would have become a millionaire, but an innkeeper must browse where fate has hitched him. It will be understood that the word innkeeper is here employed in a restricted sense, and does not extend to an entire class. In this same year, 1823, Thénardier was burdened with about 1,500 francs worth of petty debts, and this rendered him anxious. Whatever may have been the obstinate injustice of destiny in this case, Thénardier was one of those men who understand best, with the most profundity and in the most modern fashion, that thing which is a virtue among barbarous peoples, and an object of merchandise among civilized peoples: hospitality, Besides, he was an admirable poacher, and quoted for his skill in shooting. He had a certain cold and tranquil laugh, which was particularly dangerous. His theories as a landlord sometimes burst forth in lightning flashes. He had professional aphorisms which he inserted into his wife's mind. "The duty of the innkeeper," he said to her one day, violently and in a low voice, "is to sell to the first comer stews, repose, light, fire, dirty sheets, a servant, lice, and a smile. To stop passers-by, to empty small purses, and to honestly lighten heavy ones. To shelter traveling families respectfully, to shave the man, to pluck the woman, to pick the child clean, to quote the window open, the window shut, the chimney corner, the armchair, the chair, the ottoman, the stool, the feather bed, the mattress, and the truss of straw. To know how much the shadow uses up the mirror, and to put a price on it. And by 500,000 devils to make the traveller pay for everything, even for the flies which his dog eats." This man and this woman were ruse and rage wedded, a hideous and terrible team. While the husband pondered and combined, Madame Thénardier thought not of absent creditors, took no heed of yesterday nor of tomorrow, and lived in a fit of anger, all in a minute. Such were these two beings. Cosette was between them, subjected to their double pressure, like a creature who is at the same time being ground up in a mill and pulled to pieces with pincers. The man and the woman each had a different method. Cosette was overwhelmed with blows. This was the woman's. She went barefooted in winter. That was the man's doing. Cosette ran upstairs and down, washed, swept, rubbed, dusted, ran, fluttered about, panted, moved heavy articles, and, weak as she was, did the coarse work. There was no mercy for her. A fierce mistress and venomous master. The Thénardier hostelry was like a spider's web, in which Cosette had been caught, and where she lay trembling. The ideal of oppression was realized by this sinister household. It was something like the fly serving the spiders. The poor child passively held her peace. What takes place within these souls when they have but just quitted God, find themselves thus, at the very dawn of life, very small, and in the midst of men all naked? End of Book 3rd, Chapter 2.
Chapter 3. Men must have wine, and horses must have water. 4 new travellers had arrived. Cosette was meditating sadly, for although she was only 8 years old, she had already suffered so much that she reflected with the lugubrious air of an old woman. Her eye was black in consequence of a blow from Madame Thénardier's fist, which caused the latter to remark from time to time, "How ugly she is with her fist blow on her eye." Cosette was thinking that it was dark, very dark, that the pitchers and carafes in the chambers of the travellers who had arrived must have been filled, and that there was no more water in the cistern. She was somewhat reassured because no one in the Thénardier establishment drank much water. Thirsty people were never lacking there, but their thirst was of the sort which applies to the jug rather than to the pitcher. Anyone who had asked for a glass of water among all those glasses of wine would have appeared a savage to all these men. But there came a moment when the child trembled. Madame Thénardier raised the cover of a stewpan which was boiling on the stove, then seized a glass and briskly approached the cistern. She turned the faucet. The child had raised her head and was following all the woman's movements. A thin stream of water trickled from the faucet and half filled the glass. "Well," said she, "there is no more water." A momentary silence ensued. The child did not breathe. "Bah!" resumed Madame Thénardier, examining the half-filled glass. "This will be enough." Cosette applied herself to her work once more, but for a quarter of an hour she felt her heart leaping in her bosom like a big snowflake. She counted minutes that passed in this manner, and wished it were the next morning. From time to time one of the drinkers looked into the street, and exclaimed, "It's as black as an oven," or "One must needs be a cat to go about the streets without a lantern at this hour," and Cosette trembled. All at once one of the peddlers who lodged in the hostelry entered, and said in a harsh voice, "My horse has not been watered." "Yes, it has," said Madame Thénardier. "I tell you that it has not," retorted the peddler. Cosette had emerged from under the table. "Oh, yes, sir," said she. "The horse has had a drink. He drank out of a bucket, a whole bucketful, and it was I who took the water to him, and I spoke to him." It was not true. Cosette lied. "There's a brat as big as my fist who tells lies as big as the house," exclaimed the peddler. "I tell you that he has not been watered, you little jade. He has a way of blowing when he had had no water, which I know well." Cosette persisted, and added in a voice rendered hoarse with anguish, and which was hardly audible, "And he drank heartily." "Come," said the peddler in a rage, "this won't do at all. Let my horse be watered, and let that be the end of it." Cosette crept under the table again. "In truth, that is fair," said Madame Thénardier. "If the beast has not been watered, it must be." Then glancing about her, "Well now, where's that other beast?" She bent down and discovered Cosette cowering at the other end of the table, almost under the drinker's feet. "Are you coming?" shrieked Madame Thénardier. Cosette crawled out of the sort of hole in which she had hidden herself. The Thénardier resumed. "Mademoiselle dog-like name, go and water that horse." "But, madame," said Cosette feebly, "there's no water." The Thénardier threw the street door wide open. "Well, go and get some then." Cosette dropped her head and went for an empty bucket which stood near the chimney corner. This bucket was bigger than she was, and the child could have sat down in it at her ease. The Thénardier returned to her stove, and tasted what was in the stewpan, with a wooden spoon, grumbling the while. "There's plenty in the spring. There never was such a malicious creature as that. I think I should have done better to strain my onions." Then she rummaged in a drawer which contained sauce, pepper, and shallots. "See here, Mademoiselle Toad," she added. "On your way back you will get a big loaf from the baker. Here's a 15-sou piece." Cosette had a little pocket on one side of her apron. She took the coin without saying a word, and put it in that pocket. Then she stood motionless, bucket in hand, the open door before her. She seemed to be waiting for some one to come to her rescue. "Get along with you!" screamed the Thénardier. Cosette went out. The door closed behind her. This is the end of chapter 3.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book Third. Accomplishment of the promise made to the dead woman. Chapter 4. Entrance on the scene of a doll. The line of open-air booths, starting at the church, extended, as the reader will remember, as far as the hostelry of the Thénardiers. These booths were all illuminated, because the citizens would soon pass on their way to the midnight mass, with candles burning in paper funnels, which, as the schoolmaster, then seated at the table at the Thénardiers, observed, produced a magical effect. In compensation, not a star was visible in the sky. The last of these stalls, established precisely opposite the Thénardiers' door, was a toy shop all glittering with tinsel, glass, and magnificent objects of tin. In the first row, and far forwards, the merchant had placed on a background of white napkins an immense doll, nearly 2 feet high, who was dressed in a robe of pink crape, with gold wheat ears on her head, which had real hair and enamel eyes. All that day this marvel had been displayed to the wonderment of all passers by under 10 years of age. without a mother being found in Montfermeil sufficiently rich or sufficiently extravagant to give it to her child. Éponine and Azelma had passed hours in contemplating it, and Cosette herself had ventured to cast a glance at it on the sly, it is true. At the moment when Cosette emerged, bucket in hand, melancholy and overcome as she was, she could not refrain from lifting her eyes to that wonderful doll, towards the lady, as she called it. The poor child paused in amazement. She had not yet beheld that doll close to. The whole shop seemed a palace to her. The doll was not a doll, it was a vision. It was joy, splendour, riches, happiness, which appeared in a sort of chimerical halo to that unhappy little being, so profoundly engulfed in gloomy and chilly misery. With the sad and innocent sagacity of childhood, Cosette measured the abyss which separated her from that doll. She said to herself that one must be a queen, or at least a princess, to have a thing like that. She gazed at that beautiful pink dress, that beautiful smooth hair, and she thought, how happy that doll must be. She could not take her eyes from that fantastic stall. The more she looked, the more dazzled she grew. She thought she was gazing at paradise. There were other dolls behind the large one, which seemed to her to be fairies and genii. The merchant, who was pacing back and forth in front of his shop, produced on her somewhat the effect of being the eternal father. In this adoration she forgot everything, even the errand with which she was charged. All at once the Thénardier's coarse voice recalled her to reality. "What, you silly jade! You have not gone? Wait! I'll give it to you. I want to know what you're doing there. Get along, you little monster!" The Thénardier had cast a glance into the street, and had caught sight of Cosette in her ecstasy. Cosette fled, dragging her pail, and taking the longest strides of which she was capable. End of Book Third, Chapter 4.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3 of Les Misérables, Chapter 5, The Little One, All Alone. As the Thénardier hostelry was in that part of the village which is near the church, it was to the spring in the forest in the direction of Chelles that Cosette was obliged to go for her water. She did not glance at the display of a single other merchant. So long as she was in Boulanger Lane and in the neighbourhood of the church, the lighted stalls illuminated the road, but soon the last light from the last stall vanished. The poor child found herself in the dark. She plunged into it, only, as a certain emotion came over her, she made as much motion as possible with the handle of the bucket as she walked along. This made a noise which afforded her company. The further she went, the denser the darkness became. There was no one in the streets. However, she did encounter a woman who turned around on seeing her, and stood still, muttering between her teeth, "Where can that child be going? Is it a werewolf child?" Then the woman recognized Cosette. "Well," said she, "it's the lark." In this manner Cosette traversed the labyrinth of tortuous and deserted streets which terminate in the village of Montfermeil on the side of Chelles. So long as she had the houses, or even the walls only, on both sides of her path, she proceeded with tolerable boldness. From time to time she caught the flicker of a candle through the crack of a shutter. This was light and life. There were people there, and it reassured her. But in proportion as she advanced, her pace slackened mechanically, as it were. When she had passed the corner of the last house, Cosette paused. It had been hard to advance further than the last stall. It became impossible to proceed further than the last house. She set her bucket on the ground, thrust her hand into her hair, and began slowly to scratch her head, a gesture peculiar to children when terrified and undecided what to do. It was no longer Montfermeil. It was the open fields. Black and desert space was before her. She gazed in despair at that darkness, where there was no longer anyone, where there were beasts, where there were spectres, possibly. She took a good look, and heard the beasts walking on the grass, and she distinctly saw spectres moving in the trees. Then she seized her bucket again. Fear had lent her audacity. "Bah!" said she. "I will tell him that there was no more water." And she resolutely re-entered Montfermeil. Hardly had she gone 100 paces when she paused and began to scratch her head again. Now it was the Thénardier who appeared to her, with her hideous hyena mouth and wrath flashing in her eyes. The child cast a melancholy glance before her and behind her. What was she to do? What was to become of her? Where was she to go? In front of her was the spectre of the Thénardier. Behind her all the phantoms of the night and of the forest. It was before the Thénardier that she recoiled. She resumed her path to the spring, and began to run. She emerged from the village. She entered the forest at a run, no longer looking at or listening to anything. She only paused in her course when her breath failed her, but she did not halt in her advance. She went straight before her in desperation. As she ran, she felt like crying. The nocturnal quivering of the forest surrounded her completely. She no longer thought. She no longer saw. The immensity of night was facing this tiny creature. On the one hand, all shadow. On the other, an atom. It was only 7 or 8 minutes' walk from the edge of the woods to the spring. Cosette knew the way, through having gone over it many times in daylight. Strange to say, she did not get lost. A remnant of instinct guided her vaguely, but she did not turn her eyes either to right or to left for fear of seeing things in the branches and in the brushwood. In this manner she reached the spring. It was a narrow natural basin, hollowed out by the water in a clay soil about 2 feet deep, surrounded with moss and with those tall crimped grasses which are called Henry IV.'s frills, and paved with several large stones. A brook ran out of it, with a tranquil little noise. Cosette did not take time to breathe. It was very dark, but she was in the habit of coming to this spring. She felt with her left hand in the dark for a young oak which leaned over the spring and which usually served to support her, found one of its branches, clung to it, bent down and plunged the bucket into the water. She was in a state of such violent excitement that her strength was trebled. While thus bent over, she did not notice that the pocket of her apron had emptied itself into the spring. The 15-sou piece fell into the water. Cosette neither saw nor heard it fall. She drew out the bucket nearly full and set it on the grass. That done, she perceived that she was worn out with fatigue. She would have liked to set out again at once, but the effort required to fill the bucket had been such that she found it impossible to take a step. She was forced to sit down. She dropped on the grass and remained crouching there. She shut her eyes, and then she opened them again, without knowing why, but because she could not do otherwise. The agitated water in the bucket beside her was describing circles which resembled tin serpents. Overhead the sky was covered with vast black clouds, which were like masses of smoke. The tragic mask of shadow seemed to bend vaguely over the child. Jupiter was setting in the depths. The child stared with bewildered eyes at this great star, with which she was unfamiliar and which terrified her. The planet was, in fact, very near the horizon, and was traversing a dense layer of mist which imparted to it a horrible ruddy hue. The mist, gloomily empurpled, magnified the star. One would have called it a luminous wound. A cold wind was blowing from the plain. The forest was dark. Not a leaf was moving. There were none of the vague, fresh gleams of summertide. Great boughs uplifted themselves in frightful wise. Slender and misshapen bushes whistled in the clearings. The tall grasses undulated like eels under the north wind. The nettles seemed to twist long arms furnished with claws in search of prey. Some bits of dry heather, tossed by the breeze, flew rapidly by, and had the air of fleeing in terror before something which was coming after. On all sides there were lugubrious stretches. The darkness was bewildering. Man requires light. Whoever buries himself in the opposite of day feels his heart contract. When the eye sees black, the heart sees trouble. In an eclipse, in the night, in the sooty opacity, there is anxiety even for the stoutest of hearts. No one walks alone in the forest at night without trembling. Shadows and trees, two formidable densities, a chimerical reality appears in the distinct depths. The inconceivable is outlined a few paces distant from you with a spectral clearness. One beholds floating, either in space or in one's own brain. One knows not what vague and intangible thing like the dreams of sleeping flowers. There are fierce attitudes on the horizon. One inhales the effluvia of great black void. One is afraid to glance behind him, yet desirous of doing so. The cavities of night, things grown haggard, taciturn profiles which vanish when one advances, obscure dishevelments, irritated tufts, livid pools, the lugubrious reflected in the funereal, the sepulchral immensity of silence, unknown but possible beings, bendings of mysterious branches, alarming torsos of trees, long handfuls of quivering plants. Against all this one has no protection. There is no hardihood which does not shudder, and which does not feel the vicinity of anguish. One is conscious of something hideous, as though one's soul were becoming amalgamated with the darkness. This penetration of the shadows is indescribably sinister in the case of a child. Forests are apocalypses, and the beatings of the wings of a tiny soul produces a sound of agony beneath their monstrous vault. Without understanding her sensations, Cosette was conscious that she was seized upon by that black enormity of nature. It was no longer terror alone which was gaining possession of her. It was something more terrible even than terror. She shivered. There are no words to express the strangeness of that shiver, which chilled her to the very bottom of her heart. Her eye grew wild. She thought she felt that she could not be able to refrain from returning there the same hour on the morrow. Then, by a sort of instinct, she began to count aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on up to 10, in order to escape from that singular state which she did not understand, but which terrified her. And when she had finished, she began again. This restored her to a true perception of the things about her. Her hands, which she had wet in drawing the water, felt cold. She rose. Her terror, a natural and unconquerable terror, had returned. She had but one thought now, to flee at full speed through the forest, across the fields, to the houses, to the windows, to the lighted candles. Her glance fell upon the water which stood before her. Such was the fright which the Thénardier inspired in her, that she dared not flee without that bucket of water. She seized the handle with both hands. She could hardly lift the pail. In this manner she advanced a dozen paces, but the bucket was full. It was heavy. She was forced to set it on the ground once more. She took breath for an instant, then lifted the handle of the bucket again. She resumed her march, proceeding a little further this time, but again she was obliged to pause. After some seconds of repose, she set out again. She walked bent forward, with drooping head, like an old woman. The weight of the bucket strained and stiffened her thin arms. The iron handle completed the benumbing and freezing of her wet and tiny hands. She was forced to halt from time to time, and each time that she did so, the cold water which slashed from the pail fell on her bare legs. This took place in the depths of a forest, at night, in winter, far from all human sight. She was a child of 8. No one but God saw that sad thing at that moment. And her mother, no doubt, alas, for there are things that make the dead open their eyes in their graves. She panted with a sort of painful rattle. Sobs contracted her throat, but she dared not weep. So afraid was she of the Thénardier, even at a distance. It was her custom to imagine the Thénardier always present. However, she could not make much headway in that manner, and she went on very slowly, in spite of diminishing the length of her stops, and of walking as long as possible between them. She reflected with anguish that it would take her more than an hour to return to Montfermeil in this manner, and that the Thénardier would beat her. This anguish was mingled with her terror at being alone in the woods at night. She was worn out with fatigue, and had not yet emerged from the forest. On arriving near an old chestnut tree with which she was acquainted, made a last halt, longer than the rest, in order that she might get well rested. Then she summoned up all her strength, picked up her bucket again, and courageously resumed her march. But the poor little desperate creature could not refrain from crying, "Oh, my God! Oh, my God!" At that moment she suddenly became conscious that her bucket no longer weighed anything at all. A hand, which seemed to her enormous, had just seized the handle and lifted it vigorously. She raised her head. A large black form, straight and erect, was walking beside her through the darkness. It was a man who had come up behind her, and whose approach she had not heard. This man, without uttering a word, had seized the handle of the bucket which she was carrying. There are instincts for all the encounters in life. The child was not afraid. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. The Little One All Alone.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, Accomplishment of the Promise Made to the Dead Woman. Chapter 6, which possibly proves Boulatruelle's intelligence. On the afternoon of that same Christmas Day, 1823, a man had walked for rather a long time in the most deserted part of the Boulevard de l'Hôpital in Paris. This man had the air of a person who is seeking lodgings, and he seemed to halt by preference at the most modest houses on the dilapidated border of the Faubourg Saint-Marceau. We shall see further on that this man had in fact hired a chamber in that isolated quarter. This man, in his attire, as in all his person, realized the type of what may be called the well-bred mendicant. Extreme wretchedness combined with extreme cleanliness. This is a very rare mixture, which inspires intelligent hearts with the double respect which one feels for the man who is very poor and for the man who is very worthy. He wore a very old and very well-brushed round hat, a coarse coat, worn perfectly threadbare, of an ochre yellow, a color that was not in the least eccentric at that epoch, a large waistcoat with pockets of a venerable cut, black breeches, worn grey at the knee, stockings of black worsted, and thick shoes with copper buckles. He would have been pronounced a preceptor in some good family, returned from the emigration. He would have been taken for more than 60 years of age, from his perfectly white hair, his wrinkled brow, his livid lips, and his countenance, where everything breathed depression and weariness of life. Judging from his firm tread, from the singular vigor which stamped all his movements, he would have hardly been thought 50. The wrinkles on his brow were well placed, and would have disposed in his favor any one who observed him attentively. His lip contracted with a strange fold, which seemed severe, and which was humble. There was in the depth of his glance an indescribable melancholy serenity. In his left hand he carried a little bundle tied up in a handkerchief. In his right he leaned on a sort of a cudgel cut from some hedge. This stick had been carefully trimmed, and had an air that was not too threatening. The most had been made of its knots, and it had received a coral-like head made from red wax. It was a cudgel, and it seemed to be a cane. There are but few passers-by on the boulevard, particularly in the winter. The man seemed to avoid them rather than to seek them, but this without any affectation. At that epoch King Louis XVIII went nearly every day to Choisy-le-Roi. It was one of his favourite excursions. Towards 2 o'clock, almost invariably, the royal carriage and cavalcade was seen to pass at full speed along the Boulevard de l'Hôpital. This served in lieu of a watch or clock to the poor women of the quarter, who said, "It is 2 o'clock. There he is returning to the Tuileries." And some rushed forward, and others drew up in line, for a passing king always creates a tumult. Besides, the appearance and disappearance of Louis XVIII produced a certain effect in the streets of Paris. It was rapid but majestic. This impotent king had a taste for a fast gallop. As he was not able to walk, he wished to run. The cripple would gladly have had himself drawn by the lightning. He passed pacific and severe in the midst of naked swords. His massive couch, all covered with gilding, with great branches of lilies painted on the panels, thundered noisily along. There was hardly time to cast a glance upon it. In the rear angle on the right there was visible on tufted cushions of white satin a large, firm, and ruddy face, a brow freshly powdered, a lustre royal, a proud, hard, crafty eye, the smile of an educated man, 2 great epaulettes with fringed bullion floating over a bourgeois coat, the golden fleece, the cross of St. Louis, the cross of the Legion of Honor, the silver plaque of the Saint Esprit, a huge belly, and a wide blue ribbon. It was the king. Outside of Paris he held his hat decked with white ostrich plumes on his knees, and wrapped in high English gaiters. When he re-entered the city, he put on his hat and saluted rarely. He stared coldly at the people, and they returned it in kind. When he appeared for the first time in the Saint Marceau quarter, the whole success which he produced is contained in this remark of an inhabitant of the Faubourg to his comrade: "That big fellow yonder is the government." This infallible passage of the king at the same hour was therefore the daily event of the Boulevard de l'Hôpital. The promenader in the yellow coat evidently did not belong in the quarter, and probably did not belong in Paris, for he was ignorant as to this detail. When at 2 o'clock the royal carriage, surrounded by a squadron of the bodyguard, all covered with silver lace, debouched on the boulevard, after having made the turn of the Salpêtrière, he appeared surprised and almost alarmed. There was no one but himself in this cross lane. He drew up hastily behind the corner of the wall of an enclosure, though this did not prevent M. le Duc de Havre from spying him out. M. le Duc de Havre, as captain of the guard on duty that day, was seated in the carriage opposite the king. He said to his Majesty, "Yonder is an evil-looking man." Members of the police who were clearing the king's route took equal note of him. One of them received an order to follow him, but the man plunged into the deserted little streets of the Faubourg, and as twilight was beginning to fall, the agent lost trace of him, as is stated in a report addressed that same evening to M. le Comte d'Anglès, Minister of State, Prefect of Police. When the man in the yellow coat had thrown the agent off his track, he redoubled his pace, not without turning round many a time to assure himself that he was not being followed. At 4:15, that is to say, when night was fully come, he passed in front of the theatre of the Porte Saint Martin, where The Two Convicts was being played that day. This poster, illuminated by the theatre's lantern, struck him, for although he was walking rapidly, he halted to read it. An instant later he was in the blind alley of La Planchette, and he entered the Pewter Platter, where the office of the coach for Lagny was then situated. This coach set out at 4:30. The horses were harnessed, and the travellers, summoned by the coachman, were hastily climbing the lofty iron ladder of the vehicle. The man inquired, "Have you a place?" "Only one, beside me on the box," said the coachman. "I will take it." "Climb up." Nevertheless, before setting out, the coachman cast a glance at the traveller's shabby dress, at the diminutive size of his bundle, and made him pay his fare. "Are you going as far as Lagny?" demanded the coachman. "Yes," said the man. The traveller paid to Lagny. They started. When they had passed the barrier, the coachman tried to enter into conversation, but the traveller only replied in monosyllables. The coachman took to whistling and swearing at his horses. The coachman wrapped himself up in his cloak. It was cold. The man did not appear to be thinking of that. Thus they passed Gournay and Lully-sur-Marne. Towards 6 o'clock in the evening they reached Chelles. The coachman drew up in front of the Carter's Inn, installed in the ancient buildings of the Royal Abbey, to give his horses a breathing spell. "I'll get down here," said the man. He took his bundle and his cudgel and jumped down from the vehicle. An instant later he had disappeared. He did not enter the inn. When the coach set out for Lagny a few minutes later, it did not encounter him in the principal streets of Chelles. The coachman turned to the inside travellers. "There," said he, "is a man who does not belong here, for I do not know him. He had not the air of owning a sou, but he does not consider money. He pays to Lagny, and he goes only as far as Chelles. It is night, all the houses are shut, he does not enter the inn, and he is not to be found. So he has dived through the earth." The man had not plunged into the earth, but he had gone with great strides through the dark, down the principal street of Chelles. Then he had turned to the right before reaching the church and to the cross leading to Montfermeil, like a person who was acquainted with the country and had been there before. He followed this road rapidly. At the spot where it intersected by the ancient tree-bordered road which runs from Gagny to Lagny, he heard people coming. He concealed himself precipitately in a ditch, and there waited until the passers-by were at a distance. The precaution was nearly superfluous, however, for, as we have already said, it was a very dark December night. Not more than 2 or 3 stars were visible in the sky. It is at this point that the ascent of the hill begins. The man did not return to the road to Montfermeil. He struck across the fields to the right, and entered the forest with long strides. Once in the forest, he slackened his pace and began a careful examination of all the trees, advancing step by step, as though seeking and following a mysterious road known to himself alone. There came a moment when he appeared to lose himself, and he paused in indecision. At last he arrived, by dint of feeling his way inch by inch, at a clearing where there was a heap of whitish stones. He stepped up briskly to these stones, and examined them attentively through the mists of night, as though he were passing them in review. A large tree, covered with these excrescences, which are the warts of vegetation, stood a few paces distant from the pile of stones. He went up to this tree, and passed his hand over the bark of the trunk, as though seeking to recognize and count all the warts. Opposite this tree, which was an ash, there was a chestnut tree, suffering from a peeling of the bark, to which a band of zinc had been nailed by way of dressing. He raised himself on tiptoe and touched the band of zinc. Then he trod about for a while on the ground comprised in the space between the tree and the heap of stones, like a person who is trying to assure himself that the soil has not recently been disturbed. That done, he took his bearings and resumed his march through the forest. It was the man who had just met Cosette. As he walked through the thicket in the direction of Montfermeil, he had espied that tiny shadow moving with a groan, depositing a burden on the ground, then taking it up and setting out again. He drew near and perceived that it was a very young child, laden with an enormous bucket of water. Then he approached the child and silently grasped the handle of the bucket.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3. Accomplishment of the Promise Made to the Dead Woman. Chapter 7. Cosette side by side with the stranger in the dark. Cosette, as we have said, was not frightened. The man accosted her. He spoke in a voice that was grave and almost bass. "My child, what you are carrying is very heavy for you." Cosette raised her head and replied, "Yes, sir." "Give it to me," said the man. "I will carry it for you." Cosette let go of the bucket handle. The man walked along beside her. "It really is very heavy," he muttered between his teeth. Then he added, "How old are you, little one?" "8, sir." "And have you come far like this?" "From the spring in the forest." "Are you going far?" "A good quarter of an hour's walk from here." The man said nothing for a moment. Then he remarked abruptly, "So you have no mother?" "I don't know," answered the child. Before the man had time to speak again, she added, "I don't think so. Other people have mothers. I have none." and after a silence she went on, "I think that I never had any." The man halted. He set the bucket on the ground, bent down and placed both hands on the child's shoulders, making an effort to look at her and to see her face in the dark. Cosette's thin and sickly face was vaguely outlined by the livid light in the sky. "What is your name?" said the man. "Cosette." The man seemed to have received an electric shock. He looked at her once more. Then he removed his hands from Cosette's shoulders, seized the bucket and set out again. After a moment he inquired, "Where do you live, little one?" "At Montfermeil, if you know where that is." "That is where we are going?" "Yes, sir." He paused, then began again. "Who sent you at such an hour to get water in the forest?" "It was Madame Thénardier." The man resumed, in a voice which he strove to render indifferent, but in which there was, nevertheless, a singular tremor. "What does your Madame Thénardier do?" "She is my mistress," said the child. "She keeps the inn." "The inn," said the man. "Well, I am going to lodge there tonight. Show me the way." "We are on the way there," said the child. The man walked tolerably fast. Cosette followed him without difficulty. She no longer felt any fatigue. From time to time she raised her eyes towards the man with a sort of tranquillity and an indescribable confidence. She had never been taught to turn to Providence and to pray. Nevertheless, she felt within her something which resembled hope and joy, and which mounted towards heaven. Several minutes elapsed. The man resumed. "Is there no servant in Madame Thénardier's house?" "No, sir." "Are you alone there?" "Yes, sir." Another pause ensued. Cosette lifted up her voice. "That is to say, there are two little girls." "What little girls?" "Ponine and Zelma." This was the way the child simplified the romantic names so dear to the female Thénardier. "Who are Ponine and Zelma?" "They are Madame Thénardier's young ladies. Her daughters, as you would say." "And what do those girls do?" "Oh," said the child, "they have beautiful dolls, things with gold in them, all full of affairs. They play, they amuse themselves." "All day long?" "Yes, sir." "And you?" I work." "All day long?" The child raised her great eyes, in which hung a tear, which was not visible because of the darkness, and replied gently, "Yes, sir." After an interval of silence, she went on, "Sometimes, when I have finished my work and they let me, I amuse myself too." "How do you amuse yourself?" "In the best way I can. They let me alone, but I have not many playthings. Ponine and Zelma will not let me play with their dolls. I have only a little lead sword, no longer than that." The child held up her tiny finger. "And it will not cut?" "Yes, sir," said the child. "It cuts salad, and the heads of flies." They reached the village. Cosette guided the stranger through the streets. They passed the bake shop, but Cosette did not think of the bread which she had been ordered to fetch. The man had ceased to ply her with questions, and now preserved a gloomy silence. When they had left the church behind them, the man, on perceiving all the open-air booths, asked Cosette, "So there is a fair going on here?" "No, sir, it is Christmas." As they approached the tavern, Cosette timidly touched his arm. "Monsieur?" "What, my child?" "We are quite near the house." "Well?" "Will you let me take my bucket now?" "Why?" "If Madame sees that someone has carried it for me, she will beat me." The man handed her the bucket. An instant later they were at the tavern door. End of Book 3, Chapter 7.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, in the year 1817. Chapter 8. The unpleasantness of receiving into one's house a poor man who may be a rich man. Cosette could not refrain from casting a sidelong glance at the big doll, which was still displayed at the toy merchant's. Then she knocked. The door opened. The Thénardier appeared with a candle in her hand. "Ah, so it's you, you little wretch! Good mercy, but you've taken your time. The hussy has been amusing herself." "Madame," said Cosette, trembling all over, "here's a gentleman who wants a lodging." The Thénardier speedily replaced her gruff air by her amiable grimace, a change of aspect common to tavern-keepers, and eagerly sought the newcomer with her eyes. "This is the gentleman?" said she. "Yes, madame," replied the man, raising his hand to his hat. Wealthy travellers are not so polite. This gesture, and an inspection of the stranger's costume and baggage, which the Thénardier passed in review with one glance, caused the amiable grimace to vanish, and the gruff mien to reappear. She resumed dryly, "Enter, my good man." The good man entered. The Thénardier cast a second glance at him, paid particular attention to his frock-coat, which was absolutely threadbare, and to his hat, which was a little battered, and tossing her head, wrinkling her nose, and screwing up her eyes, she consulted her husband, who was still drinking with the carters. The husband replied by that imperceptible movement of the forefinger, which, backed up by an inflation of the lips, signifies in such cases a regular beggar. Thereupon the Thénardier exclaimed, "Ah, see here, my good man, I am very sorry, but I have no room left." "Put me where you like," said the man, "in the attic, in the stable. I will pay as though I occupied a room." 40 sous. 40 sous, agreed. "Very well, then." 40 sous, said a carter in a low tone to the Thénardier woman. "Why, the charge is only 20 sous." "It is 40 in his case," retorted the Thénardier in the same tone. "I don't lodge poor folks for less." "That's true," added her husband gently. "It ruins a house to have such people in it." In the meantime, the man, laying his bundle and his cudgel on a bench, had seated himself at a table, on which Cosette made haste to place a bottle of wine and a glass. The merchant who had demanded the bucket of water took it to his horse himself. Cosette resumed her place under the kitchen table and her knitting. The man, who had barely moistened his lips in the wine which he had poured out for himself, observed the child with peculiar attention. Cosette was ugly. If she had been happy, she might have been pretty. We have already given a sketch of that sombre little figure. Cosette was thin and pale. She was nearly 8 years old, but she seemed to be hardly 6. Her large eyes, sunken in a sort of shadow, were almost put out with weeping. The corners of her mouth had that curve of habitual anguish which is seen in condemned persons and desperately sick people. Her hands were, as her mother had divined, ruined with chilblains. The fire which illuminated her at that moment brought into relief all the angles of her bones, and rendered her thinness frightfully apparent. As she was always shivering, she had acquired the habit of pressing her knees one against the other. Her entire clothing was but a rag which would have inspired pity in summer, and which inspired horror in winter. All she had on was hole-ridden linen, not a scrap of woolen. Her skin was visible here and there, and everywhere black and blue spots could be descried, which marked the places where the Thénardier woman had touched her. Her naked legs were thin and red. The hollows in her neck were enough to make one weep. This child's whole person, her mien, her attitude, the sound of her voice, the intervals which she allowed to elapse between one word and the next, her glance, her silence, her slightest gesture, expressed and betrayed one sole idea: fear. Fear was diffused all over her. She was covered with it, so to speak. Fear drew her elbows close to her hips, withdrew her heels under her petticoat, made her occupy as little space as possible, allowed her only the breath that was absolutely necessary, and had become what might be called the habit of her body, admitting of no possible variation except an increase. In the depths of her eyes there was an astonished nook where terror lurked. Her fear was such that on her arrival, wet as she was, Cosette did not dare to approach the fire and dry herself, but sat silently down to her work again. The expression in the glance of that child of 8 years was habitually so gloomy, and at times so tragic, that it seemed at certain moments as though she were on the verge of becoming an idiot or a demon. As we have stated, she had never known what it is to pray. She had never set foot in a church. "Have I the time?" said the Thénardier. The man in the yellow coat never took his eyes from Cosette. All at once the Thénardier exclaimed, "By the way, where's that bread?" Cosette, according to her custom whenever the Thénardier uplifted her voice, emerged with great haste from beneath the table. She had completely forgotten the bread. She had recourse to the expedient of children who live in a constant state of fear. She lied. "Madame, the baker's shop was shut." "You should have knocked." "I did knock, madame." "Well?" "He did not open the door." "I'll find out tomorrow whether that is true," said the Thénardier, "and if you are telling me a lie, I'll lead you a pretty dance. In the meantime, give me back my 15-sou piece." Cosette plunged her hand into the pocket of her apron and turned green. The 15-sou piece was not there. "Ah, come now," said Madame Thénardier. "Did you hear me?" Cosette turned her pocket inside out. There was nothing in it. What could have become of that money? The unhappy little creature could not find a word to say. She was petrified. "Have you lost that 15-sou piece?" screamed the Thénardier hoarsely. "Or do you want to rob me of it?" At the same time, she stretched out her arm towards the cat-o'-nine-tails which hung on a nail in the chimney corner. This formidable gesture restored to Cosette sufficient strength to shriek, "Mercy, madame, madame, I will not do so any more." The Thénardier took down the whip. In the meantime, the man in the yellow coat had been fumbling in the fob of his waistcoat, without anyone having noticed his movements. Besides, the other travelers were drinking or playing cards, and were not paying attention to anything. Cosette contracted herself into a ball, with anguish, within the angle of the chimney, endeavoring to gather up and conceal her poor half-nude limbs. The Thénardier raised her arm. "Pardon me, madame," said the man, "but just now I caught sight of something which had fallen from this little one's apron pocket and rolled aside. Perhaps this is it." At the same time he bent down and seemed to be searching on the floor for a moment. "Exactly, here it is," he went on, straightening himself up. And he held out a silver coin to the Thénardier. "Yes, that's it," said she. It was not it, for it was a 20-sou piece. But the Thénardier found it to her advantage. She put the coin in her pocket, and confined herself to casting a fierce glance at the child, accompanied with the remark, "Don't let this ever happen again." Cosette returned to what the Thénardier called her kennel, and her large eyes, which were riveted on the traveller, began to take on an expression such as they had never worn before. Thus far it was only an innocent amazement, but a sort of stupefied confidence was mingled with it. "By the way, would you like some supper?" the Thénardier inquired of the traveller. He made no reply. He appeared to be absorbed in thought. "What sort of a man is that?" she muttered between her teeth. "He's some frightfully poor wretch. He hasn't a sou to pay for a supper. Will he even pay me for his lodging? It's very lucky, all the same, that it did not occur to him to steal the money that was on the floor." In the meantime, a door had opened, and Éponine and Azelma entered. They were two really pretty little girls, more bourgeois than peasant in looks, and very charming. The one with shining chestnut tresses, the other with long black braids hanging down her back, both vivacious, neat, plump, rosy, and healthy, and a delight to the eye. They were warmly clad, but with so much maternal art that the thickness of the stuffs did not detract from the coquetry of arrangement. There was a hint of winter, though the springtime was not wholly effaced. Light emanated from these two little beings. Besides this, they were on the throne. In their toilettes, in their gaiety, in the noise which they made, there was sovereignty. When they entered, the Thénardier said to them in a grumbling tone which was full of adoration, "Ah, there you are, you children!" Then drawing them, one after the other, to her knees, smoothing their hair, tying their ribbons afresh, and then releasing them with that gentle manner of shaking off which is peculiar to mothers, she exclaimed, "What frights they are!" They went and seated themselves in the chimney corner. They had a doll, which they turned over and over on their knees with all sorts of joyous chatter. From time to time, Cosette raised her eyes from her knitting, and watched their play with a melancholy air. Éponine and Azelma did not look at Cosette. She was the same as a dog to them. These three little girls did not yet reckon up 24 years between them, but they already represented the whole society of man, envy on the one side, disdain on the other. The doll of the Thénardier sisters was very much faded, very old, and much broken, but it seemed none the less admirable to Cosette, who had never had a doll in her life, a real doll, to make use of the expression which all children will understand. All at once, the Thénardier, who had been going back and forth in the room, perceived that Cosette's mind was distracted, and that, instead of working, she was paying attention to the little ones at their play. "Ah, I've caught you at it!" she cried. "So that's the way you work! I'll make you work to the tune of the whip, that I will!" The stranger turned to the Thénardier without quitting his chair. "Bah, madame," he said with an almost timid air, "let her play." Such a wish, expressed by a traveller who had eaten a slice of mutton and had drunk a couple of bottles of wine with his supper, and who had not the air of being frightfully poor, would have been equivalent to an order. But that a man with such a hat should permit himself such a desire, and that a man with such a coat should permit himself to have a will, was something which Madame Thénardier did not intend to tolerate. She retorted with acrimony, "She must work since she eats. I don't feed her to do nothing." "What is she making?" went on the stranger, in a gentle voice which contrasted strangely with his beggarly garments and his porter's shoulders. The Thénardier deigned to reply, "Stockings, if you please. Stockings for my little girls, who have none, so to speak, and who are absolutely barefoot just now." The man looked at Cosette's poor little red feet, and continued, "When will she have finished this pair of stockings?" "She has at least 3 or 4 good days' work on them still, the lazy creature." "And how much will that pair of stockings be worth when she has finished them?" The Thénardier cast a glance of disdain on him. 30 sous at least." "Will you sell them for 5 francs?" went on the man. "Good heavens!" exclaimed a carter who was listening, with a loud laugh. 5 francs, the deuce, I should think so. 5 balls. Thénardier thought it time to strike in. "Yes, sir, if such is your fancy, you will be allowed to have that pair of stockings for 5 francs. We can refuse nothing to travelers." "You must pay on the spot," said the Thénardier, in her curt and peremptory fashion. "I will buy that pair of stockings," replied the man, "and," he added, drawing a 5-franc piece from his pocket and laying it on the table, "I will pay for them." Then he turned to Cosette. "Now I own your work. Play, my child." The carter was so much touched by the 5-franc piece that he abandoned his glass and hastened up. "But it's true," he cried, examining it, "a real hind wheel, and not counterfeit." Thénardier approached and silently put the coin in his pocket. The Thénardier had no reply to make. She bit her lips, and her face assumed an expression of hatred. In the meantime, Cosette was trembling. She ventured to ask, "Is it true, madame? May I play?" "Play!" said the Thénardier, in a terrible voice. "Thanks, madame," said Cosette. And while her mouth thanked the Thénardier, her whole little soul thanked the traveller. Thénardier had resumed his drinking. His wife whispered in his ear, "Who can this yellow man be?" "I have seen millionaires with coats like that," replied Thénardier in a sovereign manner. Cosette had dropped her knitting, but had not left her seat. Cosette always moved as little as possible. She picked up some old rags and her little lead sword from a box behind her. Éponine and Azelma paid no attention to what was going on. They had just executed a very important operation. They had just got hold of the cat. They had thrown their doll on the ground, and Éponine, who was the elder, was swathing the little cat, in spite of its mewing and its contortions, in a quantity of clothes and red and blue scraps. While performing this serious and difficult work, she was saying to her sister in that sweet and adorable language of children, whose grace, like the splendor of the butterfly's wing, vanishes when one essays to fix it fast. "You see, sister, this doll is more amusing than the other. She twists, she cries, she is warm. See, sister, let us play with her. She shall be my little girl. I will be a lady. I will come to see you, and you shall look at her. Gradually you will perceive her whiskers, and that will surprise you. And then you will see her ears, and then you will see her tail, and it will amaze you. And you will say to me, 'Ah, mon Dieu!' and I will say to you, 'Yes, madame, it is my little girl. Little girls are made like that just at present.'" Azelma listened admiringly to Éponine. In the meantime, the drinkers had begun to sing an obscene song, and to laugh at it until the ceiling shook. Thénardier accompanied and encouraged them. As birds make nests out of everything, so children make a doll out of anything which comes to hand. While Éponine and Azelma were bundling up the cat, Cosette, on her side, had dressed up her sword. That done, she laid it in her arms and sang to it softly to lull it to sleep. The doll is one of the most imperious needs, and, at the same time, one of the most charming instincts of feminine childhood. To care for, to clothe, to deck, to dress, to undress, to redress, to teach, scold a little, to rock, to dandle, to lull to sleep, to imagine that something is some one, therein lies the whole woman's future. While dreaming and chattering, making tiny outfits and baby clothes, while sewing little gowns and corsages and bodices, the child grows into a young girl, the young girl into a big girl, the big girl into a woman. The first child is the continuation of the last doll. A little girl without a doll is almost as unhappy, and quite as impossible, as a woman without children. So Cosette had made herself a doll out of the sword. Madame Thénardier approached the yellow man. "My husband is right," she thought. "Perhaps it is Monsieur Laffitte. There are such queer rich men." She came and set her elbows on the table. "Monsieur," said she. At this word, "monsieur," the man turned. Up to that time the Thénardier had addressed him only as brave homme or bonhomme. "You see, sir," she pursued, assuming a sweetish air that was even more repulsive to behold than her fierce mien, "I am willing that the child should play. I do not oppose it. But it is good for once, because you are generous. You see, she has nothing. She must needs work." "Then this child is not yours?" demanded the man. "Oh, mon Dieu, no, sir. She is a little beggar whom we have taken in through charity, a sort of imbecile child. She must have water on the brain. She has a large head, as you see. We do what we can for her, for we are not rich. We have written in vain to her native place, and have received no reply these 6 months. It must be that her mother is dead." "Ah!" said the man, and fell into his reverie once more. "Her mother didn't amount to much," added the Thénardier. "She abandoned her child." During the whole of this conversation, Cosette, as though warned by some instinct that she was under discussion, had not taken her eyes from the Thénardier's face. She listened vaguely, she caught a few words here and there. Meanwhile, the drinkers, all 3/4 intoxicated, were repeating their unclean refrain with redoubled gaiety. It was a highly spiced and wanton song, in which the Virgin and the infant Jesus were introduced. The Thénardier went off to take part in the shouts of laughter. Cosette, from her post under the table, gazed at the fire, which was reflected from her fixed eyes. She had begun to rock the sort of baby which she had made, and as she rocked it, she sang in a low voice, "My mother is dead, my mother is dead, my mother is dead." On being urged afresh by the hostess, the yellow man, the millionaire, consented at last to take supper. "What does monsieur wish?" "Bread and cheese," said the man. "Decidedly he is a beggar," thought Madame Thénardier. The drunken men were still singing their song, and the child under the table was singing hers. All at once, Cosette paused. She had just turned round and caught sight of the little Thénardier's doll, which they had abandoned for the cat, and had left on the floor a few paces from the kitchen table. Then she dropped the swaddled sword, which only half met her needs, and cast her eyes slowly round the room. Madame Thénardier was whispering to her husband and counting over some money. Ponine and Zelma were playing with the cat. The travellers were eating or drinking or singing. Not a glance was fixed on her. She had not a moment to lose. She crept out from under the table on her hands and knees, made sure once more that no one was watching her. Then she slipped quickly up to the doll and seized it. An instant later she was in her place again, seated motionless, and only turned so as to cast a shadow on the doll which she held in her arms. The happiness of playing with a doll was so rare for her that it contained all the violence of voluptuousness. No one had seen her, except the traveller, who was slowly devouring his meagre supper. This joy lasted about 1/4 hour. But with all the precautions that Cosette had taken, she did not perceive that one of the doll's legs stuck out, and that the fire on the hearth lighted it up very vividly. That pink and shining foot projecting from the shadow, suddenly struck the eye of Azelma, who said to Éponine, "Look, sister!" The two little girls paused in stupefaction. Cosette had dared to take their doll! Éponine rose, and, without releasing the cat, she ran to her mother and began to tug at her skirt. "Let me alone," said her mother. "What do you want?" "Mother," said the child, "look there!" And she pointed to Cosette. Cosette, absorbed in the ecstasies of possession, no longer saw or heard anything. Madame Thénardier's countenance assumed that peculiar expression which is composed of the terrible mingled with the trifles of life, and which has caused this style of woman to be named Megaeras. On this occasion, wounded pride exasperated her wrath still further. Cosette had overstepped all bounds. Cosette had laid violent hands on the doll belonging to "these young ladies." A Tsarina who should see a moujik trying on her imperial son's blue ribbon would wear no other face. She shrieked, in a voice rendered hoarse with indignation, "Cosette!" Cosette started as though the earth had trembled beneath her. She turned round. "Cosette!" repeated the Thénardier. Cosette took the doll and laid it gently on the floor with a sort of veneration mingled with despair. Then, without taking her eyes from it, she clasped her hands, and, what is terrible to relate of a child of that age, she wrung them. Then, not one of the emotions of the day, neither the trip to the forest, nor the weight of the bucket of water, nor the loss of the money, nor the sight of the whip, nor even the sad words which she had heard Madame Thénardier utter, had been able to wring this from her. She wept, she burst out sobbing. Meanwhile, the traveller had risen to his feet. "What is the matter?" he said to the Thénardier. "Don't you see?" said the Thénardier, pointing to the corpus delicti which lay at Cosette's feet. "Well, what of it?" resumed the man. "That beggar," replied the Thénardier, "has permitted herself to touch the children's doll." "All this noise for that," said the man. "Well, what if she did play with that doll?" "She touched it with her dirty hands," pursued the Thénardier, "with her frightful hands." Here Cosette redoubled her sobs. "Will you stop your noise?" screamed the Thénardier. The man went straight to the street door, opened it, and stepped out. As soon as he had gone, the Thénardier profited by his absence to give Cosette a hearty kick under the table, which made the child utter loud cries. The door opened again, the man reappeared. He carried in both hands the fabulous doll which we have mentioned, and which all the village brats had been staring at ever since the morning, and he set it upright in front of Cosette, saying, "Here, this is for you." It must be supposed that, in the course of the hour and more which he had spent there, he had taken confused notice through his reverie of that toy shop, lighted up by fire-pots and candles so splendidly that it was visible like an illumination through the window of the drinking shop. Cosette raised her eyes. She gazed at the man approaching her with that doll as she might have gazed at the sun. She heard the unprecedented words, "It is for you." She stared at him. She stared at the doll. Then she slowly retreated, and hid herself at the extreme end under the table in a corner of the wall. She no longer cried, she no longer wept, she had the appearance of no longer daring to breathe. The Thénardier, Éponine, and Azelma were like statues also. The very drinkers had paused. A solemn silence reigned through the whole room. Madame Thénardier, petrified and mute, recommenced her conjectures. "Who is that old fellow? Is he a poor man? Is he a millionaire? Perhaps he is both, that is to say, a thief." The face of the male Thénardier presented that expressive fold which accentuates the human countenance whenever the dominant instinct appears there in all its bestial force. The tavern-keeper stared alternately at the doll and at the traveller. He seemed to be scenting out the man as he would have scented out a bag of money. This did not last longer than the space of a flash of lightning. He stepped up to his wife and said to her in a low voice, "That machine costs at least 30 francs. No nonsense. Down on your belly before that man." Gross natures have this in common with naive natures, that they possess no transition state. "Well, Cosette," said the Thénardier, in a voice that strove to be sweet, and which was composed of the bitter honey of malicious women, "aren't you going to take your doll?" Cosette ventured to emerge from her hole. "The gentleman has given you a doll, my little Cosette," said Thénardier with a caressing air. "Take it, it is yours." Cosette gazed at the marvelous doll in a sort of terror. Her face was still flooded with tears, but her eyes began to fill, like the sky at daybreak, with strange beams of joy. What she felt at that moment was a little like what she would have felt if she had been abruptly told, "Little one, you are the Queen of France." It seemed to her that if she touched that doll, lightning would dart from it. This was true up to a certain point, for she said to herself that the Thénardier would scold and beat her. Nevertheless, the attraction carried the day. She ended by drawing near and murmuring timidly as she turned towards Madame Thénardier, "May I, madame?" No words can render that air at once despairing, terrified, and ecstatic. "Pardi!" cried the Thénardier. "It is yours. The gentleman has given it to you." "Truly, sir," said Cosette, "is it true? Is the lady mine?" The stranger's eyes seemed to be full of tears. He appeared to have reached that point of emotion where a man does not speak for fear lest he should weep. He nodded to Cosette, and placed the lady's hand in her tiny hand. Cosette hastily withdrew her hand, as though that of the lady scorched her, and began to stare at the floor. We are forced to add that at that moment she stuck out her tongue immoderately. All at once she wheeled round and seized the doll in a transport. "I shall call her Catherine," she said. It was an odd moment when Cosette's rags met and clasped the ribbons and fresh pink muslins of the doll. "Madame," she resumed, "may I put her on a chair?" "Yes, my child," replied the Thénardier. It was now the turn of Éponine and Azelma to gaze at Cosette with envy. Cosette placed Catherine on a chair, then seated herself on the floor in front of her, and remained motionless, without uttering a word, in an attitude of contemplation. "Play, Cosette," said the stranger. "Oh, I am playing," returned the child. This stranger, this unknown individual, who had the air of a visit which Providence was making on Cosette, was the person whom the Thénardier hated worse than anyone in the world at that moment. However, it was necessary to control herself. Habituated as she was to dissimulation through endeavoring to copy her husband in all his actions, these emotions were more than she could endure. She made haste to send her daughters to bed. Then she asked the man's permission to send Cosette off also, "for she has worked hard all day," she added with a maternal air. Cosette went off to bed, carrying Catherine in her arms. From time to time the Thénardier went to the other end of the room, where her husband was, to relieve her soul, as she said. She exchanged with her husband words which were all the more furious because she dared not utter them aloud.
"Old beast! What has he got in his belly to come and upset us in this manner? To want that little monster to play, to give away 40-franc dolls to a jade that I would sell for 40 sous, so I would. A little more, and he will be saying your majesty to her, as though to the Duchess de Berry. Is there any sense in it? Is he mad, then, that mysterious old fellow?"
"Why, it is perfectly simple," replied Thénardier, "if that amuses him. It amuses you to have the little one work. It amuses him to have her play. He's all right. A traveller can do what he pleases when he pays for it. If the old fellow is a philanthropist, what is that to you? If he is an imbecile, it does not concern you. What are you worrying for so long as he has money?" The language of a master and the reasoning of an innkeeper, neither of which admitted of any reply. The man had placed his elbows on the table and resumed his thoughtful attitude. All the other travellers, both pedlars and carters, had withdrawn a little and had ceased singing. They were staring at him from a distance with a sort of respectful awe. This poorly dressed man, who drew hind wheels from his pocket with so much ease, and who lavished gigantic dolls on dirty little brats in wooden shoes, was certainly a magnificent fellow, and one to be feared. Many hours passed. The midnight mass was over, the chimes had ceased, the drinkers had taken their departure, the drinking shop was closed, the public room was deserted, the fire extinct. The stranger still remained in the same place and the same attitude. From time to time he changed the elbow on which he leaned. That was all, but he had not said a word since Cosette had left the room. The Thénardiers alone, out of politeness and curiosity, had remained in the room.
"Is he going to pass the night in that fashion?" grumbled the Thénardier.
When 2 o'clock in the morning struck, she declared herself vanquished, and said to her husband,
"I'm going to bed. Do as you like."
The husband seated himself at a table in the corner, lighted a candle, and began to read the Courrier Français. A good hour passed thus. The worthy innkeeper had perused the Courrier Français at least 3 times from the date of the number to the printer's name. The stranger did not stir. Thénardier fidgeted, coughed, spit, blew his nose, and creaked his chair. Not a movement on the man's part. "Is he asleep?" thought Thénardier. The man was not asleep, but nothing could arouse him. At last Thénardier took off his cap, stepped gently up to him, and ventured to say, "Is not monsieur going to his repose?" Not going to bed would have seemed to him excessive and familiar. To repose smacked of luxury and respect. These words possess the mysterious and admirable property of swelling the bill on the following day. A chamber where one sleeps costs 20 sous. A chamber in which one reposes costs 20 francs. "Well," said the stranger, "you are right. Where is your stable?" "Sir," exclaimed Thénardier with a smile, "I will conduct you, sir." He took the candle, the man picked up his bundle and cudgel, and Thénardier conducted him to a chamber on the first floor, which was of rare splendor, all furnished in mahogany, with a low bedstead, curtained with red calico. "What is this?" said the traveller. "It is really our bridal chamber," said the tavern keeper. "My wife and I occupy another. This is only entered 3 or 4 times a year." "I should have liked the stable quite as well," said the man abruptly. Thénardier pretended not to hear this unamiable remark. He lighted 2 perfectly fresh wax candles which figured on the chimney-piece. A very good fire was flickering on the hearth. On the chimney-piece, under a glass globe, stood a woman's headdress in silver wire and orange flowers. "And what is this?" resumed the stranger. "That, sir," said Thénardier, "is my wife's wedding bonnet." The traveller surveyed the object with a glance which seemed to say, "There really was a time, then, when that monster was a maiden." Thénardier lied, however. When he had leased this paltry building for the purpose of converting it into a tavern, he had found this chamber decorated in just this manner, and had purchased the furniture and obtained the orange flowers at second hand, with the idea that this would cast a graceful shadow on his spouse, and would result in what the English call respectability for his house. When the traveller turned round, the host had disappeared. Thénardier had withdrawn discreetly, without venturing to wish him a good night, as he did not wish to treat with disrespectful cordiality a man whom he proposed to fleece royally the following morning. The innkeeper retired to his room. His wife was in bed, but she was not asleep. When she heard her husband's step, she turned over and said to him, "Do you know, I'm going to turn Cosette out of doors tomorrow." Thénardier replied coldly, "How you do go on!" They exchanged no further words, and a few moments later their candle was extinguished. As for the traveller, he had deposited his cudgel and his bundle in a corner. The landlord once gone, he threw himself into an armchair, and remained for some time buried in thought. Then he removed his shoes, took one of the 2 candles, blew out the other, opened the door, and quitted the room, gazing about him like a person who is in search of something. He traversed a corridor and came upon a staircase. There he heard a very faint and gentle sound like the breathing of a child. He followed this sound, and came to a sort of triangular recess built under the staircase, or rather formed by the staircase itself. This recess was nothing else than the space under the steps. There, in the midst of all sorts of old papers and potsherds, among dust and spiders' webs, was a bed, if one can call by the name of bed a straw pallet so full of holes as to display the straw, and a coverlet so tattered as to show the pallet. No sheets. This was placed on the floor. In this bed Cosette was sleeping. The man approached and gazed down upon her. Cosette was in a profound sleep. She was fully dressed. In the winter she did not undress in order that she might not be so cold. Against her breast was pressed the doll, whose large eyes, wide open, glittered in the dark. From time to time she gave vent to a deep sigh, as though she were on the point of waking, and she strained the doll almost convulsively in her arms. Beside her bed there was only one of her wooden shoes. A door which stood open near Cosette's pallet permitted a view of a rather large, dark room. The stranger stepped into it. At the further extremity, through a glass door, he saw 2 small, very white beds. They belonged to Éponine and Azelma. Behind these beds, and half hidden, stood an uncurtained wicker cradle in which the little boy who had cried all the evening lay asleep. The stranger conjectured that this chamber connected with that of the Thénardier pair. He was on the point of retreating when his eye fell upon the fireplace, one of those vast tavern chimneys where there is always so little fire when there is any fire at all, and which are so cold to look at. There was no fire in this one. There was not even ashes. But there was something which attracted the stranger's gaze, nevertheless. It was 2 tiny children's shoes, coquettish in shape and unequal in size. The traveller recalled the graceful and immemorial custom, in accordance with which children place their shoes in the chimney on Christmas Eve, there to await in the darkness some sparkling gift from their good fairy. Éponine and Azelma had taken care not to omit this, and each of them had set one of her shoes on the hearth. The traveller bent over them. The fairy, that is to say, their mother, had already paid her visit, and in each he saw a brand new and shining 10-sou piece. The man straightened himself up, and was on the point of withdrawing, when far in the darkest corner of the hearth, he caught sight of another object. He looked at it, and recognized a wooden shoe, a frightful shoe of the coarsest description, half dilapidated, and all covered with ashes and dried mud. It was Cosette's sabot. Cosette, with that touching trust of childhood, which can always be deceived, yet never discouraged, had placed her shoe on the hearthstone also. Hope in a child who has never known anything but despair is a sweet and touching thing. There was nothing in this wooden shoe. The stranger fumbled in his waistcoat, bent over, and placed a louis d'or in Cosette's shoe. Then he regained his own chamber with the stealthy tread of a wolf. End of Book 3, Chapter 8.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3. Accomplishment of the Promise Made to the Dead Woman. Chapter 9. Thénardier and His Maneuvers. On the following morning, 2 hours at least before daybreak, Thénardier, seated beside a candle in the public room of the tavern, pen in hand, was making out the bill for the traveller with the yellow coat. His wife, standing beside him and half bent over him, was following him with her eyes. They exchanged not a word. On the one hand, there was profound meditation. On the other, the religious admiration with which one watches the birth and development of a marvel of the human mind. A noise was audible in the house. It was the lark sweeping the stairs. After the lapse of a good quarter of an hour and some erasures, Thénardier produced the following masterpiece. Bill of the gentleman in number 1. Supper, 3 francs. Chamber, 10 francs. Candle, 5 francs. Fire, 4 francs. Service, 1 franc. Total, 23 francs. Service was written service. 23 francs! Cried the woman, with an enthusiasm which was mingled with some hesitation. Like all great artists, Thénardier was dissatisfied. Phew! He exclaimed. It was the accent of Castlereagh auditing France's bill at the Congress of Vienna. Monsieur Thénardier, you are right. He certainly owes that, murmured the wife, who was thinking of the doll bestowed on Cosette in the presence of her daughters. It is just, but it is too much. He will not pay it. Thénardier laughed coldly, as usual, and said, He will pay. This laugh was the supreme assertion of certainty and authority. That which was asserted in this manner must needs be so. His wife did not insist. She set about arranging the table. Her husband paced the room. A moment later, he added, I owe full 1,500 francs. He went and seated himself in the chimney corner, meditating, with his feet among the warm ashes. Ah, by the way, resumed his wife, you don't forget that I'm going to turn Cosette out of doors today. The monster! She breaks my heart with that doll of hers. I'd rather marry Louis XVIII than keep her another day in the house. Thénardier lighted his pipe, and replied between 2 puffs, You will hand that bill to the man. Then he went out. Hardly had he left the room when the traveller entered. Thénardier instantly reappeared behind him, and remained motionless in the half-open door, visible only to his wife. The yellow man carried his bundle and his cudgel in his hand. "Up so early?" said Madame Thénardier. "Is monsieur leaving us already?" As she spoke thus, she was twisting the bill about in her hands with an embarrassed air, and making creases in it with her nails. Her hard face presented a shade which was not habitual with it, timidity and scruples. To present such a bill to a man who had so completely the air of a poor wretch seemed difficult to her. The traveller appeared to be preoccupied and absent-minded. He replied, "Yes, madame, I am going." "So monsieur has no business in Montfermeil?" "No, I was passing through. That is all. What do I owe you, madame?" he added. The Thénardier silently handed him the folded bill. The man unfolded the paper and glanced at it, but his thoughts were evidently elsewhere. "Madame," he resumed, "is business good here in Montfermeil?" "So, monsieur," replied the Thénardier, stupefied at not witnessing another sort of explosion. She continued in a dreary and lamentable tone, "Oh, monsieur, times are so hard. And then we have so few bourgeois in the neighborhood. All the people are poor, you see. If we had not, now and then, some rich and generous travelers like monsieur, we should not get along at all. We have so many expenses. Just see, that child is costing us our very eyes." "What child?" "Why, the little one, you know, Cosette, the lark, as she is called hereabouts." "Ah," said the man. She went on. "How stupid these peasants are with their nicknames! She has more the air of a bat than of a lark. You see, sir, we do not ask charity, and we cannot bestow it. We earn nothing, and we have to pay out a great deal. The license, the imposts, the door and window tax, the hundredths. Monsieur is aware that the government demands a terrible deal of money. And then I have my daughters. I have no need to bring up other people's children." The man resumed in that voice which he strove to render indifferent, and which there lingered a tremor. "What if one were to rid you of her?" "Who? Cosette?" "Yes." The landlady's red and violent face brightened up hideously. "Ah, sir, my dear sir, take her, keep her, lead her off, carry her away, sugar her, stuff her with truffles, drink her, eat her, and the blessings of the good Holy Virgin and of all the saints of paradise be upon you." "Agreed." "Really? You will take her away?" "I will take her away." "Immediately?" "Immediately. Call the child." "Cosette!" screamed the Thénardier. "In the meantime," pursued the man, "I will pay you what I owe you. How much is it?" He cast a glance on the bill, and could not restrain a start of surprise. 23 francs! He looked at the landlady, and repeated, 23 francs! There was in the enunciation of these words, thus repeated, an accent between an exclamation and an interrogation point. The Thénardier had had time to prepare herself for the shock. She replied with assurance, "Good gracious, yes, sir, it is 23 francs." The stranger laid 5 5-franc pieces on the table. "Go and get the child," said he. At that moment Thénardier advanced to the middle of the room, and said, "Monsieur owes 26 sous." 26 sous? exclaimed his wife. 20 sous for the chamber, resumed Thénardier coldly, and 6 sous for his supper. As for the child, I must discuss that matter a little with the gentleman. Leave us, wife." Madame Thénardier was dazzled, as with the shock caused by unexpected lightning flashes of talent. She was conscious that a great actor was making his entrance on the stage, uttered not a word in reply, and left the room. As soon as they were alone, Thénardier offered the traveller a chair. The traveller seated himself. Thénardier remained standing, and his voice assumed a singular expression of good fellowship and simplicity. "Sir," said he, "what I have to say to you is this, that I adore that child." The stranger gazed intently at him. "What child?" Thénardier continued, "How strange it is, one grows attached. What money is that? Take back your 100-sou piece. I adore the child." "Whom do you mean?" demanded the stranger. "Eh, our little Cosette. Are you not intending to take her away from us? Well, I speak frankly. As true as you are an honest man, I will not consent to it. I shall miss that child. I saw her first when she was a tiny thing. It is true that she costs us money. It is true that she has her faults. It is true that we are not rich. It is true that I have paid out over 400 francs for drugs for just one of her illnesses. But one must do something for the good God's sake. She has neither father nor mother. I have brought her up. I have bread enough for her and for myself. In truth, I think a great deal of that child. You understand, one conceives an affection for a person. I am a good sort of a beast, I am. I do not reason. I love that little girl. My wife is quick-tempered, but she loves her also. You see, she is just the same as our own child. I want to keep her to babble about the house." The stranger kept his eye intently fixed on Thénardier. The latter continued, "Excuse me, sir, but one does not give away one's child to a passer-by like that. I am right, am I not? Still, I don't say. You are rich. You have the air of a very good man. If it were for her happiness... But one must find out that. You understand. Suppose that I were to let her go and to sacrifice myself. I should like to know what becomes of her. I should not wish to lose sight of her. I should like to know with whom she is living, so that I could go to see her from time to time, so that she may know that her good foster father is alive, that he is watching over her. In short, there are things which are not possible. I do not even know your name. If you were to take her away, I should say, 'Well, and the lark, what has become of her?' One must at least see some petty scrap of paper, some trifle in the way of a passport, you know." The stranger, still surveying him with that gaze which penetrates, as the saying goes, to the very depths of the conscience, replied in a grave, firm voice, "Monsieur Thénardier, one does not require a passport to travel 5 leagues from Paris. If I take Cosette away, I shall take her away, and that is the end of the matter. You will not know my name. You will not know my residence. You will not know where she is. And my intention is that she shall never set eyes on you again so long as she lives. I break the thread which binds her foot, and she departs. Does that suit you? Yes or no?" Since geniuses, like demons, recognize the presence of a superior god by certain signs, Thénardier comprehended that he had to deal with a very strong person. It was like an intuition. He comprehended it with his clear and sagacious promptitude. While drinking with the Carters, smoking and singing coarse songs on the preceding evening, he had devoted the whole of the time to observing the stranger, watching him like a cat, and studying him like a mathematician. He had watched him, both on his own account, for the pleasure of the thing, and through instinct, and had spied upon him as though he had been paid for so doing. Not a movement, not a gesture on the part of the man in the yellow greatcoat had escaped him. Even before the stranger had so clearly manifested his interest in Cosette, Thénardier had divined his purpose. He had caught the old man's deep glances, returning constantly to the child. Who was this man? Why this interest? Why this hideous costume, when he had so much money in his purse? Questions which he put to himself without being able to solve them, and which irritated him. He had pondered it all night long. He could not be Cosette's father. Was he her grandfather? Then why not make himself known at once? When one has a right, one asserts it. This man evidently had no right over Cosette. What was it, then? Thénardier lost himself in conjectures. He caught glimpses of everything, but he saw nothing. Be that as it may, on entering into conversation with the man, sure that there was some secret in the case, that the latter had some interest in remaining in the shadow, he felt himself strong. When he perceived from the stranger's clear and firm retort that this mysterious personage was mysterious in so simple a way, he became conscious that he was weak. He had expected nothing of the sort. His conjectures were put to the rout. He rallied his ideas. He weighed everything in the space of a second. Thénardier was one of those men who take in a situation at a glance. He decided that the moment had arrived for proceeding straight forward, and quickly at that. He did as great leaders do at the decisive moment, which they know that they alone recognize. He abruptly unmasked his batteries. "Sir," said he, "I am in need of 1,500 francs." The stranger took from his side pocket an old pocket-book of black leather, opened it, drew out 3 bank bills, which he laid on the table. Then he placed his large thumb on the notes and said to the innkeeper, "Go and fetch Cosette." While this was taking place, what had Cosette been doing? On waking up, Cosette had run to get her shoe. In it she had found the gold piece. It was not a Napoleon. It was one of those perfectly new 20-franc pieces of the Restoration, on whose effigy the little Prussian Q had replaced the laurel wreath. Cosette was dazzled. Her destiny began to intoxicate her. She did not know what a gold piece was. She had never seen one. She hid it quickly in her pocket, as though she had stolen it. Still, she felt that it really was hers. She guessed whence her gift had come, but the joy which she experienced was full of fear. She was happy. Above all, she was stupefied. Such magnificent and beautiful things did not appear real. The doll frightened her. The gold piece frightened her. She trembled vaguely in the presence of this magnificence. The stranger alone did not frighten her. On the contrary, he reassured her. Ever since the preceding evening, amid all her amazement, even in her sleep, she had been thinking in her little childish mind of that man who seemed so poor and so sad, and who was so rich and so kind. Everything had changed for her since she had met that good man in the forest. Cosette, less happy than the most insignificant swallow of heaven, had never known what it was to take refuge under a mother's shadow and under a wing. For the last 5 years, that is to say, as far back as her memory ran, the poor child had shivered and trembled. She had always been exposed completely naked to the sharp wind of adversity. Now it seemed to her she was clothed. Formerly her soul had seemed cold. Now it was warm. Cosette was no longer afraid of the Thénardier. She was no longer alone. There was someone there. She hastily set about her regular morning duties. That louis which she had about her, in the very apron pocket whence the 15-sou piece had fallen on the night before, distracted her thoughts. She dared not touch it, but she spent 5 minutes in gazing at it, with her tongue hanging out, if the truth must be told. As she swept the staircase, she paused, remained standing there motionless, forgetful of her broom, and of the entire universe, occupied in gazing at that star which was blazing at the bottom of her pocket. It was during one of these periods of contemplation that the Thénardier joined her. She had gone in search of Cosette at her husband's orders. What was quite unprecedented, she neither struck her nor said an insulting word to her. "Cosette," she said, almost gently, "come immediately." An instant later, Cosette entered the public room. The stranger took up the bundle which he had brought and untied it. This bundle contained a little woolen gown, an apron, a fustian bodice, a kerchief, a petticoat, woolen stockings, shoes. A complete outfit for a girl of 7 years. All was black. "My child," said the man, "take these and go and dress yourself quickly." Daylight was appearing when those of the inhabitants of Montfermeil who had begun to open their doors beheld a poorly clad old man leading a little girl dressed in mourning and carrying a pink doll in her arms pass along the road to Paris. They were going in the direction of Livry. It was our man and Cosette. No one knew the man. As Cosette was no longer in rags, many did not recognize her. Cosette was going away. With whom? She did not know. Whither? She knew not. All that she understood was that she was leaving the Thénardier tavern behind her. No one had thought of bidding her farewell, nor had she thought of taking leave of anyone. She was leaving that hated and hating house. Poor gentle creature, whose heart had been repressed up to that hour. Cosette walked along gravely, with her large eyes wide open and gazing at the sky. She had put her louis in the pocket of her new apron. From time to time she bent down and glanced at it. Then she looked at the good man. She felt something as though she were beside the good God. End of Book 3, Chapter 9. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, Accomplishment of the Promise Made to the Dead Woman. Chapter 10. He who seeks to better himself may render his situation worse. Madame Thénardier had allowed her husband to have his own way, as was her wont. She had expected great results. When the man and Cosette had taken their departure, Thénardier allowed a full quarter of an hour to elapse. Then he took her aside and showed her the 1,500 francs. "Is that all?" said she. It was the first time since they had set up housekeeping that she had dared to criticize one of the master's acts. The blow told. "You are right, in sooth," said he. "I am a fool. Give me my hat." He folded up the 3 bank bills, thrust them into his pocket, and ran out in all haste. But he made a mistake, and turned to the right first. Some neighbors, of whom he made inquiries, put him on the track again. The Lark and the man had been seen going in the direction of Livry. He followed these hints, walking with great strides, and talking to himself the while. "That man is evidently a million dressed in yellow, and I am an animal. First he gave 20 sous, then 5 francs, then 50 francs, then 1,500 francs, all with equal readiness. He would have given 15,000 francs, but I shall overtake him. And then that bundle of clothes prepared beforehand for the child. All that was singular. Many mysteries lay concealed under it. One does not let mysteries out of one's hand when one has once grasped them. The secrets of the wealthy are sponges of gold. One must know how to subject them to pressure. All these thoughts whirled through his brain. "I am an animal," said he. When one leaves Montfermeil, and reaches the turn which the road takes that runs to Livry, it can be seen stretching out before one to a great distance across the plateau. On arriving there, he calculated that he ought to be able to see the old man and the child. He looked as far as his vision reached, and saw nothing. He made fresh inquiries, but he had wasted time. Some passers-by informed him that the man and child of whom he was in search had gone towards the forest in the direction of Gagny. He hastened in that direction. They were far in advance of him, but a child walked slowly, and he walked fast, and then he was well acquainted with the country. All at once he paused and dealt himself a blow on his forehead, like a man who has forgotten some essential point, and who is ready to retrace his steps. "I ought to have taken my gun," said he to himself. Thénardier was one of those double natures which sometimes pass through our midst without our being aware of the fact, and who disappear without our finding them out, because destiny has only exhibited one side of them. It is the fate of many men to live thus half submerged. In a calm and even situation, Thénardier possessed all that is required to make, we will not say to be, what people have agreed to call an honest trader, a good bourgeois. At the same time, certain circumstances being given, certain shocks arriving to bring his under nature to the surface, he had all the requisites for a blackguard. He was a shopkeeper in whom there was some taint of the monster. Satan must have occasionally crouched down in some corner of the hovel in which Thénardier dwelt, and have fallen a-dreaming in the presence of this hideous masterpiece. After a momentary hesitation, "Bah!" he thought, "they will have time to make their escape." And he pursued his road, walking rapidly straight ahead, and with almost an air of certainty, with the sagacity of a fox scenting a covey of partridges. In truth, when he had passed the ponds and had traversed in an oblique direction the large clearing which lies on the right of the Avenue de Bellevue, and reached that turf alley which nearly makes the circuit of the hill and covers the arch of the ancient aqueduct of the Abbey of Chelles, he caught sight, over the top of the brushwood, of the hat on which he had already erected so many conjectures. It was that man's hat. The brushwood was not high. Thénardier recognized the fact that the man and Cosette were sitting there. The child could not be seen on account of her small size, but the head of her doll was visible. Thénardier was not mistaken. The man was sitting there, and letting Cosette get somewhat rested. The innkeeper walked round the brushwood, and presented himself abruptly to the eyes of those whom he was in search of. "Pardon, excuse me, sir," he said, quite breathless, "but here are your 1,500 francs." So saying, he handed the stranger the 3 bank bills. The man raised his eyes. "What is the meaning of this?" Thénardier replied respectfully, "It means, sir, that I shall take back Cosette." Cosette shuddered, and pressed close to the old man. He replied, gazing to the very bottom of Thénardier's eyes the while, and enunciating every syllable distinctly, "You are going to take back Cosette?" "Yes, sir, I am. I will tell you. I have considered the matter. In fact, I have not the right to give her to you. I am an honest man, you see. This child does not belong to me. She belongs to her mother. It was her mother who confided her to me. I can only resign her to her mother. You will say to me, but her mother is dead. Good. In that case, I can only give the child up to the person who shall bring me a writing, signed by her mother, to the effect that I am to hand the child over to the person therein mentioned. That is clear." The man, without making any reply, fumbled in his pocket, and Thénardier beheld the pocket-book of bank bills make its appearance once more. The tavern-keeper shivered with joy. "Good," thought he. Let us hold firm. He is going to bribe me. Before opening the pocketbook, the traveler cast a glance about him. The spot was absolutely deserted. There was not a soul, either in the woods or in the valley. The man opened his pocketbook once more, and drew from it, not the handful of bills which Thénardier expected, but a simple little paper, which he unfolded and presented fully open to the innkeeper, saying, "You are right. Read." Thénardier took the paper and read, Montreuil-sur-Mer, March 25th, 1823. Monsieur Thénardier, you will deliver Cosette to this person. You will be paid for all the little things. I have the honor to salute you with respect. Fantine. You know that signature, resumed the man. It certainly was Fantine's signature. Thénardier recognized it. There was no reply to make. He experienced two violent vexations, the vexation of renouncing the bribery which he had hoped for, and the vexation of being beaten. The man added, "You may keep this paper as your receipt." Thénardier retreated in tolerably good order. "This signature is fairly well imitated," he growled between his teeth. "However, let it go." Then he essayed a desperate effort. "It is well, sir," he said, "since you are the person, but I must be paid for all those little things. A great deal is owing to me." The man rose to his feet, filliping the dust from his threadbare sleeve. "Monsieur Thénardier, in January last the mother reckoned that she owed you 120 francs. In February you sent her a bill of 500 francs. You received 300 francs at the end of February and 300 francs at the beginning of March. Since then 9 months have elapsed at 15 francs a month, the price agreed upon, which makes 135 francs. You had received 100 francs too much. That makes 35 still owing you. I have just given you 1,500 francs. Thénardier's sensations were those of the wolf, at the moment when he feels himself nipped and seized by the steel jaw of the trap. "Who is this devil of a man?" he thought. And he did what the wolf does. He shook himself. Audacity had succeeded with him once. "Monsieur, I don't know your name," he said resolutely, and this time casting aside all respectful ceremony. "I shall take back Cosette if you do not give me 1,000 crowns." The stranger said tranquilly, "Come, Cosette." He took Cosette by his left hand, and with his right he picked up his cudgel, which was lying on the ground. Thénardier noted the enormous size of the cudgel and the solitude of the spot. The man plunged into the forest with the child, leaving the innkeeper motionless and speechless. While they were walking away, Thénardier scrutinized his huge shoulders, which were a little rounded, and his great fists. Then, bringing his eyes back to his own person, they fell upon his feeble arms and his thin hands. "I really must have been exceedingly stupid not to have thought to bring my gun," he said to himself, "since I was going hunting." However, the innkeeper did not give up. "I want to know where he is going," said he, and he set out to follow them at a distance. Two things were left on his hands, an irony in the shape of the paper signed Fantine, and a consolation, the 1,500 francs. The man led Cosette off in the direction of Livry and Bondy. He walked slowly with drooping head, in an attitude of reflection and sadness. The winter had thinned out the forest, so that Thénardier did not lose them from sight, although he kept at a good distance. The man turned round from time to time, and looked to see if he was being followed. All at once he caught sight of Thénardier. He plunged suddenly into the brushwood with Cosette, where they could both hide themselves. "The deuce!" said Thénardier, and he redoubled his pace. The thickness of the undergrowth forced him to draw nearer to them. When the man had reached the densest part of the thicket, he wheeled round. It was in vain that Thénardier sought to conceal himself in the branches. He could not prevent the man seeing him. The man cast upon him an uneasy glance, then elevated his head and continued his course. The innkeeper set out again in pursuit. Thus they continued for 200 or 300 paces. All at once the man turned round once more. He saw the innkeeper. This time he gazed at him with so sombre an air that Thénardier decided that it was useless to proceed further. Thénardier retraced his steps. End of Book 3, Chapter 10.
Les Misérables by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book Third, Accomplishment of the Promise Made to the Dead Woman. Chapter 11, Number 9430 reappears, and Cosette wins it in the lottery. Jean Valjean was not dead. When he fell into the sea, or rather when he threw himself into it, he was not ironed, as we have seen. He swam under water until he reached a vessel at anchor, to which a boat was moored. He found means of hiding himself in this boat until night. At night he swam off again and reached the shore a little way from Cape Brun. There, as he did not lack money, he procured clothing. A small country house in the neighbourhood of Balaguier was at that time the dressing-room of escaped convicts, a lucrative specialty. Then Jean Valjean, like all the sorry fugitives who are seeking to evade the vigilance of the law and social fatality, pursued an obscure and undulating itinerary. He found his first refuge at Prado, near Beausset. Then he directed his course towards Grandvillard, near Briançon, in the Hautes-Alpes. It was a fumbling and uneasy flight, a mole's track whose branchings are untraceable. Later on, some trace of his passage into Ain, in the territory of Civrieux, was discovered. In the Pyrenees, at Accons, at the spot called Grange de Doumec, near the market of Chavailles, and in the environs of Périgueux, at Bruny, canton of La Chapelle-Gonaguet. He reached Paris. We have just seen him at Montfermeil. His first care on arriving in Paris had been to buy mourning clothes for a little girl of from 7 to 8 years of age, then to procure a lodging. That done, he had betaken himself to Montfermeil. It will be remembered that already, during his preceding escape, he had made a mysterious trip thither, or somewhere in that neighbourhood, of which the law had gathered an inkling. However, he was thought to be dead, and this still further increased the obscurity which had gathered about him. At Paris, one of the journals which chronicled the fact fell into his hands. He felt reassured and almost at peace, as though he had really been dead. On the evening of the day when Jean Valjean rescued Cosette from the claws of the Thénardier, he returned to Paris. He re-entered it at nightfall with the child, by way of the Barrier-Monceau. There he entered a cabriolet, which took him to the esplanade of the Observatoire. There he got out, paid the coachman, took Cosette by the hand, and together they directed their steps through the darkness, through the deserted streets which adjoin the Ourcine and the Glacière, towards the Boulevard de l'Hôpital. The day had been strange and filled with emotions for Cosette. They had eaten some bread and cheese purchased in isolated taverns behind hedges. They had changed carriages frequently. They had travelled short distances on foot. She made no complaint, but she was weary, and Jean Valjean perceived it by the way she dragged more and more on his hand as she walked. He took her on his back. Cosette, without letting go of Catherine, laid her head on Jean Valjean's shoulder, and there fell asleep. End of Book Third, Chapter 11, and end of Book Third.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book Fourth, The Gorbeau Hovel. Chapter 1, Master Gorbeau. 40 years ago, a rambler who had ventured into that unknown country of the Salpêtrière, and who had mounted to the Barrière d'Italie by way of the boulevard, reached a point where it might be said that Paris disappeared. It was no longer solitude, for there were passers-by. It was not the country, for there were houses and streets. It was not the city, for the streets had ruts like highways, and the grass grew in them. It was not a village, the houses were too lofty. What was it then? It was an inhabited spot, where there was no one. It was a desert place, where there was someone. It was a boulevard of the great city, a street of Paris, more wild at night than the forest, more gloomy by day than a cemetery. It was the old quarter of the Marché aux Chevaux. The rambler, if he risked himself outside the 4 decrepit walls of this Marché aux Chevaux, if he consented even to pass beyond the Rue du Petit Banquier, after leaving on his right a garden protected by high walls, then a field in which 10 bark mills rose like gigantic beaver huts, then an enclosure encumbered with timber, with a heap of stumps, sawdust, and shavings, on which stood a large dog barking, then a long, low, utterly dilapidated wall, with a little black door in mourning, laden with mosses, which were covered with flowers in the spring, then, in the most deserted spot, a frightful and decrepit building, on which ran the inscription in large letters, "Post no bills." This daring rambler would have reached little known latitudes at the corner of the Rue des Vignes Saint Marcel. There, near a factory, and between 2 garden walls, there could be seen at that epoch a mean building which at the first glance seemed as small as a thatched hovel, and which was, in reality, as large as a cathedral. It presented its side and gable to the public road, hence its apparent diminutiveness. Nearly the whole of the house was hidden. Only the door and 1 window could be seen. This hovel was only 1 story high. The first detail that struck the observer was, that the door could never have been anything but the door of a hovel, while the window, if it had been carved out of dressed stone instead of being in rough masonry, might have been the lattice of a lordly mansion. The door was nothing but a collection of worm-eaten planks, roughly bound together by cross-beams which resembled roughly hewn logs. It opened directly on a steep staircase of lofty steps, muddy, chalky, plaster-stained, dusty steps of the same width as itself, which could be seen from the street, running straight up like a ladder, and disappearing in the darkness between the 2 walls. The top of the shapeless bay into which this door shut was masked by a narrow scantling, in the centre of which a triangular hole had been sewed, which served both as a wicket and air-hole when the door was closed. On the inside of the door the figures 52 had been traced with a couple of strokes of a brush dipped in ink, and above the scantling the same hand had daubed the number 50, so that one hesitated. Where was one? Above the door it said number 50. The inside replied no, number 52. No one knows what dust-colored figures were suspended like draperies from the triangular opening. The window was large, sufficiently elevated, garnished with Venetian blinds, and with a frame in large square panes. Only these large panes were suffering from various wounds, which were both concealed and betrayed by an ingenious paper bandage, and the blinds, dislocated and unpasted, threatened passers-by rather than screened the occupants. The horizontal slats were missing here and there, and had been naively replaced with boards nailed on perpendicularly, so that what began as a blind ended as a shutter. This door with an unclean, and this window with an honest though dilapidated air, thus beheld on the same house, produced the effect of two incomplete beggars walking side by side, with different means beneath the same rags, the one having always been a mendicant, and the other having once been a gentleman. The staircase led to a very vast edifice, which resembled a shed which had been converted into a house. This edifice had for its intestinal tube a long corridor on which opened to right and left sorts of compartments of varied dimensions, which were inhabitable under stress of circumstances, and rather more like stalls than cells. These chambers received their light from the vague waste grounds in the neighborhood. All this was dark, disagreeable, wan, melancholy, sepulchral, traversed according as the crevices lay in the roof or in the door, by cold rays or by icy winds. An interesting and picturesque peculiarity of this sort of dwelling is the enormous size of the spiders. To the left of the entrance door, on the boulevard side, at about the height of a man from the ground, a small window, which had been walled up, formed a square niche full of stones, which the children had thrown there as they passed by. A portion of this building has recently been demolished. From what still remains of it, one can form a judgment as to what it was in former days. As a whole, it was not over 100 years old. 100 years is youth in a church and age in a house. It seems as though man's lodging partook of his ephemeral character, and God's house of his eternity. The postman called the house number 5052, but it was known in the neighborhood as the Gorbeau house. Let us explain whence this appellation was derived. Collectors of petty details, who become herbalists of anecdotes and prick slippery dates into their memories with a pin, know that there was in Paris, during the last century, about 1770, two attorneys at the Châtelet, named one Corbeau, raven, the other renard, fox. The two names had been forestalled by La Fontaine. The opportunity was too fine for the lawyers. They made the most of it. A parody was immediately put in circulation in the galleries of the court house, in verses that limped a little. Maître Corbeau, sur un dossier perché, tenait dans son bec une saisie exécutoire. Maître Renard, par l'odeur alléchée, lui fit à peu près cette histoire. Eh, bonjour, etc. The two honest practitioners, embarrassed by the jests, and finding the bearing of their heads interfered with by the shouts of laughter which followed them, resolved to get rid of their names, and hit upon the expedient of applying to the king. Their petition was presented to Louis XV. On the same day when the papal nuncio, on the one hand, and the Cardinal de la Roche-Aymon, on the other, both devoutly kneeling, were each engaged in putting on, in his Majesty's presence, a slipper on the bare feet of Madame du Barry, who had just got out of bed. The king, who was laughing, continued to laugh, passed gaily from the two bishops to the two lawyers, and bestowed on these limbs of the law their former names, or nearly so. By the king's command, Maître Corbeau was permitted to add a tail to his initial letter and to call himself Gorbeau. Maître Renard was less lucky. All he obtained was leave to place a P in front of his R, and to call himself Prenard, so that the second name bore almost as much resemblance as the first. Now, according to local tradition, this Maître Gorbeau had been the proprietor of the building numbered 5052 on the Boulevard de l'Hôpital. He was even the author of the monumental window. Hence the edifice bore the name of the Gorbeau house. Opposite this house, among the trees of the boulevard, rose a great elm which was 3/4 dead. Almost directly facing it opens the Rue de la Barrière des Gobelins, a street then without houses, unpaved, planted with unhealthy trees, which was green or muddy according to the season, and which ended squarely in the exterior wall of Paris. An odour of copperas issued in puffs from the roofs of the neighbouring factory. The barrier was close at hand. In 1823 the city wall was still in existence. This barrier itself evoked gloomy fancies in the mind. It was the road to Bicêtre. It was through it that, under the Empire and the Restoration, prisoners condemned to death re-entered Paris on the day of their execution. It was there that, about 1829, was committed that mysterious assassination, called the assassination of the Fontainebleau barrier, whose authors justice was never able to discover. A melancholy problem which has never been elucidated, a frightful enigma which has never been unriddled. Take a few steps and you come upon that fatal Rue Coulbarbe, where Ulbach stabbed the goat girl of Ivry to the sound of thunder, as in the melodramas. A few paces more, and you arrive at the abominable pollarded elms of the Barrière Saint-Jacques, that expedient of the philanthropist to conceal the scaffold, that miserable and shameful Place de Grove of a shop-keeping and bourgeois society, which recoiled before the death penalty, neither daring to abolish it with grandeur, nor to uphold it with authority. Leaving aside this Place Saint-Jacques, which was, as it were, predestined, and which has always been horrible, probably the most mournful spot on that mournful boulevard 37 years ago, was the spot which even today is so unattractive, where stood the building number 5052. Bourgeois houses only began to spring up there 25 years later. The place was unpleasant. In addition to the gloomy thoughts which assailed one there, one was conscious of being between the Salpêtrière, a glimpse of whose dome could be seen, and Bicêtre, whose outskirts one was fairly touching, that is to say, between the madness of women and the madness of men. As far as the eye could see, one could perceive nothing but the abattoirs, the city wall, and the fronts of a few factories, resembling barracks or monasteries. Everywhere about stood hovels, rubbish, ancient walls blackened like cerecloths, new white walls like winding sheets. Everywhere parallel rows of trees, buildings erected on a line, flat constructions, long, cold rows, and the melancholy sadness of right angles. Not an unevenness of the ground, not a caprice in the architecture, not a fold. The ensemble was glacial, regular, hideous. Nothing oppresses the heart like symmetry. It is because symmetry is ennui, and ennui is at the very foundation of grief. Despair yawns. Something more terrible than a hell where one suffers may be imagined, and that is a hell where one is bored. If such a hell existed, that bit of the Boulevard de l'Hôpital might have formed the entrance to it. Nevertheless, at nightfall, at the moment when the daylight is vanishing, especially in winter, at the hour when the twilight breeze tears from the elms their last russet leaves, when the darkness is deep and starless, or when the moon and the wind are making openings in the clouds and losing themselves in the shadows, this boulevard suddenly becomes frightful. The black lines sink inwards and are lost in the shades like morsels of the infinite. The passer-by cannot refrain from recalling the innumerable traditions of the place which are connected with the gibbet. The solitude of this spot, where so many crimes have been committed, had something terrible about it. One almost had a presentiment of meeting with traps in that darkness. All the confused forms of the darkness seemed suspicious, and the long, hollow square, of which one caught a glimpse between each tree, seemed graves. By day it was ugly, in the evening melancholy, by night it was sinister. In summer, at twilight, one saw here and there a few old women seated at the foot of the elm, on benches mouldy with rain. These good old women were fond of begging. However, this quarter, which had a superannuated rather than an antique air, was standing even then to transformation. Even at that time, anyone who was desirous of seeing it had to make haste. Each day some detail of the whole effect was disappearing. For the last 20 years, the station of the Orleans railway has stood beside the old faubourg and distracted it as it does today. Wherever it is placed on the borders of a capital, a railway station is the death of a suburb and the birth of a city. It seems as though, around these great centres of the movements of a people, the earth, full of germs, trembled and yawned, to engulf the ancient dwellings of men and to allow new ones to spring forth, at the rattle of these powerful machines, at the breath of these monstrous horses of civilization which devour coal and vomit fire. The old houses crumbled, and new ones rise. Since the Orleans railway has invaded the region of the Salpêtrière, the ancient, narrow streets which adjoin the moats Saint-Victor and the Jardin des Plantes tremble, as they are violently traversed 3 or 4 times each day by those currents of coach fiacres and omnibuses, which, in a given time, crowd back the houses to the right and the left. For there are things which are odd when said, that are rigorously exact. And just as it is true to say that in large cities the sun makes the southern fronts of houses to vegetate and grow, it is certain that the frequent passage of vehicles enlarges streets. The symptoms of a new life are evident. In this old provincial quarter, in the wildest nooks, the pavement shows itself. The sidewalks begin to crawl and to grow longer, even where there are as yet no pedestrians. One morning, a memorable morning in July 1845, black pots of bitumen were seen smoking there. On that day, it might be said that civilization had arrived in the Rue de l'Ourcine, and that Paris had entered the suburb of Saint-Marceau. End of Book Fourth, Chapter 1.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 4, The Gorbeau Hovel. Chapter 2, A Nest for Owl and a Warbler. It was in front of this Gorbeau house that Jean Valjean halted. Like wild birds, he had chosen this desert place to construct his nest. He fumbled in his waistcoat pocket, drew out a sort of a pass-key, opened the door, entered, closed it again carefully, and ascended the staircase, still carrying Cosette. At the top of the stairs, he drew from his pocket another key, with which he opened another door. The chamber which he entered, and which he closed again instantly, was a kind of moderately spacious attic, furnished with a mattress laid on the floor, a table and several chairs. A stove in which a fire was burning, and whose embers were visible, stood in one corner. A lantern on the boulevard cast a vague light into this poor room. At the extreme end there was a dressing-room with a folding bed. Jean Valjean carried the child to this bed, and laid her down there without waking her. He struck a match and lighted a candle. All this was prepared beforehand on the table, and as he had done on the previous evening, he began to scrutinize Cosette's face with a gaze full of ecstasy, in which the expression of kindness and tenderness almost amounted to aberration. The little girl, with that tranquil confidence which belongs only to extreme strength and extreme weakness, had fallen asleep without knowing with whom she was, and continued to sleep without knowing where she was. Jean Valjean bent down and kissed that child's hand. 9 months before, he had kissed the hand of the mother, who had also just fallen asleep. The same sad, piercing, religious sentiment filled his heart. He knelt beside Cosette's bed. It was broad daylight, and the child still slept. A wan ray of the December sun penetrated the window of the attic and lay upon the ceiling in long threads of light and shade. All at once a heavily laden carrier's cart, which was passing along the boulevard, shook the frail bed like a clap of thunder, and made it quiver from top to bottom. "Yes, madame," cried Cosette, waking with a start. "Here I am, here I am." And she sprang out of bed, her eyes still half shut with the heaviness of sleep, extending her arms towards the corner of the wall. "Ah, mon Dieu, my broom!" said she. She opened her eyes wide now, and beheld the smiling countenance of Jean Valjean. "Ah, so it is true," said the child. "Good morning, monsieur." Children accept joy and happiness instantly and familiarly, being themselves by nature joy and happiness. Cosette caught sight of Catherine at the foot of her bed, and took possession of her, and as she played, she put 100 questions to Jean Valjean. Where was she? Was Paris very large? Was Madame Thénardier very far away? Was she to go back? Etc., etc. All at once she exclaimed, "How pretty it is here!" It was a frightful hole, but she felt free. "Must I sweep?" she resumed at last. "Play," said Jean Valjean. The day passed thus. Cosette, without troubling herself to understand anything, was inexpressibly happy with that doll and that kind man. End of Book 4, Chapter 2. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 4, The Gorbeau Hovel. Chapter 3, Two misfortunes make one piece of good fortune. On the following morning, at daybreak, Jean Valjean was still by Cosette's bedside. He watched there, motionless, waiting for her to wake. Some new thing had come into his soul. Jean Valjean had never loved anything. For 25 years he had been alone in the world. He had never been father, lover, husband, friend. In the prison he had been vicious, gloomy, chaste, ignorant, and shy. The heart of that ex-convict was full of virginity. His sister and his sister's children had left him only a vague and far-off memory, which had finally almost completely vanished. He had made every effort to find them, and not having been able to find them, he had forgotten them. Human nature is made thus. The other tender emotions of his youth, if he had ever had any, had fallen into an abyss. When he saw Cosette, when he had taken possession of her, carried her off, and delivered her, he felt his heart moved within him. All the passion and affection within him awoke and rushed towards that child. He approached the bed where she lay sleeping, and trembled with joy. He suffered all the pangs of a mother, and he knew not what it meant. For that great and singular movement of a heart which begins to love is a very obscure and a very sweet thing. Poor old man, with a perfectly new heart. Only, as he was 55, and Cosette 8 years of age, all that might have been love in the whole course of his life flowed together into a sort of ineffable light. It was the second white apparition which he had encountered. The bishop had caused the dawn of virtue to rise on his horizon. Cosette caused the dawn of love to rise. The early days passed in this dazzled state. Cosette, on her side, had also, unknown to herself, become another being. Poor little thing. She was so little when her mother left her that she no longer remembered her. Like all children, who resemble young shoots of the vine which cling to everything, she had tried to love. She had not succeeded. All had repulsed her. The Thénardiers, their children, other children. She had loved the dog, and he had died, after which nothing and nobody would have anything to do with her. It is a sad thing to say, and we have already intimated it, that at 8 years of age her heart was cold. It was not her fault. It was not the faculty of loving that she lacked. Alas, it was the possibility. Thus, from the very first day, all her sentient and thinking powers loved this kind man. She felt that which she had never felt before, a sensation of expansion. The man no longer produced on her the effect of being old or poor. She thought Jean Valjean handsome, just as she thought the hovel pretty. These are the effects of the dawn, of childhood, of joy. The novelty of the earth and of life counts for something here. Nothing is so charming as the coloring reflection of happiness on a garret. We all have in our past a delightful garret. Nature, a difference of 50 years, had set a profound gulf between Jean Valjean and Cosette. Destiny filled in this gulf. Destiny suddenly united and wedded with its irresistible power these two uprooted existences, differing in age, alike in sorrow. One, in fact, completed the other. Cosette's instinct sought a father, as Jean Valjean's instinct sought a child. To meet was to find each other. At the mysterious moment when their hands touched, they were welded together. When these two souls perceived each other, they recognized each other as necessary to each other, and embraced each other closely. taking the words in their most comprehensive and absolute sense, we may say that separated from everyone by the walls of the tomb, Jean Valjean was the widower, and Cosette was the orphan. This situation caused Jean Valjean to become Cosette's father after a celestial fashion. And in truth, the mysterious impression produced on Cosette in the depths of the forest of Chelles by the hand of Jean Valjean grasping hers in the dark was not an illusion, but a reality. The entrance of that man into the destiny of that child had been the advent of God. Moreover, Jean Valjean had chosen his refuge well. There he seemed perfectly secure. The chamber with the dressing-room, which he occupied with Cosette, was the one whose window opened on the boulevard. This being the only window in the house, no neighbor's glances were to be feared from across the way or at the side. The ground floor of number 5052, a sort of dilapidated penthouse, served as a wagon house for market gardeners, and no communication existed between it and the first story. It was separated by the flooring, which had neither traps nor stairs, and which formed the diaphragm of the house, as it were. The first story contained, as we have said, numerous chambers and several attics, only one of which was occupied by the old woman who took charge of Jean Valjean's housekeeping. All the rest was uninhabited. It was this old woman, ornamented with the name of the principal lodger, and in reality entrusted with the functions of portress, who had let him the lodging on Christmas Eve. He had represented himself to her as a gentleman of means who had been ruined by Spanish bonds, who was coming there to live with his little daughter. He had paid her 6 months in advance, and had commissioned the old woman to furnish the chamber and dressing-room, as we have seen. It was this good woman who had lighted the fire in the stove, and prepared everything on the evening of their arrival. Week followed week. These two beings led a happy life in that hovel. Cosette laughed, chattered, and sang from daybreak. Children have their morning song as well as birds. It sometimes happened that Jean Valjean clasped her tiny red hand, all cracked with chilblains, and kissed it. The poor child, who was used to being beaten, did not know the meaning of this, and ran away in confusion. At times she became serious, and stared at her little black gown. Cosette was no longer in rags. She was in mourning. She had emerged from misery, and she was entering into life. Jean Valjean had undertaken to teach her to read. Sometimes, as he made the child spell, he remembered that it was with the idea of doing evil that he had learned to read in prison. This idea had ended in teaching a child to read. Then the ex-convict smiled, with the pensive smile of the angels. He felt in it a premeditation from on high, the will of someone who was not man, and he became absorbed in reverie. Good thoughts have their abysses, as well as evil ones. To teach Cosette to read and to let her play. This constituted nearly the whole of Jean Valjean's existence. And then he talked of her mother, and he made her pray. She called him father, and knew no other name for him. He passed hours in watching her dressing and undressing her doll, and in listening to her prattle. Life henceforth appeared to him to be full of interest. Men seemed to him good and just. He no longer reproached anyone in thought. He saw no reason why he should not live to be a very old man, now that this child loved him. He saw a whole future stretching out before him, illuminated by Cosette as by a charming light. The best of us are not exempt from egotistical thoughts. At times he reflected with a sort of joy that she would be ugly. this is only a personal opinion. But to utter our whole thought, at the point where Jean Valjean had arrived when he began to love Cosette, it is by no means clear to us that he did not need this encouragement in order that he might persevere in well-doing. He had just viewed the malice of men and the misery of society under a new aspect. Incomplete aspects, which unfortunately only exhibited one side of the truth. The fate of woman as summed up in Fantine, and public authority as personified in Javert. He had returned to prison, this time for having done right. He had quaffed fresh bitterness. Disgust and lassitude were overpowering him. Even the memory of the bishop probably suffered a temporary eclipse, though sure to reappear later on, luminous and triumphant. But, after all, that sacred memory was growing dim. Who knows whether Jean Valjean had not been on the eve of growing discouraged and of falling once more. He loved and grew strong again. Alas, he walked with no less indecision than Cosette. He protected her, and she strengthened him. Thanks to him, she could walk through life. Thanks to her, he could continue in virtue. He was that child's stay, and she was his prop. Oh, unfathomable and divine mystery of the balances of destiny. End of Book 4, Chapter 3.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 4. The Gorbeau Hovel. Chapter 4. The Remarks of the Principal Tenant. Jean Valjean was prudent enough never to go out by day. Every evening, at twilight, he walked for an hour or two, sometimes alone, often with Cosette, seeking the most deserted side alleys of the boulevard, and entering churches at nightfall. He liked to go to Saint Médard, which is the nearest church. When he did not take Cosette with him, she remained with the old woman, but the child's delight was to go out with the good man. She preferred an hour with him to all her rapturous tête-à-têtes with Catherine. He held her hand as they walked, and said sweet things to her. It turned out that Cosette was a very gay little person. The old woman attended to the housekeeping and cooking and went to market. They lived soberly, always having a little fire, but like people in very moderate circumstances. Jean Valjean had made no alterations in the furniture, as it was the first day. He had merely had the glass door leading to Cosette's dressing-room replaced by a solid door. He still wore his yellow coat, his black breeches, and his old hat. In the street he was taken for a poor man. It sometimes happened that kind-hearted women turned back to bestow a sou on him. Jean Valjean accepted the sou with a deep bow. It also happened occasionally that he encountered some poor wretch asking alms. Then he looked behind him to make sure that no one was observing him, stealthily approached the unfortunate man, put a piece of money into his hand, often a silver coin, and walked rapidly away. This had its disadvantages. He began to be known in the neighborhood under the name of the beggar who gives alms. The old principal lodger, a cross-looking creature, who was thoroughly permeated, so far as her neighbors were concerned, with the inquisitiveness peculiar to envious persons, scrutinized Jean Valjean a great deal, without his suspecting the fact. She was a little deaf, which rendered her talkative. There remained to her from her past 2 teeth, one above, the other below, which she was continually knocking against each other. She had questioned Cosette, who had not been able to tell her anything, since she knew nothing herself, except that she had come from Montfermeil. One morning the spy saw Jean Valjean with an air which struck the old gossip as peculiar, entering one of the uninhabited compartments of the hovel. She followed him with the step of an old cat, and was able to observe him without being seen, through a crack in the door, which was directly opposite him. Jean Valjean had his back turned towards this door, by way of greater security, no doubt. The old woman saw him fumble in his pocket and draw thence a case, scissors, and thread. Then he began to rip the lining of one of the skirts of his coat, and from the opening he took a bit of yellowish paper, which he unfolded. The old woman recognized with terror the fact that it was a bank bill for 1,000 francs. It was the second or third only that she had seen in the course of her existence. She fled in alarm. A moment later Jean Valjean accosted her, and asked her to go and get this 1,000-franc bill changed for him, adding that it was his quarterly income, which he had received the day before. Where? Thought the old woman. He did not go out until 6 o'clock in the evening, and the government bank certainly is not open at that hour. The old woman went to get the bill changed, and mentioned her surmises. That 1,000-franc note, commented on and multiplied, produced a vast amount of terrified discussion among the gossips of the Rue des Vies Saint Marcel. A few days later, it chanced that Jean Valjean was sawing some wood in his shirt sleeves in the corridor. The old woman was in the chamber, putting things in order. She was alone. Cosette was occupied in admiring the wood as it was sawed. The old woman caught sight of the coat hanging on a nail, and examined it. The lining had been sewed up again. The good woman felt of it carefully, and thought she observed in the skirts and revers thicknesses of paper, more 1,000-franc bank bills, no doubt. She also noticed that there were all sorts of things in the pockets, not only the needles, thread, and scissors which she had seen, but a big pocket-book, a very large knife, and, a suspicious circumstance, several wigs of various colors. Each pocket of his coat had the air of being in a manner provided against unexpected accidents. Thus the inhabitants of the house reached the last days of winter. End of Book 4, Chapter 4. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 4, The Gorbeau Hovel. Chapter 5. A 5-franc piece falls on the ground and produces a tumult. Near St. Médard's church there was a poor man who was in the habit of crouching on the brink of a public well which had been condemned, and on whom Jean Valjean was fond of bestowing charity. He never passed this man without giving him a few sous. Sometimes he spoke to him. Those who envied this mendicant said that he belonged to the police. He was an ex-beadle of 75, who was constantly mumbling his prayers. One evening, as Jean Valjean was passing by, when he had not Cosette with him, he saw the beggar in his usual place, beneath the lantern which had just been lighted. The man seemed engaged in prayer, according to his custom, and was much bent over. Jean Valjean stepped up to him, and placed his customary alms in his hand. The mendicant raised his eyes suddenly, stared intently at Jean Valjean, then dropped his head quickly. This movement was like a flash of lightning. Jean Valjean was seized with a shudder. It seemed to him that he had just caught sight, by the light of the street lantern, not of the placid and beaming visage of the old beadle, but of a well-known and startling face. He experienced the same impression that one would have on finding oneself, all of a sudden, face to face, in the dark, with a tiger. He recoiled, terrified, petrified, daring neither to breathe, to speak, to remain, nor to flee, staring at the beggar who had dropped his head, which was enveloped in a rag, and no longer appeared to know that he was there. At this strange moment, an instinct, possibly the mysterious instinct of self-preservation, restrained Jean Valjean from uttering a word. The beggar had the same figure, the same rags, the same appearance as he had every day. "Bah!" said Jean Valjean, "I am mad, I am dreaming, impossible!" And he returned profoundly troubled. He hardly dared to confess even to himself that the face which he thought he had seen was the face of Javert. That night, on thinking the matter over, he regretted not having questioned the man, in order to force him to raise his head a second time. On the following day, at nightfall, he went back. The beggar was at his post. "Good day, my good man," said Jean Valjean, resolutely, handing him a sou. The beggar raised his head, and replied in a whining voice, "Thanks, my good sir." It was unmistakably the ex-beadle. Jean Valjean felt completely reassured. He began to laugh. "How the deuce could I have thought that I saw Javert there?" he thought. "Am I going to lose my eyesight now?" And he thought no more about it. A few days afterwards, it might have been at 8 o'clock in the evening, he was in his room and engaged in making Cosette spell aloud, when he heard the house door open and then shut again. This struck him as singular. The old woman, who was the only inhabitant of the house except himself, always went to bed at nightfall, so that she might not burn out her candles. Jean Valjean made a sign to Cosette to be quiet. He heard someone ascending the stairs. It might possibly be the old woman who might have fallen ill and have been out of the apothecary's. Jean Valjean listened. The step was heavy, and sounded like that of a man. But the old woman wore stout shoes, and there's nothing which so strongly resembles the step of a man as that of an old woman. Nevertheless, Jean Valjean blew out his candle. He had sent Cosette to bed, saying to her in a low voice, "Get into bed very softly." And as he kissed her brow, the steps paused. Jean Valjean remained silent, motionless, with his back towards the door, seated on the chair from which he had not stirred, and holding his breath in the dark. After the expiration of a rather long interval, he turned around. As he heard nothing more, and as he raised his eyes towards the door of his chamber, he saw a light through the keyhole. This light formed a sort of sinister star in the blackness of the door and the wall. There was evidently someone there, who was holding a candle in his hand and listening. Several minutes elapsed then, and the light retreated. But he heard no sound of footsteps, which seemed to indicate that the person who had been listening at the door had removed his shoes. Jean Valjean threw himself, all dressed as he was, on his bed, and could not close his eyes all night. At daybreak, just as he was falling into a doze through fatigue, he was awakened by the creaking of a door which opened on some attic at the end of the corridor. Then he heard the same masculine footstep which had ascended the stairs on the preceding evening. The step was approaching. He sprang off the bed and applied his eye to the keyhole, which was tolerably large, hoping to see the person who had made his way by night into the house and had listened at his door as he passed. It was a man, in fact, who passed, this time without pausing, in front of Jean Valjean's chamber. The corridor was too dark to allow of the person's face being distinguished. But when the man reached the staircase, a ray of light from without made it stand out like a silhouette, and Jean Valjean had a complete view of his back. The man was of lofty stature, clad in a long frock coat, with a cudgel under his arm. The formidable neck and shoulders belonged to Javert. Jean Valjean might have attempted to catch another glimpse of him through his window opening on the boulevard, but he would have been obliged to open the window. He dared not. It was evident that this man had entered with a key, and like himself. Who had given him that key? What was the meaning of this? When the old woman came to do the work, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Jean Valjean cast a penetrating glance on her, but he did not question her. The good woman appeared as usual. As she swept up, she remarked to him, "Possibly monsieur may have heard someone come in last night?" At that age, and on that boulevard, 8 o'clock in the evening was the dead of the night. "That is true, by the way," he replied, in the most natural tone possible. "Who was it?" "It was a new lodger who had come into the house," said the old woman. "And what was his name?" "I don't know exactly. Dumont or Domon, or some name of that sort." "And who is this Monsieur Dumont?" The old woman gazed at him with her little polecat eyes, and answered, "A gentleman of property, like yourself." Perhaps she had no ulterior meaning. Jean Valjean thought he perceived one. When the old woman had taken her departure, he did up 100 francs, which he had in a cupboard, into a roll, and put it in his pocket. In spite of all the precautions which he took in this operation, so that he might not be heard rattling silver, a 100-sou piece escaped from his hands and rolled noisily on the floor. When darkness came on, he descended and carefully scrutinized both sides of the boulevard. He saw no one. The boulevard appeared to be absolutely deserted. It is true that a person can conceal himself behind trees. He went upstairs again. "Come," he said to Cosette. He took her by the hand, and they both went out. End of Book 4, Chapter 5.
Les Misérables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood, Book Number 5, Les Misérables, Chapter 1, The Zigzags of Strategy. An observation here becomes necessary, in view of the pages which the reader is about to peruse, and of others which will be met with further on. The author of this book, who regrets the necessity of mentioning himself, has been absent from Paris for many years. Paris has been transformed since he quitted it. A new city has arisen, which is, after a fashion, unknown to him. There is no need for him to say that he loves Paris. Paris is his mind's natal city. In consequence of demolitions and reconstructions, the Paris of his youth, that Paris which he bore away religiously in his memory, is now a Paris of days gone by. He must be permitted to speak of that Paris as though it still existed. It is possible that when the author conducts his reader to a spot and says, "In such a street stands such and such a house," neither street nor house will any longer exist in that locality. Readers may verify the facts if they care to take the trouble. For his own part, he is unacquainted with the new Paris, and he writes with the old Paris before his eyes in an illusion which is precious to him. It is a delight to him to dream that there still lingers behind him something of that which he beheld when he was in his own country, and that all has not vanished. So long as you go and come in your native land, you imagine that those streets are a matter of indifference to you, that those windows, those roofs, those doors are nothing to you, that those walls are strangers to you, that those trees are merely the first encountered haphazard, that those houses which you do not enter are useless to you, that the pavements which you tread are merely stones. Later on, when you are no longer there, you perceive that the streets are dear to you, that you miss those roofs, those doors, and those walls are necessary to you. Those trees are well beloved by you, that you entered those houses which you never entered every day, and that you have left a part of your heart, of your blood, of your soul in those pavements. All those places which you no longer behold, which you may never behold again, perchance, and whose memory you have cherished, take on a melancholy charm, recur to your mind with the melancholy of an apparition, make the Holy Land visible to you, and are, so to speak, the very form of France. And you love them, and you call them up as they are, as they were, and you persist in this, and you will submit to no change, for you are attached to the figure of your fatherland as to the face of your mother. May we then be permitted to speak of the past in the present? That said, we beg the reader to take note of it, and we continue. Jean Valjean instantly quitted the boulevard and plunged into the streets, taking the most intricate lines which he could devise, returning on his track at times to make sure that he was not being followed. This maneuver is peculiar to the hunted stag. On soil where the imprint of the track may be left, this maneuver possesses, among other advantages, that of deceiving the huntsman and the dogs by throwing them on the wrong scent. In venery this is called false re-embushment. The moon was full that night. Jean Valjean was not sorry for this. The moon, still very close to the horizon, cast great masses of light and shadow into the streets. Jean Valjean could glide along close to the houses on the dark side, and yet keep watch on the light side. He did not, perhaps, take sufficiently into consideration the fact that the dark side escaped him. Still, in the deserted lanes which lie near the Rue Poliveau, he thought he felt certain that no one was following him. Cosette walked on without asking any questions. The sufferings of the first 6 years of her life had instilled something passive into her nature. Moreover, and this is a remark to which we shall frequently have occasion to recur, she had grown used, without being herself aware of it, to the peculiarities of this good man and to the freaks of destiny, and then she was with him, and she felt safe. Jean Valjean knew no more where he was going than did Cosette. He trusted in God as she trusted in him. It seemed as though he also were clinging to the hand of someone greater than himself. He thought he felt a being leading him, though invisible. However, he had no settled idea, no plan, no project. He was not even absolutely sure that it was Javert, and then it might have been Javert without Javert knowing that he was Jean Valjean. Was not he disguised? Was not he believed to be dead? Still, queer things had been going on for several days. He wanted no more of them. He was determined not to return to the Gorbeau house. Like the wild animal chased from its lair, he was seeking a hole in which he might hide until he could find one where he might dwell. Jean Valjean described many and varied labyrinths in the Mouffetard quarter, which was already asleep, as though the discipline of the Middle Ages and the yoke of the curfew still existed. He combined in various manners with cunning strategy the Rue Censier and the Rue Copeau, the Rue du Patois Saint-Victor and the Rue du Puy-l'Ermite. There are lodging-houses in this locality, but he did not even enter one. Finding nothing which suited him, he had no doubt that if anyone had chanced to be upon his track, they would have lost it. As 11 o'clock struck from the Saint-Étienne-du-Mont, he was traversing the Rue des Pontois in front of the office of the Commissary of Police situated at number 14. A few moments later, the instinct of which we have spoken above made him turn round. At that moment he saw distinctly, thanks to the commissary's lantern which betrayed them, 3 men who were following him closely pass one after the other under that lantern on the dark side of the street. One of the 3 entered the alley leading to the commissary's house. The one who marched at their head struck him as decidedly suspicious. "Come, child," he said to Cosette, and he made haste to quit the Rue Pontois. He took a circuit, turned into the Passage des Patriarches, which was closed on account of the hour, strode along the Rue de l'Épée des Bois and the Rue des Arbalètes, and plunged into the Rue des Postes. At that time there was a square formed by the intersection of streets, where the college Ronan stands today, and where the Rue Neuve Sainte-Geneviève turns off. It is understood, of course, that the Rue Neuve Sainte-Geneviève is an old street, and that a posting chaise does not pass through the Rue des Postes once in 10 years. In the 13th century, the Rue des Postes was inhabited by potters, and its real name is Rue des Postes. The moon cast a livid light into this open space. Jean Valjean went into ambush in a doorway, calculating that even if the men were still following him, he could not fail to get a good look at them as they traversed this illuminated space. In point of fact, 3 minutes had not elapsed when the men made their appearance. There were 4 of them now. All were tall, dressed in long brown coats, with round hats and huge cudgels in their hands. Their great stature and their vast fists rendered them no less alarming than did their sinister stride through the darkness. One would have pronounced them 4 spectres, disguised as bourgeois. They halted in the middle of the space and formed a group like men in consultation. They had an air of indecision. The one who appeared to be their leader turned round and pointed hastily with his right hand in the direction which Jean Valjean had taken. Another seemed to indicate the contrary direction with considerable obstinacy. At the moment when the first man wheeled round, the moon fell full in his face. Jean Valjean recognized Javert perfectly. End of Book 5, Chapter 1.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5th, For a Black Hunt, a Mute Pack. Chapter 2. It is lucky that the Pont d'Austerlitz bears carriages. Uncertainty was at an end for Jean Valjean. Fortunately, it still lasted for the men. He took advantage of their hesitation. It was time lost for them, but gained for him. He slipped from under the gate where he had concealed himself, and went down the Rue des Postes, towards the region of the Jardin des Plantes. Cosette was beginning to be tired. He took her in his arms and carried her. There were no passers-by, and the street lanterns had not been lighted on account of there being a moon. He redoubled his pace. In a few strides he had reached the Goblet potteries, on the front of which the moonlight rendered distinctly legible the ancient inscription: De Goblet fils, c'est ici la fabrique. Venez choisir des cruches et des broueaux, des pots à fleurs, des tuyaux, de la brique. À tout venant le cœur vend des carreaux. He left behind him the Rue de la Clef, then the Fountain Saint-Victor, skirted the Jardin des Plantes by the lower streets, and reached the quay. There he turned round. The quay was deserted. The streets were deserted. There was no one behind him. He drew a long breath. He gained the Pont d'Austerlitz. Tolls were still collected there at that epoch. He presented himself at the toll office and handed over a sou. "It is 2 sous," said the old soldier in charge of the bridge. "You are carrying a child who can walk. Pay for 2." He paid, vexed that his passage should have aroused remark. Every flight should be an imperceptible slipping away. A heavy cart was crossing the Seine at the same time as himself, and on its way, like him, to the right bank. This was of use to him. He could traverse the bridge in the shadow of the cart. Towards the middle of the bridge, Cosette, whose feet were benumbed, wanted to walk. He set her on the ground and took her hand again. The bridge once crossed, he perceived some timber yards on his right. He directed his course thither. In order to reach them, it was necessary to risk himself in a tolerably large, unsheltered, and illuminated space. He did not hesitate. Those who were on his track had evidently lost the scent, and Jean Valjean believed himself to be out of danger. Hunted, yes; followed, no. A little street, the Rue du Chemin Vert Saint Antoine, opened out between 2 timber yards enclosed in walls. This street was dark and narrow, and seemed made expressly for him. Before entering it, he cast a glance behind him. From the point where he stood, he could see the whole extent of the Pont d'Austerlitz. 4 shadows were just entering on the bridge. These shadows had their backs turned to the Jardin des Plantes, and were on their way to the right bank. These 4 shadows were the 4 men. Jean Valjean shuddered, like the wild beast which is recaptured. One hope remained to him. It was that the men had not perhaps stepped on the bridge, and had not caught sight of him while he was crossing the large illuminated space, holding Cosette by the hand. In that case, by plunging into the little street before him, he might escape, if he could reach the timber yards, the marshes, the market gardens, the uninhabited ground which was not built upon. It seemed to him that he might commit himself to that silent little street. He entered it. End of Book 5th, Chapter 2.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, Translated by Isabel F. Hapgood. Book 5th. The Descent. Chapter 3. To wit, the Plan of Paris in 1727. 300 paces further on, he arrived at a point where the street forked. It separated into two streets, which ran in a slanting line, one to the right, and the other to the left. Jean Valjean had before him what resembled the two branches of a Y. Which should he choose? He did not hesitate, but took the one on the right. Why? Because that to the left ran towards a suburb, that is to say, towards inhabited regions, and the right branch towards the open country, that is to say, towards deserted regions. However, they no longer walked very fast. Cosette's pace retarded Jean Valjean's. He took her up and carried her again. Cosette laid her head on the shoulder of the good man, and said not a word. He turned round from time to time and looked behind him. He took care to keep always on the dark side of the street. The street was straight in his rear. The first 2 or 3 times that he turned round he saw nothing. The silence was profound, and he continued his march somewhat reassured. All at once, on turning round, he thought he perceived in the portion of the street which he had just passed through, far off in the obscurity, something which was moving. He rushed forward precipitately rather than walked, hoping to find some side street, to make his escape through it, and thus to break his scent once more. He arrived at a wall. This wall, however, did not absolutely prevent further progress. It was a wall which bordered a transverse street, in which the one he had taken ended. Here again he was obliged to come to a decision. Should he go to the right or to the left? He glanced to the right. The fragmentary lane was prolonged between buildings which were either sheds or barns, then ended at a blind alley. The extremity of the cul-de-sac was distinctly visible, a lofty white wall. He glanced to the left. On that side the lane was open, and about 200 paces further on ran into a street of which it was the affluent. On that side lay safety. At the moment when Jean Valjean was meditating a turn to the left, in an effort to reach the street which he saw at the end of the lane, he perceived a sort of motionless, black statue at the corner of the lane and the street towards which he was on the point of directing his steps. It was someone, a man, who had evidently just been posted there, and who was barring the passage and waiting. Jean Valjean recoiled. The point of Paris where Jean Valjean found himself, situated between the Faubourg Saint-Antoine and La Râpée, is one of those which recent improvements have transformed from top to bottom, resulting in disfigurement according to some, and in a transfiguration according to others. The market gardens, the timber yards, and the old buildings have been effaced. Today there are brand new wide streets, arenas, circuses, hippodromes, railway stations, and a prison, Mazas, there, progress, as the reader sees, with its antidote. Half a century ago, in that ordinary popular tongue, which is all compounded of traditions, which persists in calling the Institut Les Quatre Nations and the Opera Comique Feydeau, the precise spot whither Jean Valjean had arrived was called Le Petit Picpus. The Porte Saint-Jacques, the Porte Paris, the Barrière de Sergents, the Pocherons, la Galiote, la Célestine, les Capucines, le Merle, la Beurbe, la Arbre de Cracovie, le Petit Pallon. These are the names of old Paris, which survive amid the new. The memory of the populace hovers over these relics of the past. Le Petit Picpus, which, moreover, hardly ever had any existence, and never was more than the outline of a quarter, had nearly the monkish aspect of a Spanish town. The roads were not much paved, the streets were not much built up. With the exception of the 2 or 3 streets of which we shall presently speak, all was wall and solitude there. Not a shop, not a vehicle, hardly a candle lighted here and there in the windows, all lights extinguished after 10 o'clock. Gardens, convents, timber yards, marshes, occasional lowly dwellings, and great walls as high as the houses. Such was this quarter in the last century. The Revolution snubbed it soundly. The Republican government demolished and cut through it. Rubbish chutes were established there. 30 years ago this quarter was disappearing under the erasing process of new buildings. Today it has been utterly blotted out. The Petit Picpus, of which no existing plan has preserved a trace, is indicated with sufficient clearness in the plan of 1727, published at Paris by Denis Thierry, Rue Saint-Jacques, opposite the Rue de Plâtre, at Lyons by Jean Guérin, Rue Mercier at the Sign of Prudence. Petit Picpus had, as we have just mentioned, a Y of streets, formed by the Rue Chemin Vert Saint-Antoine, which spread out in 2 branches, taking on the left the name of Little Picpus Street, and on the right the name of the Rue Polonceau. These 2 limbs of the Y were connected at the apex as by a bar. This bar was called Rue Droit-Mur. The Rue Polonceau ended there. The Rue Petit Picpus passed on, and ascended towards the Lenoir Market. A person, coming from the Seine, reached the extremity of the Rue Polonceau, and on his right the Rue Droit-Mur, turning abruptly at a right angle, in front of him the wall of that street, and on his right a truncated prolongation of the Rue Droit-Mur, which had no issue and was called the cul-de-sac Genrot. It was here that Jean Valjean stood. As we have just said, on catching sight of that black silhouette standing on guard at the angle of the Rue Droit-Mur and the Rue Petit Picpus, he recoiled. There could be no doubt of it. That phantom was lying in wait for him. What was he to do? The time for retreating was past. That which he had perceived in movement an instant before, in the distant darkness, was Javert and his squad without a doubt. Javert was probably already at the commencement of the street at whose end Jean Valjean stood. Javert, to all appearances, was acquainted with this little labyrinth, and had taken his precautions by sending one of his men to guard the exit. These surmises, which so closely resembled proofs, whirled suddenly, like a handful of dust caught up by an unexpected gust of wind, through Jean Valjean's mournful brain. He examined the cul-de-sac Genrot. There he was cut off. He examined the Rue Petit Picpus. There stood a sentinel. He saw that black form standing out in relief against the white pavement, illuminated by the moon. To advance was to fall into this man's hands. To retreat was to fling himself into Javert's arms. Jean Valjean felt himself caught, as in a net which was slowly contracting. He gazed heavenward in despair. End of Book 5, Chapter 3.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5, Les Misérables, Chapter 4, The Gropings of Flight. In order to understand what follows, it is requisite to form an exact idea of the Droit-Mur lane, and in particular of the angle which one leaves on the left when one emerges from the Rue Polonceau into this lane. Droit-Mur lane was almost entirely bordered on the right, as far as the Rue Petit Picpus, by houses of mean aspect, on the left by a solitary building of severe outlines, composed of numerous parts, which grew gradually higher by a story or two as they approached the Rue Petit Picpus side, so that this building, which was very lofty on the Rue Petit Picpus side, was tolerably low on the side adjoining the Rue Polonceau. There, at the angle of which we have spoken, it descended to such a degree that it consisted of merely a wall. This wall did not abut directly on the street. It formed a deeply retreating niche, concealed by its 2 corners from 2 observers who might have been, one in the Rue Polonceau, the other in the Rue Droit-Mur. Beginning with these angles of the niche, the wall extended along the Rue Polonceau as far as a house which bore the number 49, and along the Rue Droit Mur, where the fragment was much shorter, as far as the gloomy building which we have mentioned and whose gable it intersected, thus forming another retreating angle in the street. This gable was sombre of aspect. Only one window was visible, or, to speak more correctly, 2 shutters covered with a sheet of zinc and kept constantly closed. The state of the places of which we are here giving a description is rigorously exact, and will certainly awake a very precise memory in the mind of old inhabitants of the quarter. The niche was entirely filled by a thing which resembled a colossal and wretched door. It was a vast formless assemblage of perpendicular planks, the upper ones being broader than the lower, bound together by long transverse strips of iron. At one side there was a carriage gate of the ordinary dimensions, and which had evidently not been cut more than 50 years previously. A linden tree showed its crest above the niche, and the wall was covered with ivy on the side of the Rue Polonceau. In the imminent peril in which Jean Valjean found himself, this sombre building had about it a solitary and uninhabited look which tempted him. He ran his eyes rapidly over it. He said to himself that if he could contrive to get inside it, he might save himself. First he conceived an idea, then a hope. In the central portion of the front of this building on the Rue Droit Mur side, there were at all windows of the different stories ancient cistern pipes of lead. The various branches of the pipes which led from one central pipe to all these little basins sketched out a sort of tree on the front. These ramifications of pipes with their 100 elbows imitated those old leafless vine stalks which writhe over the fronts of old farmhouses. This odd espalier, with its branches of lead and iron, was the first thing that struck Jean Valjean. He seated Cosette with her back against a stone post, with an injunction to be silent, and ran to the spot where the conduit touched the pavement. Perhaps there was some way of climbing up by it and entering the house, but the pipe was dilapidated and past service, hardly hung to its fastenings. Moreover, all the windows of this silent dwelling were grated with heavy iron bars, even the attic window in the roof, and then the moon fell full upon that facade that the man who was watching at the corner of the street would have seen Jean Valjean in the act of climbing. And finally, what was to be done with Cosette? How was she to be drawn up to the top of the 3-story house? He gave up all idea of climbing by means of the drain-pipe, and crawled along the wall to get back into the Rue Polonceau. When he reached the slant of the wall where he had left Cosette, he noticed that no one could see him there. As we have just explained, he was concealed from all eyes, no matter from which direction they were approaching. Besides this, he was in the shadow. Finally, there were 2 doors. Perhaps they might be forced. The wall above which he saw the linden tree and the ivy evidently abutted on the garden, where he could at least hide himself, although there were as yet no leaves on the trees, and spend the remainder of the night. Time was passing. He must act quickly. He felt over the carriage door, and immediately recognized the fact that it was impractical outside and in. He approached the other door with more hope. It was frightfully decrepit. Its very immensity rendered it less solid. The planks were rotten. The iron bands, there were only 3 of them, were rusted. It seemed as though it might be possible to pierce this worm-eaten barrier. On examining it, he found that the door was not a door. It had neither hinges, crossbars, lock, nor fissure in the middle. The iron bands traversed it from side to side without any break. Through the crevices in the planks he caught a view of unhewn slabs and blocks of stone roughly cemented together, which passers-by might still have seen there 10 years ago. He was forced to acknowledge with consternation that this apparent door was simply a wooden decoration of a building against which it was placed. It was easy to tear off a plank, but then one found one's self face to face with a wall. End of Book 5, Chapter 4.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel F. Hapgood. Book 5th, The Descent. Chapter 5, which would be impossible with gas lanterns. At that moment a heavy and measured sound began to be audible at some distance. Jean Valjean risked a glance round the corner of the street. 7 or 8 soldiers, drawn up in a platoon, had just debouched into the Rue Polonceau. He saw the gleam of their bayonets. They were advancing towards him. These soldiers, at whose head he distinguished Javert's tall figure, advanced slowly and cautiously. They halted frequently. It was plain that they were searching all the nooks of the walls and all the embrasures of the doors and alleys. This was some patrol that Javert had encountered. There could be no mistake as to this surmise, and whose aid he had demanded. Javert's 2 acolytes were marching in their ranks. At the rate at which they were marching, and in consideration of the halts which they were making, it would take them about 1/4 of an hour to reach the spot where Jean Valjean stood. It was a frightful moment. A few minutes only separated Jean Valjean from that terrible precipice which yawned before him for the 3rd time. And the galleys now meant not only the galleys, but Cosette lost to him for ever. That is to say, a life resembling the interior of a tomb. There was but one thing which was possible. Jean Valjean had this peculiarity, that he carried, as one might say, 2 beggars' pouches. In one he kept his saintly thoughts, in the other the redoubtable talents of a convict. He rummaged in the one or the other, according to circumstances. Among his other resources, thanks to his numerous escapes from the prison at Toulon, he was, as it will be remembered, a past master in the incredible art of crawling up without ladder or climbing irons, by sheer muscular force, by leaning on the nape of his neck, his shoulders, his hips, and his knees, by helping himself on the rare projections of the stone, in the right angle of a wall, as high as the 6th story, if need be, an art which has rendered so celebrated and so alarming that corner of the wall of the Conciergerie of Paris by which Batamol, condemned to death, made his escape 20 years ago. Jean Valjean measured with his eyes the wall above which he espied the linden. It was about 18 feet in height. The angle which it formed with the gable of the large building was filled, at its lower extremity, by a mass of masonry of a triangular shape, probably intended to preserve that too convenient corner from the rubbish of those dirty creatures called the passers-by. This practice of filling up corners of the wall is much in use in Paris. This mass was about 5 feet in height. The space above the summit of this mass, which it was necessary to climb, was not more than 14 feet. The wall was surmounted by a flat stone without a coping. Cosette was the difficulty, for she did not know how to climb a wall. Should he abandon her? Jean Valjean did not once think of that. It was impossible to carry her. A man's whole strength is required to successfully carry out these singular ascents. The least burden would disturb his centre of gravity and pull him downwards. A rope would have been required. Jean Valjean had none. Where was he to get a rope at midnight, in the Rue Polonceau? Certainly, if Jean Valjean had had a kingdom, he would have given it for a rope at that moment. All extreme situations have their lightning flashes which sometimes dazzle, sometimes illuminate us. Jean Valjean's despairing glance fell on the street lantern-post of the blind alley Genrot. At that epoch there were no gas jets in the streets of Paris. At nightfall lanterns placed at regular distances were lighted. They were ascended and descended by means of a rope, which traversed the street from side to side, and was adjusted in a groove of the post. The pulley over which this rope ran was fastened underneath the lantern in a little iron box, the key to which was kept by the lamplighter, and the rope itself was protected by a metal case. Jean Valjean, with the energy of a supreme struggle, crossed the street at one bound, entered the blind alley, broke the latch of the little box with the point of his knife, and an instant later he was beside Cosette once more. He had a rope. These gloomy inventors of expedients work rapidly when they are fighting against fatality. We have already explained that the lanterns had not yet been lighted that night. The lantern in the cul-de-sac Genrot was thus naturally extinct, like the rest, and one could pass directly under it without even noticing that it was no longer in its place. Nevertheless, the hour, the place, the darkness, Jean Valjean's absorption, his singular gestures, his goings and comings, had all begun to render Cosette uneasy. Any other child than she would have given vent to loud shrieks long before. She contented herself with plucking Jean Valjean by the skirt of his coat. They could hear the sound of the patrol's approach, ever more and more distinctly. "Father," said she, in a very low voice, "I am afraid. Who is coming yonder?" "Hush," replied the unhappy man, "it is Madame Thénardier." Cosette shuddered. He added, "Say nothing. Don't interfere with me. If you cry out, if you weep, the Thénardier is lying in wait for you. She is coming to take you back." Then, without haste, but without making a useless movement, with firm and curt precision, the more remarkable at a moment when the patrol and Javert might come upon him at any moment, he undid his cravat, passed it round Cosette's body under the armpits, taking care that it should not hurt the child, fastened this cravat to one end of the rope, by means of that knot which seafaring men call a swallow knot, took the other end of the rope in his teeth, pulled off his shoes and stockings which he threw over the wall, stepped upon the mass of masonry, and began to raise himself in the angle of the wall and the gable, with as much solidity and certainty as though he had the rounds of a ladder under his feet and elbows. Half a minute had not elapsed when he was resting on his knees on the wall. Cosette gazed at him in stupid amazement, without uttering a word. Jean Valjean's injunction and the name of Madame Thénardier had chilled her blood. All at once she heard Jean Valjean's voice crying to her, though in a very low tone, "Put your back against the wall." She obeyed. "Don't say a word, and don't be alarmed," went on Jean Valjean. And she felt herself lifted from the ground. Before she had time to recover herself, she was on top of the wall. Jean Valjean grasped her, put her on his back, took her two tiny hands in his large left hand, lay down flat on his stomach, and crawled along on the top of the wall as far as the cant. As he had guessed, there stood a building whose roof started from the top of the wooden barricade and ascended to within a very short distance of the ground, with a gentle slope which grazed the linden tree. A lucky circumstance, for the wall was much higher on this side than on the street side. Jean Valjean could only see the ground at a great depth below him. He had just reached the slope of the roof, and had not yet left the crest of the wall, when a violent uproar announced the arrival of the patrol. The thundering voice of Javert was audible. "Search the blind alley. The Rue Drommeur is guarded. So is the Rue Petit Picpus. I'll answer for it that he is in the blind alley." The soldiers rushed into the Genrot alley. Jean Valjean allowed himself to slide down the roof, still holding fast to Cosette, reached the linden tree, and leapt to the ground. Whether from terror or courage, Cosette had not breathed a sound, though her hands were a little abraded. End of Book 5, Chapter 5.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5. For a Black Hunt, a Mute Pack. Chapter 6. The Beginning of an Enigma. Jean Valjean found himself in a sort of garden which was very vast and of singular aspect, one of those melancholy gardens which seem made to be looked at in winter and at night. This garden was oblong in shape, with an alley of large poplars at the further end, tolerably tall forest trees in the corners, and an unshaded space in the center, where could be seen a very large solitary tree, then several fruit trees, gnarled and bristling like bushes, beds of vegetables, a melon patch, whose glass frames sparkled in the moonlight, and an old well. Here and there stood stone benches which seemed black with moss. The alleys were bordered with gloomy and very erect little shrubs. The grass had half taken possession of them, and a green mold covered the rest. Jean Valjean had beside him the building whose roof had served him as means of descent, a pile of faggots, and behind the faggots, directly against the wall, a stone statue whose mutilated face was no longer anything more than a shapeless mask which loomed vaguely through the gloom. The building was a sort of ruin, where dismantled chambers were distinguishable, one of which, much encumbered, seemed to serve as a shed. The large building of the Rue Droit Mur, which had a wing on the Rue Petit Picpus, turned two façades at right angles towards the garden. These interior façades were even more tragic than the exterior. All the windows were grated; not a gleam of light was visible at any one of them. The upper story had scuttles like prisons. One of those façades cast its shadow on the other, which fell over the garden like an immense black pall. No other house was visible. The bottom of the garden was lost in mist and darkness. Nevertheless, walls could be confusedly made out, which intersected as though there were more cultivated land beyond, and the low roofs of the Rue Polonceau. Nothing more wild and solitary than this garden could be imagined. There was no one in it, which was quite natural in view of the hour, but it did not seem as though the spot were made for anyone to walk in, even in broad daylight. Jean Valjean's first care had been to get hold of his shoes and put them on again, then to step under the shed with Cosette. A man who is fleeing never thinks himself sufficiently hidden. The child, whose thoughts were still on the Thénardier, shared his instinct for withdrawing from sight as much as possible. Cosette trembled and pressed close to him. They heard the tumultuous noise of the patrol searching the blind alley and the streets, the blows of their gun stocks against the stones, Javert's appeals to the police spies whom he had posted, and his imprecations mingled with words which could not be distinguished. At the expiration of a quarter of an hour it seemed as though that species of stormy roar were becoming more distant. Jean Valjean held his breath. He had laid his hand lightly on Cosette's mouth. However, the solitude in which he stood was so strangely calm that this frightful uproar, close and furious as it was, did not disturb him by so much as the shadow of a misgiving. It seemed as though those walls had been built of the deft stones of which the Scriptures speak. All at once, in the midst of this profound calm, a fresh sound arose, a sound as celestial, divine, ineffable, ravishing, as the other had been horrible. It was a hymn which issued from the gloom, a dazzling burst of prayer and harmony in the obscure and alarming silence of the night. Women's voices, but voices composed at one and the same time of the pure accents of virgins and the innocent accents of children. Voices which are not of the earth, and which resemble those that the newborn infant still hears, and which the dying man hears already. The song proceeded from the gloomy edifice which towered above the garden. At the moment when the hubbub of demons retreated, one would have said that a choir of angels was approaching through the gloom. Cosette and Jean Valjean fell on their knees. They knew not what it was, they knew not where they were, but both of them, the man and the child, the penitent and the innocent, felt that they must kneel. These voices had this strange characteristic, that they did not prevent the building from seeming to be deserted. It was a supernatural chant in an uninhabited house. While these voices were singing, Jean Valjean thought of nothing. He no longer beheld the night. He beheld a blue sky. It seemed to him that he felt those wings which we all have within us, unfolding. The song died away. It may have lasted a long time. Jean Valjean could not have told. Hours of ecstasy are never more than a moment. All fell silent again. There was no longer anything in the street. There was nothing in the garden. That which had menaced, that which had reassured him, all had vanished. The breeze swayed a few dry weeds on the crest of the wall, and they gave out a faint, sweet, melancholy sound. End of Book 5, Chapter 6.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5th, For a Black Hunt, a Mute Pack. Chapter 7, Continuation of the Enigma. The night wind had risen, which indicated that it must be between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Poor Cosette said nothing. As she had seated herself beside him and leaned her head against him, Jean Valjean had fancied that she was asleep. He bent down and looked at her. Cosette's eyes were wide open, and her thoughtful air pained Jean Valjean. She was still trembling. "Are you sleepy?" said Jean Valjean.
"I am very cold,"
she replied. A moment later she resumed,
"Is she still there?"
"Who?" said Jean Valjean.
"Madame Thénardier."
Jean Valjean had already forgotten the means which he had employed to make Cosette keep silent. "Ah!" said he, "she is gone. You need fear nothing further." The child sighed as though a load had been lifted from her breast. The ground was damp, the shed open on all sides, the breeze grew more keen every instant. The good man took off his coat and wrapped it round Cosette. "Are you less cold now?" said he.
"Oh, yes, father."
"Well, wait for me a moment. I will soon be back." He quitted the ruin and crept along the large building, seeking a better shelter. He came across doors, but they were closed. There were bars at all the windows of the ground floor. Just after he had turned the inner angle of the edifice, he observed that he was coming to some arched windows, where he perceived a light. He stood on tiptoe and peeped through one of these windows. They all opened on a tolerably vast hall, paved with large flagstones, cut up by arcades and pillars, where only a tiny light and great shadows were visible. The light came from a taper which was burning in one corner. The apartment was deserted, and nothing was stirring in it. Nevertheless, by dint of gazing intently, he thought he perceived on the ground something which appeared to be covered with a winding sheet, and which resembled a human form. This form was lying face downward, flat on the pavement, with the arms extended in the form of a cross, in the immobility of death. One would have said, judging from a sort of serpent which undulated over the floor, that this sinister form had a rope round its neck. The whole chamber was bathed in that mist of places which are sparely illuminated, which adds to horror. Jean Valjean often said afterwards that, although many funereal spectres had crossed his path in life, he had never beheld anything more blood-curdling and terrible than that enigmatical form, accomplishing some inexplicable mystery in that gloomy place, and beheld thus at night. It was alarming to suppose that that thing was perhaps dead, and still more alarming to think that it was perhaps alive. He had the courage to plaster his face to the glass, and to watch whether the thing would move. In spite of his remaining thus what seemed to him a very long time, the outstretched form made no movement. All at once he felt himself overpowered by an inexpressible terror, and he fled. He began to run towards the shed, not daring to look behind him. It seemed to him that if he turned his head he should see that form following him with great strides and waving its arms. He reached the ruin all out of breath. His knees were giving way beneath him. The perspiration was pouring from him. Where was he? Who could ever have imagined anything like that sort of sepulchre in the midst of Paris? What was this strange house? An edifice full of nocturnal mystery, calling to souls through the darkness with the voice of angels. And when they came, offering them abruptly that terrible vision, promising to open the radiant portals of heaven, and then opening the horrible gates of the tomb. And it actually was an edifice, a house, which bore a number on the street. It was not a dream. He had to touch the stones to convince himself that such was the fact. Cold, anxiety, uneasiness, the emotions of the night, had given him a genuine fever, and all these ideas were clashing together in his brain. He stepped up to Cosette. She was asleep. End of Book Fifth, Chapter 7. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book Fifth, For a Black Hunt, a Mute Pack. Chapter 8. The enigma becomes doubly mysterious. The child had laid her head on a stone and fallen asleep. He sat down beside her and began to think. Little by little, as he gazed at her, he grew calm and regained possession of his freedom of mind. He clearly perceived this truth, the foundation of his life henceforth, that so long as she was there, so long as he had her near him, he should need nothing except for her. He should fear nothing except for her. He was not even conscious that he was very cold, since he had taken off his coat to cover her. Nevertheless, athwart this reverie into which he had fallen, he had heard for some time a peculiar noise. It was like the tinkling of a bell. This sound proceeded from the garden. It could be heard distinctly, though faintly. It resembled the faint, vague music produced by the bells of cattle at night in the pastures. This noise made Valjean turn round. He looked and saw that there was some one in the garden. A being resembling a man was walking amid the bell glasses of the melon beds, rising, stooping, halting, with regular movements, as though he were dragging or spreading out something on the ground. This person appeared to limp. Jean Valjean shuddered with the continual tremor of the unhappy. For them everything is hostile and suspicious. They distrust the day because it enables people to see them, and the night because it aids in surprising them. A little while before, he had shivered because the garden was deserted, and now he shivered because there was some one there. He fell back from chimerical terrors to real terrors. He said to himself that Javert and the spies had, perhaps, not taken their departure, that they had, no doubt, left people on the watch in the street, that if this man should discover him in the garden, he would cry out for help against thieves and deliver him up. He took the sleeping Cosette gently in his arms and carried her behind a heap of old furniture which was out of use, in the most remote corner of the shed. Cosette did not stir. From that point he scrutinized the appearance of the being in the melon patch. The strange thing about it was that the sound of the bell followed each of this man's movements. When the man approached, the sound approached. When the man retreated, the sound retreated. If he made any hasty gesture, a tremolo accompanied the gesture. When he halted, the sound ceased. It appeared evident that the bell was attached to that man, but what could that signify? Who was this man who had a bell suspended about him like a ram or an ox? As he put these questions to himself, he touched Cosette's hands. They were icy cold. "Ah, good God!" he cried. He spoke to her in a low voice. "Cosette!" She did not open her eyes. He shook her vigorously. She did not wake. "Is she dead?" he said to himself, and sprang to his feet, quivering from head to foot. The most frightful thoughts rushed pell-mell through his mind. There are moments when hideous surmises assail us like a cohort of furies, and violently force the partitions of our brains. When those we love are in question, our prudence invents every sort of madness. He remembered that sleep in the open air on a cold night may be fatal. Cosette was pale, and had fallen at full length on the ground at his feet, without a movement. He listened to her breathing. She still breathed, but with a respiration which seemed to him weak and on the point of extinction. How was he to warm her back to life? How was he to rouse her? All that was not connected with this vanished from his thoughts. He rushed wildly from the ruin. It was absolutely necessary that Cosette should be in bed and beside a fire in less than a quarter of an hour. End of Book Fifth, Chapter 8.
Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5. For a Black Hunt, a Mute Pack. Chapter 9. The Man with the Bell. He walked straight up to the man whom he saw in the garden. He had taken in his hand the roll of silver which was in the pocket of his waistcoat. The man's head was bent down, and he did not see him approaching. In a few strides, Jean Valjean stood beside him. Jean Valjean accosted him with the cry, 100 francs. The man gave a start and raised his eyes. You can earn 100 francs, went on Jean Valjean, if you will grant me shelter for this night. The moon shone full upon Jean Valjean's terrified countenance. What? So it is you, Father Madeleine, said the man. That name, thus pronounced, at that obscure hour, in that unknown spot, by that strange man, made Jean Valjean start back. He had expected anything but that. The person who thus addressed him was a bent and lame old man, dressed almost like a peasant, who wore on his left knee a leather knee-cap, whence hung a moderately large bell. His face, which was in the shadow, was not distinguishable. However, the good man had removed his cap, and exclaimed, trembling all over, Ah, good God! How come you here, Father Madeleine? Where did you enter? Dieu Jésus! Did you fall from heaven? There is no trouble about that. If ever you do fall, it will be from there. And what a state you are in! You have no cravat, you have no hat, you have no coat. Do you know you would have frightened anyone who did not know you? No coat! Lord God! Are the saints going mad nowadays? But how did you get in here? His words tumbled over each other. The good man talked with a rustic volubility, in which there was nothing alarming. All this was uttered with a mixture of stupefaction and naive kindliness. Who are you, and what house is this? demanded Jean Valjean. Ah, pardieu, this is too much, exclaimed the old man. I am the person for whom you got the place here, and this house is the one where you had me placed. What, you don't recognize me? No, said Jean Valjean. And how happens it that you know me? You saved my life, said the man. He turned. A ray of moonlight outlined his profile, and Jean Valjean recognized old Fauchelevent. Ah, said Jean Valjean, so it is you. Yes, I recollect you. That is very lucky, said the old man, in a reproachful tone. And what are you doing here? Resumed Jean Valjean. Why, I am covering my melons, of course. In fact, at the moment when Jean Valjean accosted him, old Fauchelevent held in his hand the end of a straw mat which he was occupied in spreading over the melon bed. During the hour or thereabouts that he had been in the garden he had already spread out a number of them. It was this operation which had caused him to execute the peculiar movements observed from the shed by Jean Valjean. He continued, "I said to myself, the moon is bright, it is going to freeze. What if I were to put my melons into their greatcoats? And," he added, looking at Jean Valjean with a broad smile, "pardieu, you ought to have done the same. But how do you come here?" Jean Valjean, finding himself known to this man, at least only under the name of Madeleine, thenceforth advanced only with caution. He multiplied his questions. Strange to say, their rôles seemed to be reversed. It was he, the intruder, who interrogated. "And what is this bell which you wear on your knee?" "This," replied Fauchelevent, "is so that I may be avoided." "What? So that you may be avoided?" Old Fauchelevent winked with an indescribable air. "Ah, goodness! There are only women in this house, many young girls. It appears that I should be a dangerous person to meet. The bell gives them warning. When I come, they go." "What house is this?" "Come, you know well enough." "But I do not." "Not when you got me the place here as gardener?" "Answer me as though I knew nothing." "Well, then, this is the Petit Picpus convent." Memories recurred to Jean Valjean. Chance, that is to say, Providence, had cast him into precisely that convent in the Quartier Saint Antoine, where old Fauchelevent, crippled by the fall from his cart, had been admitted on his recommendation 2 years previously. He repeated, as though talking to himself, "The Petit Picpus convent." "Exactly," returned old Fauchelevent. "But to come to the point, how the deuce did you manage to get in here, you, Father Madeleine? No matter if you are a saint, you are a man as well, and no man enters here." "You certainly are here." "There is no one but me." "Still," said Jean Valjean, "I must stay here." "Ah, good God!" cried Fauchelevent. Jean Valjean drew near to the old man, and said to him in a grave voice, "Father Fauchelevent, I saved your life." "I was the first to recall it," returned Fauchelevent. "Well, you can do today for me that which I did for you in the olden days." Fauchelevent took in his aged, trembling, and wrinkled hands Jean Valjean's 2 robust hands, and stood for several minutes as though incapable of speaking. At length he exclaimed, "Oh! that would be a blessing from the good God, if I could make you some little return for that. Save your life. Monsieur le Maire, dispose of the old man." A wonderful joy had transfigured this old man. His countenance seemed to emit a ray of light. "What do you wish me to do?" he resumed. "That I will explain to you. You have a chamber?" "I have an isolated hovel yonder, behind the ruins of the old convent, in a corner which no one ever looks into. There are 3 rooms in it." The hut was in fact so well hidden behind the ruins, and so cleverly arranged to prevent it being seen, that Jean Valjean had not perceived it. "Good," said Jean Valjean. "Now I am going to ask 2 things of you." "What are they, Monsieur Mayor?" "In the first place, you are not to tell any one what you know about me. In the second, you are not to try to find out anything more." "As you please. I know that you can do nothing that is not honest, that you have always been a man after the good God's heart. And then, moreover, you it was who placed me here. That concerns you. I am at your service." "That is settled, then. Now, come with me, we will go and get the child." "Ah!" said Fauchelevent, "so there is a child." He added not a word further, and followed Jean Valjean as a dog follows his master. Less than half an hour afterwards, Cosette, who had grown rosy again before the flame of a good fire, was lying asleep in the old gardener's bed. Jean Valjean had put on his cravat and coat once more. His hat, which he had flung over the wall, had been found and picked up. While Jean Valjean was putting on his coat, Fauchelevent had removed the bell and kneecap, which now hung on a nail beside a vintage basket that adorned the wall. The two men were warming themselves with their elbows resting on a table upon which Fauchelevent had placed a bit of cheese, black bread, a bottle of wine, and 2 glasses. And the old man was saying to Jean Valjean, as he laid his hand on the latter's knee, "Ah, Father Madeleine, you did not recognize me immediately. You save people's lives, and then you forget them. That is bad. But they remember you. You are an ingrate." End of Book 5, Chapter 9.
Les Misérables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood, Book 5th, For a Black Hunt, a Mute Pack, Chapter 10, which explains how Javert got on the scent. The events of which we have just beheld the reverse side, so to speak, had come about in the simplest possible manner. When Jean Valjean, on the evening of the very day when Javert had arrested him beside Fantine's deathbed, had escaped from the town jail of M. the police had supposed that he had betaken himself to Paris. Paris is a maelstrom where everything is lost and everything disappears in this belly of the world, as in the belly of the sea. No forest hides a man as does that crowd. Fugitives of every sort know this. They go to Paris as to an abyss. There are gulfs which save. The police know it also, and it is in Paris that they seek what they have lost elsewhere. They sought the ex-mayor of M. Javert was summoned to Paris to throw light on their researches. Javert had, in fact, rendered powerful assistance in the recapture of Jean Valjean. Javert's zeal and intelligence on that occasion had been remarked by Monsieur Chabouillet, secretary of the prefecture under Comte Anglès. Monsieur Chabouillet, who had, moreover, already been Javert's patron, had the inspector of M. attached to the police force of Paris. There Javert rendered himself useful in divers and, though the word may seem strange for such services, honorable manners. He no longer thought of Jean Valjean. The wolf of today causes those dogs who are always on the chase to forget the wolf of yesterday. When, in December 1823, he read a newspaper, he who never read newspapers, but Javert, a monarchical man, had a desire to know the particulars of the triumphal entry of the Prince Generalissimo into Bayonne. Just as he was finishing the article, which interested him, a name, the name of Jean Valjean, attracted his attention at the bottom of a page. The paper announced that the convict Jean Valjean was dead, and published the fact in such formal terms that Javert did not doubt it. He confined himself to the remark, "That's a good entry." Then he threw aside the paper and thought no more about it. Some time afterward, it chanced that a police report was transmitted from the prefecture of the Seine-et-Oise to the prefecture of police in Paris, concerning the abduction of a child, which had taken place, under peculiar circumstances, as it was said, in the commune of Montfermeil. A little girl of 7 or 8 years of age, the report said, who had been entrusted by her mother to an innkeeper of that neighborhood, had been stolen by a stranger. This child answered to the name of Cosette, and was the daughter of a girl named Fantine, who had died in the hospital, it was not known where or when. This report came under Javert's eye, and set him to thinking. The name of Fantine was well known to him. He remembered that Jean Valjean had made him, Javert, burst into laughter, by asking him for a respite of 3 days, for the purpose of going to fetch that creature's child. He recalled the fact that Jean Valjean had been arrested in Paris at the very moment when he was stepping into the coach for Montfermeil. Some signs had made him suspect at the time that this was the second occasion of his entering that coach, and that he had already, on the previous day, made an excursion to the neighborhood of that village, for he had not been seen in the village itself. What had he been intending to do in that region of Montfermeil? It could not even be surmised. Javert understood it now. Fantine's daughter was there. Jean Valjean was going there in search of her. And now this child had been stolen by a stranger. Who could that stranger be? Could it be Jean Valjean? But Jean Valjean was dead. Javert, without saying anything to anybody, took the coach from the Pewter Platter, cul-de-sac de la Planchette, and made a trip to Montfermeil. He expected to find a great deal of light on the subject there. He found a great deal of obscurity. For the first few days the Thénardiers had chattered in their rage. The disappearance of the lark had created a sensation in the village. He immediately obtained numerous versions of the story, which ended in the abduction of a child, hence the police report. But their first vexation having passed off, Thénardier, with his wonderful instinct, had very quickly comprehended that it is never advisable to stir up the prosecutor of the crown, and that his complaints with regard to the abduction of Cosette would have as their first result to fix upon himself, and upon many dark affairs which he had on hand, the glittering eye of justice. The last thing that owls desire is to have a candle brought to them. And in the first place, how explain the 1,500 francs which he had received? He turned squarely round, put a gag on his wife's mouth, and feigned astonishment when the stolen child was mentioned to him. He understood nothing about it. No doubt he had grumbled for a while at having that dear little creature taken from him so hastily. He should have liked to keep her 2 or 3 days longer, out of tenderness. But her grandfather had come for her in the most natural way in the world. He added the grandfather, which produced a good effect. This was the story that Javert hit upon when he arrived at Montfermeil. The grandfather caused Jean Valjean to vanish. Nevertheless, Javert dropped a few questions, like plummets, into Thénardier's history. Who was that grandfather, and what was his name? Thénardier replied with simplicity. He is a wealthy farmer. I saw his passport. I think his name was Monsieur Guillaume Lambert. Lambert is a respectable and extremely reassuring name. Thereupon Javert returned to Paris. Jean Valjean is certainly dead, said he, and I am a ninny. He had again begun to forget this history when, in the course of March, 1824, he heard of a singular personage who dwelt in the parish of Saint Médard, and who had been surnamed the mendicant who gives alms. This person, the story ran, was a man of means, whose name no one knew exactly, and who lived alone with a little girl of 8 years, who knew nothing about herself, save that she had come from Montfermeil. Montfermeil! That name was always coming up, and it made Javert prick up his ears. An old beggar police spy, an ex-beadle to whom this person had given alms, added a few more details. This gentleman of property was very shy, never coming out except in the evening, speaking to no one, except occasionally to the poor, and never allowing anyone to approach him. He wore a horrible old yellow frock-coat, which was worth many millions, being all wadded up with bank bills. This piqued Javert's curiosity in a decided manner. In order to get a close look at this fantastic gentleman without alarming him, he borrowed the beadle's outfit for a day, and the place where the old spy was in the habit of crouching every evening, whining orisons through his nose, and playing the spy under cover of prayer. The suspected individual did indeed approach Javert thus disguised, and bestow alms on him. At that moment Javert raised his head, and the shock which Jean Valjean received on recognizing Javert was equal to the one received by Javert when he thought he recognized Jean Valjean. However, the darkness might have misled him. Jean Valjean's death was official. Javert cherished very grave doubts, and when in doubt, Javert, the man of scruples, never laid a finger on anyone's collar. He followed his man to the Gorbeau house and got the old woman to talking, which was no difficult matter. The old woman confirmed the fact regarding the coat lined with millions, and narrated to him the episode of the 1,000-franc bill. She had seen it. She had handled it. Javert hired a room. That evening he installed himself in it. He came and listened at the mysterious lodger's door, hoping to catch the sound of his voice, but Jean Valjean saw his candle through the keyhole, and foiled the spy by keeping silent. On the following day Jean Valjean decamped, but the noise made by the fall of the 5-franc piece was noticed by the old woman, who, hearing the rattling of coin, suspected that he might be intending to leave, and made haste to warn Javert. At night, when Jean Valjean came out, Javert was waiting for him behind the trees of the boulevard with 2 men. Javert had demanded assistance at the prefecture, but he had not mentioned the name of the individual whom he hoped to seize. That was his secret, and he had kept it for 3 reasons. In the first place, because the slightest indiscretion might put Jean Valjean on the alert. Next, because to lay hands on an ex-convict who had made his escape and was reputed dead, on a criminal whom justice had formerly classed forever as among malefactors of the most dangerous sort, was a magnificent success, which the old members of the Parisian police would assuredly not leave to a newcomer like Javert, and he was afraid of being deprived of his convict. And lastly, because Javert, being an artist, had a taste for the unforeseen. He hated those well-heralded successes which are talked of long in advance, and have the bloom brushed off. He preferred to elaborate his masterpieces in the dark, and to unveil them suddenly at the last. Javert had followed Jean Valjean from tree to tree, then from corner to corner of the street, and had not lost sight of him for a single instant. Even at the moments when Jean Valjean believed himself to be the most secure, Javert's eye had been on him. Why had not Javert arrested Jean Valjean? Because he was still in doubt. It must be remembered that at the epoch the police was not precisely at its ease. The free press embarrassed it. Several arbitrary arrests denounced by the newspapers had echoed even as far as the Chambers, and had rendered the prefecture timid. Interference with individual liberty was a grave matter. The police agents were afraid of making a mistake. The prefect laid the blame on them. A mistake meant dismissal. The reader can imagine the effect which this brief paragraph, reproduced by 20 newspapers, would have caused in Paris. Yesterday, an aged grandfather, with white hair, a respectable and well-to-do gentleman, who was walking with his grandchild aged 8, was arrested and conducted to the agency of the prefecture, as an escaped convict. Let us repeat in addition that Javert had scruples of his own. Injunctions of his conscience were added to the injunctions of the prefect. He was really in doubt. Jean Valjean turned his back on him and walked in the dark. Sadness, uneasiness, anxiety, depression, this fresh misfortune of being forced to flee by night, to seek a chance refuge in Paris for Cosette and himself, the necessity of regulating his pace to the pace of the child, all this, without his being aware of it, had altered Jean Valjean's walk, and impressed on his bearing such senility that the police themselves, incarnate in the person of Javert, might and did in fact make a mistake. The impossibility of approaching too close, his costume of an émigré preceptor, the declaration of Thénardier which made a grandfather of him, and finally, the belief in his death in prison, added still further to the uncertainty which gathered thick in Javert's mind. For an instant it occurred to him to make an abrupt demand for his papers, but if the man was not Jean Valjean, and if this man was not a good, honest old fellow living on his income, he was probably some merry blade deeply and cunningly implicated in the obscure web of Parisian misdeeds, some chief of a dangerous band, who gave alms to conceal his other talents, which was an old dodge. He had trusty fellows, accomplices' retreats in case of emergencies, in which he would, no doubt, take refuge. All these turns which he was making through the streets seemed to indicate that he was not a simple and honest man. To arrest him too hastily would be to kill the hen that laid the golden eggs. Where was the inconvenience in waiting? Javert was very sure that he would not escape. Thus he proceeded in a tolerably perplexed state of mind, putting to himself 100 questions about this enigmatical personage. It was only quite late in the Rue de Pontoise that, thanks to the brilliant light thrown from a dram shop, he decidedly recognized Jean Valjean. There are in this world two beings who give a profound start: the mother who recovers her child, and the tiger who recovers his prey. Javert gave that profound start. As soon as he had positively recognized Jean Valjean, the formidable convict, he perceived that there were only 3 of them, and he asked for reinforcements at the police station of the Rue de Pontoise. One puts on gloves before grasping a thorn cudgel. This delay, and the halt at the Carrefour Roland to consult with his agents, came near causing him to lose the trail. He speedily divined, however, that Jean Valjean would want to put the river between his pursuers and himself. He bent his head and reflected like a bloodhound who puts his nose to the ground to make sure that he is on the right scent. Javert, with his powerful rectitude of instinct, went straight to the bridge of Austerlitz. A word with the toll-keeper furnished him with the information which he required. "Have you seen a man with a little girl?" "I made him pay 2 sous," replied the toll-keeper. Javert reached the bridge in season to see Jean Valjean traverse the small, illuminated spot on the other side of the water, leading Cosette by the hand. He saw him enter the Rue de Chemin vers Saint Antoine. He remembered the cul-de-sac Genrot arranged there like a trap, and of the sole exit of the Rue Droux-Mort into the Rue Petit Picpus. He made sure of his back burrows, as huntsmen say. He hastily dispatched one of his agents, by a roundabout way, to guard that issue. A patrol which was returning to the Arsenal post having passed him, he made a requisition on it, and caused it to accompany him. In such games soldiers are aces. Moreover, the principle is, that in order to get the best of a wild boar one must employ the science of venery, and plenty of dogs. These combinations having been effected, feeling that Jean Valjean was caught between the blind alley Genrot on the right, his agents on the left, and himself Javert in the rear, he took a pinch of snuff. Then he began the game. He experienced one ecstatic and infernal moment. He allowed his man to go on ahead, knowing that he had him safe, but desirous of postponing the moment of arrest as long as possible, happy at the thought that he was taken, and yet at seeing him free, gloating over him with his gaze, with that voluptuousness of the spider which allows the fly to flutter, and of the cat which lets the mouse run. Claws and talons possess a monstrous sensuality. The obscure movements of the creature imprisoned in their pincers. What a delight this strangling is! Javert was enjoying himself. The meshes of his net were stoutly knotted. He was sure of success. All he had to do now was close his hand. Accompanied as he was, the very idea of resistance was impossible, however vigorous, energetic, and desperate Jean Valjean might be. Javert advanced slowly, sounding, searching on his way all the nooks of the street like so many pockets of thieves. When he reached the center of the web, he found the fly no longer there. His exasperation can be imagined. He interrogated his sentinel of the Rue Droit-Mur and Petit Picpus. That agent, who had remained imperturbably at his post, had not seen the man pass. It sometimes happens that a stag is lost head and horns. That is to say, he escapes, although he has the pack on his very heels, and then the oldest huntsmen know not what to say. Duvivier, Ligneville, and Desprez halt short. In a discomfiture of this sort, Arton exclaims, "It was not a stag, but a sorcerer." Javert would have liked to utter the same cry. His disappointment bordered for a moment on despair and rage. It is certain that Napoleon made mistakes during the war with Russia, that Alexander committed blunders in the war in India, that Caesar made mistakes in the war in Africa, that Cyrus was at fault in the war in Scythia, and that Javert blundered in this campaign against Jean Valjean. He was wrong, perhaps, in hesitating in his recognition of the ex-convict. The first glance should have sufficed him. He was wrong in not arresting him purely and simply in the old building. He was wrong in not arresting him when he had positively recognized him in the Rue de Pontoise. He was wrong in taking counsel with his auxiliaries in the full light of the moon at the Carrefour Rollin. Advice is certainly useful. It is a good thing to know and to interrogate those of the dogs who deserve confidence. But the hunter cannot be too cautious when he is chasing uneasy animals like the wolf and the convict. Javert, by taking too much thought as to how he should set the bloodhounds of the pack on the trail, alarmed the beast by giving him wind of the dart, and so made him run. Above all, he was wrong in that after he had picked up the scent again on the bridge of Austerlitz, he played that formidable and puerile game of keeping such a man at the end of a thread. He thought himself stronger than he was, and believed that he could play at the game of the mouse and the lion. At the same time, he reckoned himself as too weak when he judged it necessary to obtain reinforcement. Fatal precaution, waste of precious time. Javert committed all these blunders, and none the less was one of the cleverest and most correct spies that ever existed. He was, in full force of the term, what is called in venery a knowing dog. But what is there that is perfect? Great strategists have their eclipses. The greatest follies are often composed, like the largest ropes, of a multitude of strands. Take the cable thread by thread, take all the petty determining motives separately, and you can break them one after the other, and you say, that is all there is of it. Braid them, twist them together. The result is enormous. It is Attila hesitating between Marcian on the east and Valentinian on the west. It is Hannibal tarrying at Capua. It is Danton falling asleep at Arcis-sur-Aube. However that may be, even at the moment when he saw that Jean Valjean had escaped him, Javert did not lose his head. Sure that the convict who had broken his band could not be far off, he established sentinels, he organized traps and ambuscades, and beat the quarter all that night. The first thing he saw was the disorder in the street lantern whose rope had been cut. A precious sign, which, however, led him astray, since it caused him to turn all his researches in the direction of the cul-de-sac Genrot. In this blind alley there were tolerably low walls, which abutted on gardens whose bounds adjoined the immense stretches of waste land. Jean Valjean evidently must have fled in that direction. The fact is, that had he penetrated a little further in the cul-de-sac Genrot, he would probably have done so and have been lost. Javert explored these gardens and these waste stretches as though he had been hunting for a needle. At daybreak he left 2 intelligent men on the lookout and returned to the prefecture of police, as much ashamed as a police spy who had been captured by a robber might have been. End of Book 5, Chapter 10.